The time has come and Ragnar began. This means in Scandinavian mythology the death of all gods and all over the world. The monsters rebelled against people and began to destroy everything in their path. The little boy, along with their mother, tried to escape, but his mother fell into the trap and begged him to listen to her and flee from here faster. After all, if he runs, he will be able to escape. Behind them, the monster was drawn to them, but the real warrior managed to defend his mother and her son in time. He immediately destroyed the enemy and told them that they would leave here. There are his comrades behind, so they will take care of their safety. The woman thanked him for saving them, and the boy paid attention to the black mantle of the warrior and told his mother about it. After that, a decisively tuned warrior said that time to start the battle. He desperately fought with a lot of monsters until he defeated them all. This story is about the struggle for life and a person who challenged fate. It all started with the absorption of artifact. The raider is one who hunts the monsters and receives money for it. He also protects people. It is a dangerous work, but at the same time, raiders are considered heroes, and as hero is known to not live without envy. Being a raider means to force human hearts to beat more often, but do everyone know what the danger awaits them? When the raider's heart knocks faster, it means that his death is very close. During the conversation, one guy was indignant because he was offered to be a living shield. The interlocutor answered him that he would be easier. Moreover, he said that he needed money. The guy thought it was not surprising that he luring him to the raid in the dungeon. The guy from whom was the proposal called John Skin. He is from the raiders and offers the work of the raiders who work alone. When Chan's ability called to the boy, he thought he was a chance. After all, he thought he had turned a profitable business, but it was only necessary to hear the assignment, then immediately disappeared. Because you will have to stand in the vanguard when cleaning the dungeons of lifeless bodies, but he does not consider himself who is. The guy asked why there was nothing more. Even other lower raiders find a job. Chang the ability replied that he knew himself. Regardless of raiders of combat classes, they rarely give a task. The guy asked that he was denied his class, and said sorry he was so selfless. Chang the ability replied that it is actually. Recently, magicians have selected all jobs, but others still find work with variable success. Warriors are more likely to be injured, so employers pass them with a side not to bother with compensation for them. Such is reality. Unlike magicians who compete with monsters at a distance of soldiers, there will be much more injuries in the near battle. And it is not necessary to say that in the teamwork the magicians outperform everyone else. The raider also understands it. He does not know what was 10 years ago, but now there is no place for raiders of his class, and he wondered that it was worth it to become a magician. 11 years ago, he studied in the middle class for the 3rd year. The tendency was given a good result and could enter the academy, a professional institution with the name Meals prepared raiders, and his ability to magic was 97%, more than in the dream of In. Its indicators were incredible, and the tendency to martial arts was 34%, but he still chose the warrior's way, and there was no good reason for that. Just then, his personal evaluation of the magicians was categorical. Their ranks were from worthless buffer who, without the support of warriors, could not even deal with Targon. But now everything is the opposite. The combat classes were left behind, and the magical ones took the top over them. So the raider wondered what if he had chosen the path of the magician? Would it be better thanks to this? Usually the development of the raider stops at the age of 12, so there is no point in regret. Chan Win said the raider by calling him Jaken that such an opportunity does not appear. He had to offer this job to others. But he thought of his problems and came to him. There was a time when the talent Jenna made the magicians envy, but now he does not need a warrior rank D. The difference between his past and the present is too big. So Yaken agreed to realize that he had no other choice. To survive in the modern world, you cannot give up even such work. Chan Win said that this is the right choice and added that they should meet tomorrow in the morning of the 8th and he will report on the place of collection later. But he asked him not to be late. Yaken asked how they should see if he had many things, and he told him not to worry about it but to do his own business. But John the ability replied that he also needed there. So John's skill said goodbye to Jekin and added that tomorrow they would see. The next day, all the raiders gathered to complete the task and Jekin was waiting for a nun. After all, he promised that they would see tomorrow, but everyone gathered except him. Hen thought about why he did not immediately say that he would not come. It is much more profitable to work with more capable raiders. After all, Yekin has all the rank of D. A Chan winning belongs to the rank of A. He does not have the concept for him, this Bureau of Raiders. With his rank, he could join any guild? Why then spend his time? Jekin would like more in his place. But he considers himself unnecessary. But then he heard someone calling him. This is a raider named Menho Hen. He is glad to meet him again. Jekin asked Menho Hen and he also came. He replied that there was no work lately. Although work is dangerous, but at least they promised to pay well. Yekin agreed with that, the more they still no longer work. Menho Hen believes that people do not have the former passion for combat classes. What is the point of letting some fiery balls through the backs of comrades? To which Jens replied that he did not think of passion because it is very hungry. So Menho suggested that he perform his work qualitatively, and then drink a bottle of soy. Juhan liked the idea, but he was in a difficult financial situation, so he wanted to refuse. But Menho denied it last time he treats, and now his turn. Still, after a small pause, he said that this time he was treating the last. Juhan even became a little comfortable because he remains in debt again, so I thought about what simple this uncle. One man declared all the raiders to gather at the entrance to the dungeon. Half an hour, they will go to work. Menho Hen said that time to gather and went to the entrance, but unlike him, Jeno was in no hurry and had something to think about. There are two main things to remember when hiking the raider. The first is a blind luck that can inspire any of the raiders. Most often, the brain paralyzes and becomes fatal carelessness. In this moment, a person ceases to evaluate the situation soberly. After that, the dungeon begins to check the person for strength. It is interesting whether the raider has now as a luck or tragedy that is hiding behind her. Yekin thought about the second main thing, but he began to call and ask why he was delayed. Manhwa told him that he glared again into the phone and noted that he always did so before the entrance. And he asked what he constantly looks so enthusiastically a picture of his girlfriend looks. Yekin replied that nothing like that. And then looking at the photo with his mother in the phone said that he would soon come back. Everyone gathered at the entrance and then went into the dungeon. The raiders of the combat classes went forward and the magicians went behind. They began to attack the lifeless bodies, and one of the magicians cried the avant-garde to hold the shields firmly and keep the line holding the line even if they died. Yekin felt that he no longer had the strength to keep the shield. Meanwhile, the magicians used the forces to overcome the lifeless bodies. The magicians used the shining light of the Olv or Elves Alvheim. They said the spell that the fierce flames of Surt would destroy the enemy in front of him. Surt is a deity of a fiery giant. The flames of Surta immediately overcome all the lifeless bodies. So the team worked well and won time to rest a little before the most difficult battle. Yekin tried to mention the name of the guild of those magicians with whom they work. They belong to the guild of the magicians of newcomers called the Meteor, which is gaining popularity very quickly. So Jaehan has a little more confidence that he would return home alive and unharmed. The whole team decided to rest, and Manhwa said that they only had a boss room. And then he added that such work is difficult for him, given his age, and if he knew that he would be more trained in his youth, then the level would lift. But Yekin replied that he was still fresh and even had a higher level than he had. Then Manhwa asked if he knocked out an item. After all, this dungeon sometimes gets very good things. No wonder it has a rank. Yekin was not sure of this, so he decided to check the information on the notification screen. But something strange began with the notification screen, and he did not understand what was happening. Then there was an inscription that the Escher system does not work. The connection with the user is lost, and the unknown reason is the launch of the Escher system. Yekin is lost because he does not know what it can mean. Then he heard someone tell him to follow the light. And on the notification screen, there was a message that someone got into the Esh system. The system tried to recover in safe mode, but this feature has been cancelled. Jaehan was worried about an unknown object, and whose voice he had just heard. And what would it mean to follow the light? Manhwa noticed the strange behavior of his friend, asked what happened, and what he was talking about. Yekin replied that nothing important, but Manhwa clearly heard how he said to follow the light. Returning to him, Jeno saw some light. He thought that this light should be followed. Manhwa told him that he was strange and asked if he had no temperature. But Yekin replied to his friend that all was well, and then he thought that maybe no one sees this light besides him. Although he felt some doubts, but still decided to check and went for light. Manhwa asked where but he answered that he would return now. He continued to go without understanding what was happening. All this was very strange. Yekin wanted to check the notification screen again to at least view the characteristics, but the system did not work. Damage to functions was detected and the system tried to recover again in safe mode. Jaehan began to worry even more. After all, he awakened at 10 years, and for all these years, the system never failed. There were no damage and recovery. Yekin thought that the voice he heard somehow related to it. It was because of the penetration of an unknown object that the system collapsed. He reassured himself that there may be just some changes in the system, to assume that the name Ashir came from the word Asa, so-called the gods of Asgard, Odin, and Torah, who live in the country in the sky, at the head of which stands. The Esh system is the last hope of humanity. 20 years ago, that year was rich in disaster. In the middle of the Pacific grew a tree of huge size. One day it dissolved the buds, and after 9 days closed the leaves all the sky. Some said it was a harbinger of the apocalypse. But there were those who considered it God's blessing. In fact, it was a worldwide legend by a worldwide legend tree. On the 9th day, when its growth was overflowing, and then the invasion of monsters began. Many fell honored to die from the paws of monsters, and those who survived suffered from hunger and plague. People fell into despair, but then they had hope. The first awakened with God's power rebelled against the monsters. Among the awakened are raiders who hunt monsters. The Escher system is a strong weapon that such people are managed. But if changes occur in the system, it is difficult to think optimistic. Walking on, Jens finally reached some huge doors. He could not believe his eyes because it could be a gate that lead to treasure. This is a hidden room that appears very rarely in high-rank dungeons. Usually you can find special or even rare objects. He thought that the value of one item from such a treasure trove would cost more than a few 100 million won. If the subject of Class A appears here, then Gino will be able to say goodbye to the dark days of her life. Turning to God, he began to ask that if he exists, let him send to him Class A or higher. He went into the room and could not believe that such space was hidden inside. So what was told on TV was not a regular fiction. Yekin saw something and thought that it was the subject he needed. He came closer to check it so good. On the screen, the notifications appeared that some of the functions of the system had successfully recovered and a new equipment was obtained. Yekin was very pleased that the system was restored and mentioned that the good news did not come. So he decided to view information about the subject. This is the lost eye of Odina, which he sacrificed to gain knowledge from the source of Mimir. It is the only subject that belongs to the mythical class. The subject can use magic without speaking. Yekin does not believe that it's all real. Of all the subjects he sold at the auction, the best had S-Class and went immediately as soon as he registered it for tens of billions of won. Magical objects can be set on your own, but this subject belongs to the mythical class, is the only one in the world. Yekin was glad that he would no longer have to suffer. Guilds will cease to ignore it and no longer have to risk so in the dungeons. It is time for him to say goodbye to this thankless writer's work. If the eye found, why not try it before selling it, when he still holds a mythical thing? But the notifications appeared on the screen that the item is fixed on who uses it. So he quickly canceled the use and was frightened that he almost lost everything. There is no need to wear it. After all, if he sells it in the black market, it will earn hundreds of billions of it. He no longer wants to get dirty in the dungeons. When he turned 20, he cannot raise the level and does not think that the eye will be benefit. The collapse of the system is an anomaly or unexpected change. He has been accustomed to such orders. Now when the dungeons have become a reality, incidents for raiders is not uncommon. Unpredictable situations are reduced either to good luck or tragedy. Taking the eye, Yetkin decided that time to return to others. Meanwhile, the magicians asked Manhwa Hanode, the girl his friend, and he replied that he would be here and probably departed in his business. So he asked the magician to wait a little more. How Yetkin appeared here and his friend said, but he was. The magician told him to hurry because they were going to go. Jahan apologized for late. But the magician told him that it was impossible to act so inadvertently in their situation, so he hopes that this will not happen again. Jakin replied that it would be more cautious. Menhohen wanted to support him somehow and said he would not worry. But Yekin assured him that he had nothing to worry about and suggested treating his soja because it is impossible to constantly be arrogant. Menhohen thought that he went to the roof in his 27 years because he was very strange, and Yekin himself thought that he had carried him. After all, they are in the dungeon where there is no law and rules, and everything remains in these walls. So, to boast that he found the way, the thing is the same as to deprive himself of life. It will be wise to sell the eye after the raid has expired, but now the main thing is not to attract superfluous attention, so he tried to behave as if nothing had happened. The main magician said that if the system was reformed, then they should continue the raid. But his words interrupted something incomprehensible. These were explosions. No one understood what was happening, and Yekin himself felt very confused. It was difficult for everyone to breathe, so they concluded that it was poisonous smoke. Everyone understands that if they breathe it, they say goodbye to life. So you need to get out of that place immediately. Menhohen also said that in his opinion, this smoke is dangerous, and they should escape from there. But he breathed too much air and died instantly. Jakin was shocked, but what happened even more confirmation of what to run very quickly. Having got to a safer place, he thought that those explosions and poisonous smoke is not a matter of life of lifeless bodies. This was not the monsters. He is sure that someone else is involved here, for example, someone who wants to destroy the guild meteor. If you go to the exit, you can come across poisonous evapora, and at the entrance can expect assassina, so it is better to stay inside now. Yekin is concerned because everything is not as follows, and in any case, there is a danger. But now it's not time to worry. After all, he found a mythical object, so he should not give up. Yekin heard someone approaching him. The man said that he knew that Gino would live. Returning to him, he saw a familiar face. This is a Chan skill that suggested this work. He added that not for nothing yesterday told him that he would come here today. Yekin asked him whether he was all his hands on the right. Chani asked about poisonous smoke and an attack on the meteor, and then said that everything was true. Yekin realizes that he should calmly deal with the situation, so he asked why he did it. He replied that the request of his guarantor was, and moreover, many hate the guild meteor. When you treat other guilds, you can quickly earn bad fame. And those who understand these use the narrow passages of the caves to do their dirty work. Yang is convinced that the attack on the meteor took place in the blind zone. Jahan wondered or be able to handle him. But for him, he is too strong a rival, so it's impossible. Yang is the mag in rank of such only 2% among the country's population. And Jahan has only rank D, although he is not weak but not so strong. Yekin reassured himself that he was not their goal, so he should only hold back and not engage in dispute. After all, since his Escher system is broken, he is not sure what he can escape. Of course, the escape is not the best, and he would like to take revenge on those with whom the side and Menhohena fought, but now it's impossible. With the advent of Yggdrasil, the world has become so cruel that it has no place for the weak. Yakin said Chong's skill that would look like nothing, but he was not going to release him, so he immediately applied his abilities. But Yekin quickly responded to the attack and realized that if at least a second later he began to act, no longer survived. John the ability said that the goal was not only the Guild of the Meteor and continued to attack him. Yekin got a lot of harm. He understands that he needs to escape urgently, but he is interested in why he needed such as Chong, because he is a simple raider. That he did such that someone wants him to die. He thought about who could stand for it. He remembered the words that his father told him that his life is worthless and he was ordinary garbage and said that he was a father. Chan Wen started laughing and said that he considers him a good guy and he likes him. But the like Geno has already understood everything. He asked if he was his assignment too 5 years ago. Then his mother was killed. Chanskin replied that he did not guess he would guess. But he does not understand how his father was able to do so with his wife and then with his son. Then John the ability asked if he also thought and then added that it was time to say goodbye to his life. But Yekin is not going so easily to seem so has a spare plan. He still decided to use a mythical object. Chan ability thought he wanted to tell him something, but then he felt an incredible Manu. It became stronger and stronger. This has informed him because he does not know what it is and he had a bad anticipation, so he should finish as soon as possible. Chang the ability said that they were joked and enough, and then used the spell. But Yekin stopped the opponent's attack. To do this, he used the eye. So the item is entrenched in the user and now he will not be able to sell it. His rival Chang ability began to shout that it could not be. After all, his magic dissipates. Yekin answered him that he would deal with him in the most cruel way. After that, he created the skill and used it against it. Chang the ability asked where he had a super speed chain. He went to learn this spell. He does not understand how such a spell can know the Raider War of D rank, so he said that he did not know how he succeeded in learning the highest spell, but he warned that Jagen has no chance of Jekan, to which he answered that if he does not try, it does not know. Yekin activated the ability to calculate and continued to attack his opponent. Chanwen tried to repel his attacks using his magic, but I realized that the next attack would not be able to evade. He fell and wanted to ask for mercy, but his life left his body. Yekin approached him and realized that everything ended. And then he fell feeling that he had no endurance or mana. He did not think that his end would be so immediately after a successful find. So it is not surprising that he was so happy today. After all, death is a girlfriend on a date with which a raider cannot but appear. On his screen, notifications have been notified of installing a new management system. When downloaded, the user moves to the past where he would like to return. Yekin was surprised because it means that he would be saved. He is interested in that this is another change and confirmed the launch of the only solution, so he will be able to find out if it will be a tragedy or luck. After that, the Norior system started and it was in some place. On the screen, the notification was written that from that moment, he is the enemy of the great Asa. He received the passive ability to attract the attention of the gods in the eye of the absolute god. Therefore, the gods of Asa follow him. After that, the frightened Gino woke up. He was on his bed in his room and did not understand what was happening. Before him, the notification was written on the screen that he had successfully returned to the past. At first, he thought it was a dream and remembered all the events that happened to him. Then his mother came to the room and he hugged her firmly, and he thought that it was really a dream that did not want to interrupt. The movement over time has ended and his body recovered by 20%. Some restrictions were imposed on it. He looked around and realized that he was an apartment in which he had previously lived, so Yekin really returned in 2020th years. Jekan received a new quest called Rest. It should restore its endurance up to 80%. After all, he was seriously injured. He wanted to find out why he did not die in the battle with John. He is interested in the reason. It looks like this through a new system. She returned him to the past, but it cannot be surprised. With it, strange things happened. If what happened can give new knowledge to us, he will be able to adapt. It will be ready for similar situations, and this is the main thing. The system moved it 11 years ago. It should now be in the middle class in the 3rd year of study. Jehen surprised at the new name of the Nornir system. He still seems to him that happens more like a dream, but in one he is sure. On that day, he must apply to the Mile Academy. His calendar states that he must choose the martial arts class. He took the handle and crossed out the mandatory choice of the martial arts class. After all, he had a chance, so he decided that he would not choose a battle class and would become a magician. After all, he received the subject of the mythical class. His mother had breakfast with her son and noticed that Yekin was worried about something. After all, he is always so stable, and then hugged her and wept bitterly. So she asked if he had happened. He replied that all was well and explained that he just dreamed of a terrible dream. Then he added what he had to say, and the mother replied that she felt something wrong and thought that he was afraid to enter the Academy of Miles. After all, the profession of raider is dangerous and there is serious competition among them. Therefore, she is ready to support her son. If Yekin does not want to enter, then let him better continue his studies at a regular school, although Miles is considered a prestigious academy. But if her son does not want to enter it, but Yekin said that he wanted to transfer to the Faculty of Magic. His mother supported the choice, but she was surprised because he always said that he would choose a warrior class. She considers her son a thoughtful guy, so does not think that he would change his decision for no reason. The mother asked him whether he was confident in his decision, and he replied that he thought so well. So she said to make it as necessary. They would like him not to think about money, but first of all, what he would do in life. The main thing in life is to find your vocation, and she is always ready to support him, and he is well known about it. Yekin barely restrained tears, realizing that now is not a good time to do so, but he could not run it somehow. To take revenge on the father and raider and the rank, he must become stronger. He passed the quest Rest of the Key to Success and received an empty card for it. So this is great because the beginning is already. It is not yet clear to him for the system of Nornir, but the benefit of it can be obtained. After all, he knows the future. He knows about the hidden parts where hidden classes of skills and more, and also the ruins he can capture. He has a good memory because he was even a guide in the dungeon, so the problem is only in abilities. In addition to the absolute calculation and the super speed chain in his arsenal, only the ability of the combat class. And this is not surprising because he wanted to become a warrior, but whether you can do something. He viewed information about himself in the Norior system. His full name is Ming Jano, and he is 16 years old. Now he is at the 7th level. The level decreased after it returned in time and characteristics as well, but passive skills remained unchanged. Due to the effect of the ability to attract the attention of the gods, the passive user skills remain the same as they were in time. God's blessing accelerates the development of the user. He is concerned about the gods observe him and is not clear why the eye of the absolute god. But he likes some skills. The magic is not important physical strength, but agility will not be more than, and there is nothing to talk about Manu. But victory loves preparation and endurance. Unlike mana and strength, it does not increase combat power, but exacerbates the threshold of fatigue, especially if you perform the same action many times. If you are in endurance now, then the effect will be felt at every new level. He dealt with this, so now he had to choose what would study. For the attack, there is enough supersonic chain. Even if you copy the hostile spell, he will not be able to use it because of the lack of mana, so he will need healing. He now remembers in 2020ths, the magicians are treated as garbage, but not when the raider has some treatment. In this case, its attractiveness increases sharply. Such magicians have always been valuable, and it is not necessary to be a raider. You can go to medicine or somewhere where the healer's skills are needed, so if he learns to treat, then he will raise his authority. The problem is to meet the awakened with such skills is not an easy task. In addition, the last battle with Khan showed something. Namely, empty cards should be used as smartly as possible. After all, it is not known how much the system gives cards. But he is sure that they will not scatter them right and left. Jaehyun wondered if he had another way out. Someone wrote to him. He looked into the phone and saw that Kim Yoo-chun was his girlfriend since childhood. They lived in one area, so they often walked together. She also dreamed of joining the Academy of Miles and become a raider. But what happens to her then? It is awful. But Yekin has returned to the past, so now he can change the future and should do it. He looked at the message and realized that she remembered it. She suggested that he lecture to Yoo Sonin. Yekin remembered that he remembers that girl. Yoo Sonin is the Holy Virgin. Her magic is victim, so there is nothing to worry about. He warned his mother that he would leave for a short time, and she answered to return to the dark. He answered Kim Yoo-jun that he would now and went to her to meet her to listen to the lecture of the Guild of Lotus together. Meanwhile, Sonin was approaching that place and listening to her schedule. She has to give a lecture for raiders in the city center. After that, she will raid in the dungeon in a rank in the Sanbuk area. They are then waiting in Vodou and followed by the flight in the United States. Her manager asked if she was sure that she would handle this condition. After all, her well-being worsened. She replied that nothing serious was asleep. The subordinate said it was all because of the lack of rest and intense graphics. After all, she knows that the victim takes her life. The subordinate thought that it would be good if someone else had such a skill. Then he could cure his head. But Sonin told the subordinate who called Songi that they had agreed not to talk on this topic. But Sonia is still sure that if it continues in the future, soon the Holy Virgin of South Korea will not become. Jaekin came to a lecture and Kim told him to hurry and took him by his hand. After all, you need to get through the crowd. He answered that he understood and did not need to pull it. And then he asked if she invited him because she was afraid to get lost. Kim answered that it was not true in what he took from. And Jaekin said that he would release his hand. And he asked why the excellent study and a prominent athlete forgets the road every time. But she noticed that he listened to her lecture. After all, Sonin is not so easy to see in live. This is indeed, if you copy the magic of victims of Sonin, then it would be very useful. After all, who knows? He may now have better links in South Korea. Finally, a lecture began and Yekin was surprised that it was really a Sonin master of National Guild Lotus. It is known not only in Korea, but also abroad, when the raiding was not so widespread in the first rows and treated the wounded. But Jace knows that in a few months her condition will get worse, and this will happen during a raid on a Tivon. The magic of sacrifice will be the reason, and there is only one way to help Janin. Yoo Sonin said that now they are experiencing an era of catastrophe and decline, all through Yggdrasil. People gave their lives in the fight against monsters. After the first raiders appeared with their awakened situation, but it's not so easy. Of the current awakened, only a fifth is ready to enter the ranks of raiders and defend humanity. Their future has not yet been determined and the struggle for existence continues. Many people even die from the monster now. So she wants to say that they need their courage. The awakened all over the world should be courageous and go to the battle before their common enemy. She asks everyone to enroll in their rows and fight for peace around the world. Lotus Guild, and personally it will help to decide. Kim Yoo-jun even burst into tears and explained that Sonin was saying very cool. Yekin thought she was right. Most of the awakened people are afraid of raiding because competing with monsters is a difficult task. Before the jump in time, he was going to sell the found Eye of Odin to stop raiding. After the lecture, Kim Yoo-jun said that Yoo Sonin has the right to become her model for imitation. Yekin thought that she was not liked, but she asked him not to spoil everything, and he replied that he should go because he needed to go to one place. She asked what to do, to which Jensi answered that she was saying as if she was well-oriented in the area. Kim answered that he loves to make her moon. He replied that he was joking and warning her mother, so she would soon come after her. She just needs to wait a little. Kim Yoo-jun said that let her mother bring them and asked that he was in the case. He replied that he decided to choose a magical class. This news surprised Kim, and Yekin said that she would somehow teach him magic, and they would start with theory and would go step by step. But she said she didn't need it and asked why he changed the class. But he went and without answering her question. She called him heartless for leaving her one. But he had his plan, so he did not want someone to know it. Jakin noticed in which direction Yoo Sonin went, so he decided to follow her. He found her driver and approached him. Sonia apologized and said that his head now does not accept gifts. But Yekin replied that he had come to see her. To which Sonia asked if he was another fan that was raiding and explaining that their desire is commendable, but could not appear so unceremoniously. After all, he will put his head in an uncomfortable position. But Yekin interrupted him and asked him to listen to him. He said that he knew that Sonin was terminally ill, but he can cure it. But Sonya grabbed him and asked where he heard about it. He shouted again where he heard about his head disease. People were looking at them and Jaekin said that it was not worth screaming all over the street. Yoo Sonin also heard their conversation. She asked Jaehan whether he could take responsibility for her words, and he replied that of course and could cure her. Yoo Sonin thought that if it were a lie, then she would be revealed immediately. But this guy behaves very confident, so she is interested in whether to rely on. She asked Sonya how much time they had left before. He replied that 2 hours. She suggested Jaekin to sit in a car. After all, it is better for them to talk in a quiet place, and here there are too many extra ears. So they went to a place where they could calmly talk, and Yoo Sonin asked where he knew about her illness. He apologized and said that he could not tell about it. But if she wants to know, he will tell, but in this case, he will not treat her. Yoo Sonin called him a daring guy but agreed, so she asked how he was going to treat it. Jaekin replied that she was going to copy her skill. After these words, Sonya became angry and said that he should not be listened to at all. Sonya asked him whether he at least understands what the victim skill is. It is the unique ability of the head. Therefore, in what way did it come together to copy the magic formula of which they even do not understand? Unique ability is the skill higher than the rank S by 1 degree. Such is the ceiling of skills. It can be obtained from ancestors or by opening. Ordinary spells can be learned, but the formula of unique ability cannot be understood and copied. Only the owner or his family can have it. Jaekin said that everyone thinks so and asked not to be hot. After all, if he was not sure that he would be able to cure, I would not have come. So Sonin suggested that Sonya listen to him to the end. She asked if he wanted to cure her using her sacrifice. He replied that yes. To cure the wound obtained through a fine of using spells, healing of a higher rank, or such as a spell itself. The cause of Yoo Sonin's disease was her unique skill. Ranking is simply not existed, and she cannot cure herself sacrificing. So his way is true, victimation is a gift to God. Therefore it lies a restriction that prevents her from treating herself. It is impossible to sacrifice your life for your life. Yoo Sonin agreed with the words of Jaekin. And then she suggested that he prove it. So Jaekin decided to use an empty card and the system gave permission to study a new spell. The empty card was used and he successfully learned the victim spell. Jaekin said that they still do not trust him, so he will have to earn their trust. After that, he activated a new learned spell. And then he showed them the result. Yoo Sonin does not understand how he managed to learn the spell so quickly because she only showed her skill. After Jaekin showed that he had a spell saying that time to start, he watched the skill information. The victim has a unique rank and creates a healing wave. Yoo Sonin asked what he wanted from the guild. One ability to cure her disease is already enough to negotiate, but she believes that he is an unusual child from middle classes. She does not believe that this guy is so cheeky that he talks about the negotiations directly to the head of the guild. So Jaekin suggested that she become his sponsor. She asked if he wanted to help succeed in raiding. He replied that this is his dream, but for rapid growth, money is needed and much more, so he asked support from her side. Yoo Sonin agreed and noted that he was quite bold, and the meaning of such investments is exactly and he was not deprived of abilities. But she has one condition. Jaekin thought that for her he was the only hope of recovery and it should be desperate, but still retains self-control. He asked if it was a professional condition and Sonin said so. Her illness is a personal problem and it has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. He not only needs her support for the whole guild, unfounded help. Jaekin realized that she was talking about an unfair attitude, so he asked what she suggested. Moreover, when refusal will lose more than him, she will not be able to come up with a lever to manipulate it. She asked if there was a guild that he would like to enter. Such a question was surprised because he was waiting for some approach, and she wants to recruit him. So Jaekin asked if she was not joking, to which Sonin said that she could not joke at all. There are several reasons why she asked about it. The first thing he knows about Lotus Head, this information was known to a very narrow circle of people. Apparently he has her good informants or big ears. Jaekin knows that his informant is a jump into the past, but he cannot say it. The second reason is that he managed to reproduce her victim perfectly. She has never heard of similar and does not think what it is for someone else. Skills he can copy a lot. Jaekin asked if there was a third reason. Yoo Sonin answered that she is very romantic. After all, he is in front of Yoo Sonin, but he has never even let his eyebrows. When she came to him, she said that when the child holds himself in the presence of the guild master, Lotus is very charming. She asked if it was enough to hire him. Jaekin remembered that when health began to bring her, Lotus lost his position, but he was still the best among other guilds, so if it joins it now, it will be in a good account. He will be treated with respect and joining the guild will develop faster, but it was a little worried. Jaekin said that he knows contracts with minors are considered illegal. Yoo Sonin asked if he had heard something about the preemptive right to negotiate. He knows what it is. Namely, a loophole through which juvenile raiders cadets receive support of the guild. When they grow up, they conclude a contract. This is usually done only with the extreme gifted guys. So Jaekin could not think of being among them. In the past, he has managed to fly out even from a low-level guild. Yoo Sonin thought that it still had something sweet. She said that the guild would send him a contract at which he left, and he should think very well before answering. Jaekin replied that first it is worth taking care of treatment. He has a great opportunity, but there is no need to decide everything right now. Now you should focus on the priority problem, and then thinks about everything else. So Jen said that he would start. He came to Yoo Sonin to try a new ability, and she said that he was counting on him. Saraji could not understand what was happening. but he tried to reassure himself that he saw his own eyes. They consulted with many healers regarding the head disease, but even those who devoted the life of the magic to recovery could not help them. So there is doubt in Sonya that everything will be so easy. But then he began to notice that the health of Yu Sonnen was being restored. He thought about it would be possible to heal it completely, so he decided to apologize for his behavior to Yeshin. Sonya bowed and said that he was trusting the life of the head of the guild. Yakin replied that all was well and he would not believe the baby. But Sonya added that he will be thoroughly apologized for his rudeness a little later. The Norior notification system reported successful treatment of the object and increasing the passive skill. First aid has reached 19th levels. Yakin suggested that Sonnen to walk and check how she feels. She came to the window by saying that all the symptoms had disappeared and tears of happiness were pouring from her eyes. Yusonin thanked and then asked if he would receive a fine for it. If the spell is created with an empty card, the fine is not imposed. Yakin replied that everything is normal and in case she would just be enough to cure him. She laughed and replied that it was true and as much as you like. Yusonin gave him her business card and said that she would try to prepare everything he asked for, so he can call at any time. And with regard to the contract, she counts on his positive answer. But Yakin said at the Saint that he had one small request. The next day, Yakin's request was fulfilled. Sonya brought him to the place in which he asked. This is a low-level dungeon of the Guild Lotus. He wanted to get ready. After all, many cool opponents will be preserved in the academy. So, to compete with them, you need to pump a little. Saraji said they had prepared restorative objects for him, as well as tools. These are the remnants of the guild equipment, so it can use them at his discretion. Yakin thanked him for his work, and Sulti asked if he was sure that he would handle. Although the dungeon and the rank, it is dangerous to go there. So he asked if he had to go there alone, to which Yakin replied that he should increase his level. Saraji got another item and said that in this case, he would better bring something with him. It's Varp Stone. If it is broken, then the stone will turn it back to the entrance to the dungeon. He gave it and said to use in the event of extreme danger, and added that it was his apology for yesterday's rudeness, and also thanks to the fact that he cured the head of the guild. Saraja hopes that this stone will help him. Yakin thanked for his care and went to the dungeon. He immediately felt the energy coming out of the dungeon. So, according to his feeling of problems, it would not have to arise. Sonya recalled that if something happens in the dungeon, he should use a stone. As soon as he entered, the Nornir system moved it in space. He found himself in Helheim on the land of lifeless bodies. Yu Sonnen thought about whether Gino would handle. She remembered how he asked her to let her into one of their low-level dungeons. But he wanted to go there alone, the location of the entire rank. But for a newcomer, Ryder to clean the dungeon alone is almost impossible. Although he has a unique ability but still young and he understands it well. But he wants to go alone, so she thought he had a plan. Sonnen was visited by Pak Khan, her assistant. The head asked her that there with her assignment, and she showed her the profile of Ming Jeno. Khan thought it was a rarity that the head hired someone herself, so it seems like that the peculiarity of Mine's Jetchen is. Yu Sonnen read in Jaehan's profile that he wanted to choose a martial arts class. Then, where he has such magic, she saw that he was 97% and asked whether it was true. Khan replied that so. If there is no mistake in the technique, then everything is true. So she decided to call Sonya and said that she conveyed to Yakin that as soon as she came out of the dungeon. Saraji asked what she was in mind, what she answered what she wanted to personally check his abilities. Yakin found himself in another dungeon and did not understand how it happened. Helheim is one of the 9 worlds. A cold, dark, and foggy place where everyone who died except the heroes of the adopted Ninher is. Yakin does not understand why he is here, and in the meantime, a lifeless body tried to attack him with an arrow. The arrow flew directly into his face, as it turned out to be paralyzing poison. So Yakin accepted his opponent and thought that he would have to work well. Many opponents rebelled against him, and he thought that it was possible to get crazy. After all, there were too many spirits and lifeless bodies. Kim Yujin was offended by Jaehan that he left her. After all, he knows that she is poorly oriented in the area. So it is not surprising that he so easily agreed to go with her to this lecture, because he wanted to mourn. She does not understand him at all. After all, he always said that there could be doubtful places, but he calmly agreed to attend a lecture. Earlier, he always spent her home, and this time left her and disappeared somewhere, even without explaining anything. Kim remembered that he decided to choose a magical class, so she thinks that it could mean. After all, Yakin always said that he would be a raider of the martial arts class, and there should be some reason. This reason should be serious enough to just give up everything he sought. She has no other explanation. Minjen is a very prudent guy. It is always difficult for him to make a decision. Even in the establishment, he spends 10 minutes to choose a food. But in one morning, he became a completely different person. She wrote to him whether he had forgotten that he left her, and at the meeting she would suit him. Yakin felt some sinister energy and thought that it was all through monsters. There were several opponents against him. Among them are 4 flights, 1 skeleton archers, and Dragers. Johan thought well, but he needs to break through them. Yashin thought about how well he took with him this piece of Guild Class C. Helheim in Scandinavian mythology is one of the 9 worlds that the daughter of Loki named Hel is ruled. The dungeons were created in the image of 7 worlds except Midgard and Asgard. Niflheim is a world of eternal ice and darkness. Muspelheim, the world of fire and light. Jotunheim, the world of giants. Alfheim is the world of elves, and Svartalheim is a world of dark elves. Vanaheim. The Vana world in the most cold, deep place is Niflheim is Helheim. The place is intended for beginners. The runny nose inspires horror, and without holy power it is better to avoid direct clashes. But not everything is so bad. In Helheim, Yekin will be able to test a new ability. Victimation is considered a healing skill, but in the battle against the undead becomes a weapon that beats the area with the name of the light. But you should not rely only on this weapon. Yekin continued the struggle and successfully overcome the first opponent. Now he has no experience to be a magician, but he successfully defeated 2 more monsters. For this he gets score points. He believes that one cannot lose such a chance and is sure that he will cope with everything even at his current level. Yekin used a staff to fight the skeleton archer, but he broke. Still, he managed to defeat the opponent. He realized that he had a problem because of a broken staff. Then he tried to remember how magicians were fighting. And then he thought that it was not necessary to say that the experience would gain. After all, he only lost his weapon, although the result will not change. He activated the victim and the Court of Light and destroyed the monsters left. For this, his level increased. The system then launched body recovery. Jehen thought he had been a little. If it were not for a new level to end worse. The Court of Light is the skill S rank, so it is not enough to simply register it in an empty card. Without the tricks of magicians, you should not count on blind luck. He went on and thought that it was a dungeon of the transition, but he should not be released here, so he thought that all this again through the system of Normir. Yekin thought it may be worth using Varpstone to get back to the entrance, but then he felt some energy. From her, she has run away from her skin. This means that something is approaching. It became difficult for him to breathe, but he is interested in who can go to him. But until he is sure of only one thing, he will die if he does not move. Yekin rose and moved further, trying not to make noise. It is not known who is near him. So first he wanted to find traces and then felt some shadow. The boss of the dungeon approached him. The system changed the status to a dangerous because of the difference in levels and warned that it should immediately leave the dungeon. He could not overcome such a rival, so he decided to open the inventory to find a stone and get out of here. But the boss of the dungeon Nasttide attacked him, and he released a stone from his hands. It should immediately use restorative items to restore health. Yekin couldn't dodge the attack, so it was only to wait. But the most stopped. They approached some creature that said that it could not be touched because she brought this guest here. She asked Jaham whether he was a child with the fate of a swollen enemy. He thought who she was at all and then asked if she had arranged it all. She replied to that she thought that a big warrior would destroy him, and he turned out to be a boy with a regular body. Although the mana is good but not so much to challenge the gods of Asa, she thought why Loki chose him. Yekin felt that he was losing consciousness. It looks like this because of great blood loss, and he thought about everything should end here. In this case, his plan will crumble as a card house. He will not be able to take revenge on his father and become a magician, so his dreams must come true. He must hold on to this, and we need to come up with something. The creature told him that she likes a spark in his eyes. But he is weak. The end is already close to gain power, but if he does not work out, and then hell will repeat it again. The creature said that he was very important to them, so she would give him a chance, and asked him to become stronger. He must expand his strength and destroy the most faced with him, and then he will receive a special gift from her. But he should remember that he has very little time. On the notification screen, the Nornir system announced it of obtaining the main quest. This quest is called The Wanderings of Hell. Finally, she said that he had 2 months to destroy the most. The system announced that time went. The quest reward is a gift from hell and a fine when death is not fulfilled. She reminded him once again that if he did not cope, he said goodbye to his life. And she wished the best of luck in the battle, calling him a child chosen Nornir. In a moment, Yekin was elsewhere, but before that he saw a woman giving him a hand as saying strange words. He realized that he was at the entrance to the dungeon, and then he noticed that his wound healed and thought that she did it. Hen will not understand who this woman is, but she is not like a person. Then he opened the notification screen to check everything, and realized that it was not a dream. Her name, Hel. It is the goddess of death in one of the 9 worlds. That is, he met with the goddess. Yekin remembered the words she said and realized that he already knew something about the spell of ASA. He saw it as the Norior system received. But he cannot understand anything and why he was returned to the past and what a swollen enemy and in general what hell wants from him. All these questions he did not know did not give him rest, but he still knows something. This is what he has to pump. If you assume that all words hell are true, if it does not cope, then it will simply destroy it. He laughed and thought that it would be not easy to prepare 2 months before the destruction of the most. This situation is really very complicated. He has already started problems even at the stage of preparation. Now he is not able to fight as a magician. He also does not have a low-level spell. In order to move further, the knowledge of the basics is needed. He decided to contact Yusunin and learned that she also wanted to meet him to discuss the details of the contract, and it is very timely for him. Yekin wrote that he agreed to the contract, but if the guild can fulfill another small request. The next day he came to Guild Lotus. Yeshin thinks they decided to contact him first when they saw his profile, and they learned that his tendency to magic is 97%. If you find the whole world, there are few with the same indicators. In the past, he chose the martial arts class that did not fit him because of his indecisive character. All around only discussed the class of warriors, and the magical in the open was despised. So in such an environment, the choice was obvious. Sonia brought Yehin to the room where he was already waiting for Sonin. She was very pleased to see him. Yekin greeted and said that very glad to see her. She immediately asked what he would say about the contract because the proposal is quite tempted. He said it was even more than enough. He should provide financial assistance and tools in class in unlimited quantities. In case of loss of property, no penalties are expected, and raid treasures will be distributed depending on the contribution to the joint work. Such proposals lure raiders in rank and above. Yukin said that he had already informed the manager Pak Sopoya about his decision. But before signing, I would like to voice another condition. Yusonin asked what exactly. Yakin said that they had already studied his profile. The moon did not pass as he changed the battle class in favor of the magic. And he is difficult to manage magic, so he wants Janine to teach him personally. The first rule of raider survival is to play the best card when it can be maximized. Sonia thought he was a difficult guy and he felt it at their first meeting. The chairman is a master of Guild Lotus, and also a raider SC, of which is very small in the world. He does not believe that Yekin asked to become his teacher. Yekin said that if she agrees, he is ready to sign the contract at least now. Yu Sonin replied that it was very interesting and agreed. And then she added that he still aroused genuine interest, to which Yense answered that he was asking to love and honor. She said that of course, but at first I would like to check his talent. It was expected for him? After all, Lotus Guild would like to make sure of his strength. Sonia noticed changes in the expression of the face of the head. So he knows that in this case it is necessary to prepare morally. Yekin said that in other words, they want to protest his ability. She replied that it was true and Yekin asked what he needed to do. After that, Sonin took advantage of her power and created a mana cuba, and then she said that he had to cope with him and asked him how this task was. Since it signs a contract with a Lotus, it must be capable of at least. Usually mana cubes are used by magicians in rank to find out their sensuality to mana, but for him such a check will be difficult. Of all the magic class raiders, only 7% can pass the mana. He said that it looks like she wanted to break him. Yusonin replied that even if he loses the contract will still be signed. Therefore the conditions do not change and it as a guild master guarantees it. There is no choice in Jehen and you cannot retreat, so he should only go forward. Yusonin said Sonia to prepare everything. He asked if she was confident because even the current magicians of the raiders are difficult to handle mana cuba. And Mingzhen's all teenager. She asked and was he from ordinary teenagers. So Sonin is sure that it is worth trying. Yekin heard of Manacuba before transferring in time, but his magical power was simply horrible. Yusonin said that time to start and Yehen went into the cube. Sonia said he was a little anxious. He understands her interest, but he is still a child. But she replied that he was sure that he would work out, and he asked where such confidence came from. She replied that she just felt it and then wondered how much time he would take to get out of Manacuba. Yekin felt as if he were in the ocean of mana, but he breathes normally, though he worried that he would earn his poisoning. Mono poisoning is a disease that develops as a result of prolonged stay under the influence of magical forces. Man in this world is like oxygen. Without it, it is impossible to use skills. But if you overdo it with her, the lungs and heart are denied, and this leads to inevitable death. So he should not waste time. It is possible that the symptoms of poisoning have not yet appeared. The most important thing is to find a way out, and if the memory does not lead, there is only one way to get out of the cube. Doors that are connected to the outside inside the endless swirls must be found. Yekin tried to concentrate and felt waves of energy. The path lies among them and it will bring it out. He continued to go further but felt something strange, and then he saw a crystal with incredible magical power. He seems to have all the power of this place. So this crystal was very interested in it. Sohani asked Sonin why she believes that Yekin would get out of Cuba and whether it is too difficult for him. She replied that everything was shown by Gino just stunned. Sonia asked how much time he took. Yusunin replied that it took 40 minutes and was the best result in the country. Sonia said he had two options, or he would not get out at all or set a new record. She replied that she thinks so, but for some reason it seems to her that he will come out. And then looked at the cube, she saw something. Watching the cubes, they noticed that he had crackled. Sonia looked at the clock and since Yehen came up for 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, a fault opened in Cuba, so they were interested in what was happening inside. Powerful energy is distributed from the crystal, so Yekin thought it was the core of Cuba, and if it can get out of here if it destroys it. So he no longer has to look for a way out. Therefore, he took the crystal and destroyed it. Thanks to this, he has gained a new passive skill in managing. The cube was destroyed and he could get out of it. Sonia could not believe his eyes as Yakane saw. Only 7% of the raiders of the magicians are selected from the cube. But they need to spend about 3 hours on it. Raiders above in rank about 2 hours, for a rank for 1.5 hours. And S ranks cope in about an hour, but Jakin exceeded the previous record. Before him, the record set Camila from the Union of Europe. She is the genius of magical practices and it took 36 minutes to get out of the Cuba. Yekin just broke this record with a difference of 26 minutes. Sonia approached him to greet, and he said that it was incredibly managed in 10 minutes. Jehen himself could not believe that he had so fast. Sonin approached them and asked how he was able to get out so quickly. He replied that he found some crystal inside and just broke it. It was very surprised because the Cuba crystal is a vessel that retains all the energy of magical space. The usual awakened cannot even find it and even more destroy it. So if Mingjena was able to break the crystal, it means that his mana is much larger than the energy of the cube. Yusonin said that he had coped well, and in the name of the Lotus Guild and her honest word, she agreed to teach him and asked if he was ready for it. Kim Yujan, along with his girlfriend, waited for Jehen and he was late again and did not take the phone. Then they saw a car approaching them and Yensi came out of it. The Yuan saw the expensive limousine as surprised why Ming Geno came out of him. He said goodbye to the driver and went to them. Kim's girlfriend wondered or did not start doing something bad if he was driving on such a car. The Yujan, offended by Kimu, waited for him to explain, so he had to tell everything that had happened. She asked that he decided to choose a magical class because he does not consider him a class of martial arts. Yekin replied that this is how he had done with preparation and signed everything, and then he said that he was already sick of the combat class. But Kim noted that literally a few days ago he claimed that the magicians had no prospects in the future. So she asked him a temperature just slate cracked. He replied that man is a chameleon and changes his eyes as that color. Yujan replied that she didn't think to hear from him, and she asked if he was confident. He chose the martial arts class through his mother. Even despite magical talents, it is not profitable to be a magician, and it takes a lot of strength. He remembered the words that Chong was told by the raiders that the warriors are difficult to find a job. Kim said he wanted to support his mother. But he asked her to close this topic, and then he asked what she was doing here and where her parents or on a business trip again. The Yoon replied that so she came to visit and her aunt allowed her to stay overnight. He asked what she likes to be in them. After all, her home is a real divorce is not that they're few squares. Kim Yoo-jan is the only daughter of a very well-equipped family of businessmen. Her parents are engaged in processing the remains of monsters. And then they sell processing in the world markets, because in other countries, new monsters have been emerging. Therefore, Kim Yoo-jan often stays at home. Their parents are friends, so the night in Jihen's house is a common thing. Yekin said that if she already remains, he should teach him the basics of magic. She asked him, or just like that. So he asked what she wanted for it. Let him say and then understand, but she never thought about it. And then she said that he had to fulfill her desire for absolutely anything, but if he does not agree, she will not teach him. Yekin agreed but said that the term of their contract is only a year. If during this time she does not come up with anything, then the agreement is cancelled. The Yoon called him greedy but agreed. He expected that this year she would forget about this desire. He asked what her face and whether she could come up with something obscene. But she became angry and he noted that she became even more scary. Kim Yoo-jan asked whether he was tired of living and then remembered that he had left her, so it was time for him to take revenge for it. She began to beat him with a pillow and he shouted, asking why beat him on his head. But the Yoon told him to remain silent. Their struggle was interrupted by Jaehen's mother because she called them to the table. But finally, Kim Yoo-jan wanted to finish start. She continued to beat him with a pillow and Yekin caught himself thinking that he could not say that he was unpleasant. Meanwhile, Ming Sono, along with guild warriors, completed the raid. The warrior thanked and said that they quickly coped. There was no such fun raid for a long time, so he was offered to join their guild. After all, a strong and powerful alliance can form. But he replied that he had no such plans. But the man wanted to persuade him and said that Guild Scarlet would provide the ideal conditions. But Ming Sono said he was tired and used his magical power against him. And then he said that this nasty greed are only inherent in man? But of course not. Not only people are infected with it. Ming Solo is Jen's father. After talking to the warrior, he went and he could not remember what he did here at all. Jekin came to training in guild and Yusonin said that before starting her studies, she wanted to see his battle skills. And that means they will hold a training duel. Yekin asked whether it was not too much. But she does not think that a person who coped with Monocuba in 10 minutes should be worried about such a trifle. And then she said that he would try to attack her. Yekin thought that he had not noticed her combat outfit. She planned it from the beginning. Yekin accepted a typical rack of warriors, left leg forward with a curved knee and as much as possible shoulders. It can be used to evade the enemy's attack and attack. He tried to attack Yusonin, but she caught his hand and struck him. He thought he would be able to strike at least one stroke. But she is a Raider S rank and besides healer. Yusonin asked if he wanted to choose a class of martial arts. He replied that so she noticed that he did not get rid of the old habits. The magician cannot attack so thoughtlessly. Then she asked if he knew how first of all the class of martial arts different from magical. He replied that the distance. Martial arts are a nearby battle and magical is a distant battle. She replied that it was true. The raiders of the magicians weaken the enemy at a distance and only then rush, and he tries to shorten the distance to the enemy immediately. With such tactics, any magician is doomed to defeat. Yusonin said that she was frivolous and would complicate the task a little. After all, he needs a visual example to understand how true magicians should fight, so this time it will also attack. But not so that he will be severely injured, but as a last resort, she will be able to restore his health. She said that he was able to fight the full return, and after that he attacked him, and Yekin evaded him. Next, his turn to attack, so he activated the skill of a super speed chain. He did not notice how Sonin was on the other side. She said that it was a skill and rank, and even more so a super speed chain. So she believes that he was full of surprises and then attacked him. And Yekin realized that it was very fast and he would not have time to evade. Yusonin said that no matter how he had a spell, he had no use if he could not hit. And then she asked if he agreed with that. Seeing him, she did not expect him to stand on her feet and it seemed very interesting to her. Although she did not put a fifth of her energy in the attack but still did not expect one. So she just asked him. He activated the skill of the absolute calculation and destroyed her sacred arrows that flew directly into him. Yusonin could not believe that he destroyed her spell, and she said that he had been wondering for a row. She asked what was still in his arsenal, and Yekin answered who knew it, and then applied another ability. Yekin was able to hit her and she appreciated his agility. For a person who has never learned magic and has such a power more than enough, she is interested in how he creates magic without reading the spell. It is a must-have ritual for the magician. Only wizards can create spells in silence. As a magician, he is inept, so how can magic without reading the spell can use? Yaken was concerned because his attack did not work, and he had almost no mana left, so he considers her a true monster. Yusonin said that many talents were hidden in it, but he is still too illiterate. After that, she attacked him, and he fell. Yusonin asked he thought he would be able to overcome her and gave him her hand to rise. Yaken thought that he did not even notice her last blow. That's what it means to be a Raider S rank. When you dedicate yourself to the martial arts classes, you only get the experience of a nearby battle, and here is endless magical attacks and their incredible speed. Yusonin thought that he may have it and really would work out. And then she said that during the duel she was mentioned somewhat, and everyone thought about it at least once. She means the style of battle that no one could have mastered, but it seems to her that he is capable of it. She asked him whether she was intrigued, but he had doubts that he would succeed. Yusonin said that he could call her a teacher and congratulated her from that time he became her student. Jeshin thought, and Kim Yujun asked if he was listening to it at all. He replied that so, but asked not to talk to his mouth. She wanted to talk to him about the payment for study, and he asked if she had not got tired of eating. This is the fourth bank. The Yoon replied that she showed her drawings where the main categories of magic were depicted. This includes buff magic, might magic, and healing. The level of magic has grown and the efficiency of magic is now 5%. During each progress, the system sends him a message. It is as if he was pleased with his success. Kim asked if he was exactly the martial arts class. In 2 days, he studied spells that others have studied for more than a month. Jaken asked why she was amazed because she studied them in 3 days, but she noticed that he would turn to it. He answered well, the teacher, and the young asked if it could have been different. She had previously begun to study magical art. With this rate, it is very quickly catching up. He answered what the teacher will do because he had a tendency, and he cannot otherwise because time goes by his life under threat. Kim said that she did not tell him about it, but she was surprised when he changed his mind. After all, he sought to study martial arts and the magical class is not in demand, but even more concerned how he could bury his talent in the ground. He answered that she is well and so know how the magicians are now, and then he had a strange thought. Whether he really chose the warrior's way to his own will. Kim Yujun asked him whether he was practicing in magic. He replied that so with another teacher. Kim Yugen noted that at the end of the sentence something was missing, so he said that so, the teacher. Then it seemed to him that he heard someone's voice and immediately remembered what Hell had told him. He cannot be distracted by anything else, and he seriously wondered that he would like to have something in the likeness of the potion that solves all the problems. Sonia trained the participants of the guild, watching everyone. Turning to Raider Pak Uzun, he said that when he mowed his sword, he bent his back. And then he paid attention to the Raider Kanjina and noted that her reading is too slow. She should gather and do it faster. After all, if you do not use the healing of her comrades in time. Then Sonia said Yusonin that they were all good enough. If compared to last year, the average has become higher. But Sonin thought about her, so apologized that she did not pay attention to him. He asked if she was thinking about Jagan, and Yusonin replied that he could not be deceived. Sonia said that if he did not betray his memory, she wanted to teach him what he had tried to learn many raiders. But none of them could not achieve a significant result. Yusonin noticed that he himself saw Jahan's abilities. His movements are perfect as a skilled person. If a Raider S Raider appears among the magicians, it will definitely be Jen. In Korea, only she managed to reach magical S rank, but she is still a healer and her fighting magic. But that if they are replenished by Gino, then the magical class will expect very serious changes. Potion enlargement can be a very strong elixir that infinitely increases the Manu of the awakened. Every Raider magician is probably interested in such cooking, but Jahan has not done nothing in a row. He used too many ingredients. All the money will end with this rate. Yakin is convinced that in the first stage the liquid should be white, but he did not have something. There is no one to ask. At this time, no one knows about the method of cooking potion enlargement of man. Now 2020th years and it will be created in 5 years. Now he only knows what components need and how to mix them to get the necessary potions. Prior to his return, the recipe was published by one of the world-class alchemists. He once said that he would very much like the elixir to become a reliable support for raiders from all over the world. Jahan did not work. He only spent in vain. So I decided that it would be better to change the approach. He decided that it would be better to find Lee Jessen, who will create an elixir for mana recovery in the future. Even if the potion fails to cook, Yoken is sure that meeting the creator will not be superfluous. There is nothing to regret him. Now the alchemist is studying at the first year at the Mile Academy, so Jens decided to visit him. Jahan's mother returned home and saw real defeat in the kitchen, so she thought he could call the police. But at home, nothing had disappeared, and could thieves arrange a stir in the kitchen, and at the same time to take nothing? There are several personalities who, with the advent of Yggdrasil and monsters, have taken the leading positions as soon as possible. One is Lee Jessen's Fast Sword, the first South Korean Raider S rank. He took the place of the first awakened after his disappearance. And the one with who Jahan should meet is his younger son, Lee Jessen. Jekken wanted to go into the tag portal. This is a closed area because of the threat of monsters attack. There are constantly different creatures there, so every step in the territory can be the last. The tag is not equipped for fun, so there is only one reason for those who go there. If they study at the Mile Academy, to get into the portal, Jekken said that he was preparing to enter the academy. A little more and the main gate of the academy will appear. He has so many memories associated with this place, but now they have no sense. He told himself that there was no time for conversation and we had to go. This terrain is very dangerous. The monsters are waiting at every step, so care should be taken. He reached the academy and received a temporary pass, tried to find Lee Jessen, who was studying in the martial arts class. But he has no talent to be a warrior. It is unlikely that he will use combat combinations. He decided to look for him in the lecture room, but then noticed a crowd of students. Two of them discussed that it could be stopped, but the other student noted that then everyone would switch to them when they find out that they helped the one who stutter. So they decided to joke a little. Still, everyone stands and no one responds to it. Yekin decided to intercede and asked him who he was and what things were about their friend. He asked Lee Jessen how he was, and he asked who he was. The guy approached him and asked if he was a younger brother of their Zaya, and said that he did not know that he had relatives, but they were not very similar. And then he added that he thought he did not tell about his family because they are no longer alive for a long time. Lee Jessen wanted to say something, but the guy noted that he was going from here if he did not want to get the adults now. Yekin said Lee Jessen that he better go to the medical center, but his rival did not like it. He told him that he is good with him, but he didn't understand, and he asked Jaehan whether he could live tired. Jaehan did not like that he grabbed him again and said that he was too often started grabbing a collar. He remembered how Kim Yujan taught him that first we needed to imagine the image, then come up with a formula to design it and put it in operation. These are the basics of magic. The image, he will imagine a light flash of a flying arrow. He also remembered his competition with Sonin. After that, he struck the boy who grabbed him by the collar. Lee Jasana surprised that he used a spell without words. Other students of the academy who watched the fact that they were very surprised and asked if someone saw his cast. They do not understand how a simple sacred arrow he was able to damage his hand to whoever was going to become a raider of the martial arts class. So they thought that maybe this pursuit may actually be full of weakness and only likes to be beaten. Jaehan's rival understands that so it can lose his authority. He does not know who it is but I am sure that he just does not happen. He used his strength to take revenge. But Yekin remembered how Sonin said that for the power field it was necessary to wrap his body evenly, and then you need to sharply throw away the force. So at the same moment, he activated the skill of the power mana. After that, Yekin was able to knock his weapons out of the rival's hands and asked him if he had finished, and then used a sacred arrow. His rival flew and Lee Jessen became interesting who he was. Yekin looked at his rival and thought that he was well spoiled, and this time even better than in the past life. But Yekin still decided to cure him. He got the elixir with the words that he bought this thing for another case, but you won't do anything. Yekin poured into his opponent and Lee Jessen watched everything. His rival said he didn't know who made this potion, but the effect is incredible. After that, Yekin asked Lee Jessen whether he would go with him to the medical center. Lee Jessen followed him, but then said that the medical center on the other side. Yekin said that there is no one to hear their conversation nearby. So Jessen thought he knew who he was and asked if his father did not send him. Yekin thought that they had a misunderstanding and it was not necessary to annoy his vigilance, so he answered that no. And he asked how he could know his father, and then Yekin noticed that Lee Jessen did not believe him. But Jason asked him why he was. Yekin replied that he had a request. It is necessary to cook one potion. But Jason did not understand what he was talking about, and what a potion at all, and answered what could not do it. Yekin asked how he could not. After all, it is well versed in alchemy, and then he decided to show him something. He got a bottle from the potion that he healed that guy and asked if he sold that potion in the black market. Lee Jessen was surprised from where he learned about it. I am sure that it could not be tracked through the black market. Yekin thought that everything was written on his forehead. The black market is a system that carefully conceals the names of its participants. Everything happens with the help of the Esh system, so confidentiality is fully observed for buyers for sellers. Otherwise, Yekin would not have thought of selling the found eye of Odin, but there is no point in talking about it. But no matter how well the black market is functioning in the Norner system, otherwise Jaehan would not work out. If he could not buy this potion, his affairs would not be the best. Yekin asked Jason whether it was his creation, but he replied that he did not understand what he was saying. But Yekin told him that he could not lie, and he realizes that Jason wants to stay in the shadow. But he has very little time and he needs his help. But Jason wondered what made the mistake. He thought that it was not necessary to put potions for sale and did not think that everything would turn out because he just needed money. Jason realizes that if his father learns about it, then he wanted to get out. So he asked Yahuan to keep it secret from others, but he replied that he raised the topic of potion, not for threats. He just needs a wonderful alchemist that boils. Jason is surprised such words and did not look like he was deceiving. Still, he had doubts that his father could send him. So Jason asked who he was, and he replied that the future student of the Academy Miles and said to be called Yogming Jeno. Yashin told him everything, so he decided to help him, so he brought him home and showed his workplace. Jason asked what he needed. He replied that a secret remedy to enlarge man. This idea of creating a potion that will allow the raiders to endlessly restore their energy to Jason. But he believes that the creation of something such is impossible. But Yekin said that it is quite possible. It was in the future that created this piece continuous filling of mana, but he does not know about it yet. Lee Jessen wondered what ingredients need to be used to achieve this effect, and then he began to list the ingredients. The root of the Mandragora spring water of the Jotunheima, but it will be not enough. Yekin felt a dramatically changing atmosphere in the room. Jessen stopped stuttering and named most of the necessary ingredients. He realized that before him, a real genius was obliged to make him his supporter. Jessen asked if it was better to ask the second alchemist to create this masterpiece. But Yekin replied that he wanted to do it, and he will provide everything you need. Jekken wonders maybe other alchemists could also create herbs if there was a recipe, but their skills do not stand with the skill of Lee Jessen, so he should fight for this guy. Jekken asked him whether he could help, and he agreed. But he cannot promise that everything will be successful. Jekken replied that the failure is the way to success. Jessen asked if he was confident because if nothing turned out, he would lose a lot of money. He replied that there was nothing wrong because he believes in his ability. Investment is not easy, but it is ready to take the risk. Moreover, Jekken knows that he will never be able to create a potion, so he said that he relied on him. Lee Jason thought that it was for the first time when someone believed in him, and Yehyun thought about the advantage that he had new connections. Left alone with his thoughts, Jason scrolled all the pump in his head and thought that no one relied on him. Unlike his brothers, he lacked talent. He was always cowardly and alone. His mom was not very early, and his father never recognized him as a son. Because he did not stand out among others, he was given trust for the first time. He could not hold back tears without understanding why Jechahen's words to touch his heart. Time was gone and Jekken was constantly training, and before that decisive day was only 10 days. Thanks to his teacher, Yu Sinin, Jechen became stronger and more agile. During his latest training, he showed a good result. Cracks appeared in the barrier, so the process was very fast. Yu Sonin appreciated the fact that Jechen began to cope much better. They continued the battle with the use of their abilities, but Sulia interrupted them. He said that the training time had already come out, but they both had already worked well. Suraji could not believe that the training platform made of special metal almost came into disrepair. It is difficult to leave these stones on these stones, and if it did not stop them, then very beautiful ruins. Yu Sonin praised the student for the incredible speed of development. Already it can use different spells and sometimes simply amazes them. She asked if someone was teaching the theory except their training, and he replied that his girlfriend helped him. So Sonin said that he exceeds all expectations. If she was concerned about it because she does not have time to lecture. She added that his girlfriend was very smart, and Yehyun agreed to say that it was. You do not argue about the mind, but her character is something with something. Yusinin noticed that he heard he was going to the dungeon again. He replied that he wanted to test his skills. She said that the dungeon of the rank would be in force and wished. Yehyun thought that the rank would be perfect for him. It should remain cold-blooded, but whether it comes out, his enemy boss dungeon outside has a rank. In the past, he would not overcome him. But whether he can defeat him now. However, the preparation was serious and only a battle awaits him, so he must win. Jekken met with Lee Jason to find out about the result and asked if he had difficult, and also asked if that was the potion. So he immediately tried him, and the characteristics of the man increased by 15 units. Jekken said that the effect is just wonderful, even so much that this bitter pill is like a lollipop. Alchemy is a very complex science, and the effect of the same potion changes, depending on the skills of the alchemist. If he gave the ingredients to someone else and asked to do something similar, the result would not be like that. He would bring a remedy that increases the characteristics by 1 or 2, but not by 15 units. Jekken noted that he told him that he had a talent. Jessen replied that he thanked him all. But Jekken said that he should thank him for it, and then he said that he was resting because he was sleeping bad in the last days. Jessen replied that if he needed something to call, and Jens left. This preparation was completed, and tomorrow he has to deal with the boss. 9 days have remained before the quest. Hel told a monster named Garm that she has a premonition that they should expect guests. Jekken came to the entrance from the dungeon, taking with him all the necessary tools C-Class C set of Valkyrie. In his opinion, this tool will be enough, and he feels just great. He entered the dungeon and the Norner system again moved him to Helheim, to the land of the dead. Last time he did not understand this, but this bad energy is felt here everywhere. It looks like it belongs to the boss of this world. By destroying him, he will be able to meet Hel and then from Loki and learn more about Nornir. After all, he had a lot of questions. He remembered how Sonin taught him the struggle of a battle magician. The martial arts class calls such people magical swordfish, but this is not the main thing. The most hybrid position in which it combines magic with martial arts is important, but until anyone succeeded. The long distance is not suitable for magical class, and the short is not enough for the martial arts class. This is a kind of middle position in which none of the two directions are specialized, but if we talk about him, this is another matter. Sonia waited for Jishane and felt that he was not alone here, but he did not hear that someone except him should come here. A woman arrived on the car and said that she barely found this place. Sonia called her by the name of Yonya and asked if she really was. She told him that they did not see a long time, and he asked what she was doing here. Is there work in their guild? But she answered what she wanted to see him, so she had to come here because she did not find it in the guild itself. But Sonia didn't believe it. After graduating from the university, there was no hearing or spirit, but he said that I was also glad to see her. She would not overcome such a way to just say hello. Jonji asked if they were following these dungeons. Sonia replied that it was not necessary for a stranger to it. She replied that it was surprisingly not their jurisdiction and were in office. She said that she was just somewhat interesting and she was referring to the hearing of the head of Sonin and asked whether it is true. Sonia replied that of course it was not true and where she heard it at all. She said the ears around. And as he knows in their guild, the curator is full. He thought that she hinted at the spy. He told her thank you what she announced, and after returning he will have even more work. And whether it asked. Because he needs to return order. She said that she had another question, and then she showed the photo and asked if he did not know this guy named Mina Jen. She seemed to come to guild recently. and it looks like more than once he saw with the head of you, Sonin, so she thought that he may know what is the matter. He answered that she should not punch her nose as a stranger. Jeonji replied that she did not hope that he would tell her everything. After all, she is very well aware of he is so unattended and stubborn. For the arrival here, the guild paid her, so she will not pretend. So, and after learning, she left saying goodbye to Sonia. He thought that it should be reported to Sonin. After winning the monsters, Yekin waited for the boss dungeon, and he finally appeared to him. Yekin said how many years, how much winters, but this time everything will be different, and after these words, he immediately attacked the enemy. He remembered everything that he taught him Sonin and took one step to the left to the right, and then made his head and then performed a wide lunge to the side. Yekin asked the most more than he was lost because everything did not think about it, and then he used a supersonic chain against him, but this was not enough to destroy it. So he decided to use another ability. The Nornir system warned Yekin that the most angry and his strength increased. Because of this, he was imposed on death, and if he did not destroy the opponent within 10 minutes, he will have a fine of instant death. It was very surprised by Yekin because he never heard of such before. He wanted to use the skill of absolute calculation, but he hindered something. He realized that he was involved in this and asked why she interferes. But he has no choice, and he should end with it faster. So he ran closer to the boss but noticed that he deliberately moved away from him in order to be mocked. The boss deliberately pulls the time, so Yekin has to strike such a blow from which he will not be able to evade. Yekin began to feel something incomprehensible, and the system announced that it was fear and did not work it. But then he dispelled this effect. He realized that the boss was not able to use his skills several times in a row, but not sure of it. The boss may prevent him if he tries to use the Cord of Light again. As a result, he will spend Manu and will be disarmed. So Yekin remembers he struck him in his eyes so his vision should deteriorate, so he activated the skills of Vanderbust. At first, he decided to completely turn off the light to his opponent, and asked he thought he would simply attack him. Yekin used another skill, and this blow was crucial. He breathed with relief that he finally dealt with him. But then he thought that the boss was still capable, but said that it was too late. The boss sent his lifeless bodies on him, but he fought with them. But there was less and less time. 10 seconds remain a fine of instant death. Juhen seemed to move his opponent. But fortunately, he just seemed. Time has fallen, and the system reported that the most wicked. Yekin received the title of one who endured the first suffering. Hell was happy that the choice of this guy was not accidental, so she called him to herself and would wait for him in her temple. The effect of the Seal of Death was removed from Jahan. For the destruction of the boss, he received the experience of Shadow Armor and the Nucleus of the Most. He received 3 new levels at once, so the system launched a user qualification check. After checking the temple, Hell called him and he moved to another place. Yekin said that here he was the Temple of Hell. How a huge monster named Garma appeared here. Jahan was confused, but Hell ordered the monster to hold her guest. Yekin followed the monster thinking that he finally got into this place. Going into the middle, he shouted Hell that came to her, and she replied that he didn't think he would succeed. She told him that she'd greet the enemy of evil and praised for the fact that he had a great deal with the test. Yekin asked why he got the Nornir system and why he was forced to go through it. After all, there should be some reason. Hell replied that it was all to make him an opponent of evil. Yekin asked why he and Hell replied that such a fate was the enemy of the ace. He is the one who has to destroy Odin. This is what Loki wants. He asked why he should do it and said that he didn't understand anything. Hell replied that they did not count on his understanding, and she said that he may feel some injustice. But the reasons for which man should play according to the rules of the gods are incomprehensible for his mind. But he must remember that the matter is not only the gods of the opponents of the aces. She decided to send it back and finally said that the world was standing on the threshold of the apocalypse. Odin wants to take possession of everyone and needs his strength to interfere with them, but Yekin wanted to stop her. After all, he has another question, but she told him to become stronger before their next meeting. She sent him back and then asked someone, or for a long time he had to watch her here because she did not invite him here. Jekin was at the entrance to the dungeon and thought that he had even more questions than answers. Then the system announced that he received a gift, passive skill intercession Hell. The unexpected guest Hell apologized for his rudeness, but as he learned of meeting with Gino, he could not hold back. He said what a faithful friend in her and how she was to meet with him personally, but she replied that it was not necessary to rush to the conclusions. Yekin took only the first step, but he said that she clearly liked this guy, and she acknowledged that he exceeded her expectations. He managed to pass the trials and stand before her, and it was a fairly pleasant misunderstanding, and he replied that he was glad and became calmer. Hell asked if he came only. She is convinced that he has something to say by calling him the name of Mir. He replied that he did not understand what she was about. Hell called him a cunning old man and asked if he would have a fool long, the insidiousness under the Prostak mask, and this is reminiscent of her brother. Hell asked if he thought she would not notice the change in the principle of the enemy of evil. If so, it is a pity and it can no longer be called a giant of wisdom. He answered not to be hot and that you will not spend it. Hell said that she hadn't finished yet. With regard to his left eye, she knows Odin's so devoted an eye to the source of wisdom. She asked Mimira that he would answer it. What they have a plan from Loki, but he apologized. He would like to tell everything, but yet too early. Such is the fate. Hel replied that she was used to waiting, but sitting her hands is not going. Mimir said that a good idea came to her. She replied that the opponent of evil is still weak. If you believe the prophecy, he has many more trials, so you will need a conductor, the one who always shows him the right path, even if this path is full of dangers. 7 days remain before entering the academy, so Jehen needs to prepare well. The girl from the guild on behalf of the head came to help him. She said Yekin looks confused, and she asked if she was worried. He replied that nothing special, said that in this case they were waiting for purchases. In fact, much worried him. The most important thing is that after many efforts, he had even more questions, but he still got something. The affection of Hell X rank. He has a few more skills with the same rank. There were no such ranks in the former Esh system. The rank A is out of specification, in other words. Rank skills go beyond the Escher. And if other skills are so cool, it means that the eye of the absolute god should be the same. He mentioned the words of the opponent of the gods of ASA. So he thinks that he was not just so stuffed with it. While he scored everything in his head, his assistant chose tools for him. She chose the weapon, but Yekin does not think that it is worth giving 300 millions of won for mana. Why give such money for a thing that will still have to be thrown away? The girl replied that the Academy Mills represents only such goods. But the quality of the freshman's equipment does not cease to desire much, so you still need to buy a sacred tool. She looked at the list that you needed to buy there, and he was surprised that there was too much everything. Before that, this girl came to Yekin and said that her name is Pak Khan. It enters the Lotus Guild. Yu Sonnen wants to make him a gift in honor of joining the academy. So she asked if she was ready to spend a little time. At first he thought it would be some miraculous medicines or artifacts, but Guild Lotus is completely different. Khan said that now the armor was needed, but Yekin replied that there was no need because he already has a kit. These are shadow armor of the rank, which he received after the boss, and the best protective tool is not found here. And in addition, they give a unique hiding skill. Hearing this, Khan was surprised. She asked if he needed an artifact with a concealment effect. Such an item would like to have every raider, but it is very difficult to find. Yekin said not to take care of this. Not so many raiders are studying concealment, and such things can be found in the dungeon if you are well lucky. She replied that only her older brother possesses everything in their country. Yekin asked who her brother, and she replied that the manager Pak Sopoge. And then he asked whether he did not know about it, but he shocked him and could not think of it. So, having decided to miss the armor of Khan, she moved to the choice of weapons. Yekin felt something and saw the fires right like treasure gates. Nornir system felt resonance with the user. So he began to follow the lights. Khan wanted to stop him but did not have time. The eye of the absolute god recognized the truth through a false vision. He has received another skill of recognizing the rank of which is able to recognize an unknown subject by ignoring the ability to conceal an illusion. Meanwhile, an Anahan won in a duel. His skill impressed everyone, although his opponent had good skills. Everything decided in talent. Therefore, it is called the New Generation S-Class. His father said that he was a good young man, and Anahona thanked, but his father noted that he was not happy because he was obliged to win the fight. Anhan answered what he knew, and his father said as the battle is over, it is time to do other things, so he should go into the shower. She should come to one place for something, and Anahan constantly felt discomfort and disgust. He feels not a man, but a robot. He did not want to become such a raider, so he thought at what point everything changed so much. Jahan came in the subject of Mistletoe, the mistletoe branch who destroyed the son of Odin Baldra. It grows with the user and has an endless amount. It belongs to rank A and enhances the ability of the Mon-H perception to the maximum level. Yekin thought it was again what a joke of the Nornir system. Anahan was in the same place as Yekin, and they just needed. My father chose him a tool for joining the academy, and Anahan asked why he was so much, and he replied that it was all for its development. The future raider of S rank cannot save money on equipment. And Anahan asked how much Mother's hospital accounts for this month, but his father replied that it was enough. He will deal with them. He also noted that he should continue to train. And Aegon agreed with him but did not understand what he was doing here at all. Everyone who saw An Hyun recognized him and discussed thinking what he was doing here, and he wondered that he wanted not that life. He felt like a monkey in a cage. On that day, when he discovered his ability, his mother did not stop stroking him on her head and smile. It was then that he realized that he wanted to become a raider. He was light in the impenetrable darkness. But his father quickly found his ability to use the right use, so now he is rather a robot than a person, just his father's tool. He has doubts that he will be able to stay at the academy for 3 years. In a moment, everyone heard ads for all visitors of the shopping center. Not far from the dungeon came from here. As a result, dangerous monsters got out on the street. The association has already sent raiders, so all buyers should keep calm. The dungeon is a phenomenon in which the monsters are selected on the surface from their pits. An Hoyon embarrassed their appearance. All people began to panic and flee, and his father asked An Hoyon why he became. And then he said that he would keep the genius that would keep in the fist all South Korea. If it is injured, then his position in the academy will shake. He wins nothing. Anhan thought that his father was right. The raiders from the association will understand the monsters themselves. But what will happen to ordinary people before arriving? So Anhan thought that it was his chance. So he decided to run to the place of the dungeon, but his father wanted to stop asking what he conceived. But he must prove to himself that he is a real raider and wants to make sure that he chose the right path, or understand that it was a mistake. Seeing such a large number of monsters, he was frightened and could not move. Only his eyes could shake with fear. He could not take any step and even move his finger. He did not work, but he continued to force himself to move. And Anna dreamed of becoming a raider and scared of some lower monsters. Goblin tried to attack him, but Yekin had time just in time. He reflected the attack and immediately recognized Ananon's. After all, he has known about him since his past life. Before the fracture of the dungeon, Jaehyun still purchased a rare item for personal funds for 50 million won. Khan asked him why he went towards unknown objects, and then she wondered that he had in his hands. Yakin thought that this thing looks like a regular stone in the eyes of strangers, so he replied that nothing special, but it would be a wonder if everyone could see the system device. Yakin said that weapons could not be bought. After that, they heard the announcement of a dungeon, as a result of which monsters came out on the street. So Jano immediately rushed there, and Khan did not have time to stop him. He jumped out of the window and landed directly in the right place. Goblin turned out to be much more than he expected, so it is possible that the loss will be. He immediately attacked them by destroying one after the other, and then saw Anan Ans of Hoyon, who threatened the danger. His hat flew from his head, so he was no longer able to hide his personality. Yekin didn't expect to see him here. He knows his name and that he also enters the academy. Yekin said that he needed his help, but an Anahan noticed that Goblin was approaching him and wanted to warn him. Yekin answered what he knew about it and immediately attacked the monster. They both realized that monsters cannot be reached, so Yekin asked him, or for a long time he was going to stand, and he said to gather and take a weapon. An Han said that he understood him, although it is strange, but after his words, trembling all over the body stopped, and he was able to move. He thought that a real raider was standing in front of him, and all that he has to do it now to save people. Yekin asked if he would be able to provoke. It is a technique for distracting the attention of monsters on yourself. He wants Anch Han to help if he came to him. And then he added that the goblins, and to try not to miss anyone, it is necessary to provoke as much as possible. So Jens asked if he could handle, and Anahan understands that one cannot doubt and should be acting. He must do what he knows. Therefore, he activated the skill of provocation, and all the monsters within the 50-meter radius paid attention to him. He has activated the skill several times until he attracted the attention of all goblins. Yekin noticed that the effect of his ability is stronger than usual. He does not believe he can use the skill several times in a row, but what else can be expected from genius? Ju had managed to reach only the rank of 5. He does not know what is the matter in his psychological state or in something, but glory destroys his personality. Therefore, he was called a genius with a sad fate. But what is the difference, after all? It is possible to correct its weak character. Yekin believes that Anan Hyon is a very useful ally. Its progress will be served by its goals otherwise. He said Anan Anch Hyon that time to finish, so they finally dealt with all the monsters. A man approached them and asked what it means. He is from the Raiders Association Management. The man greeted them and said his name Ken-hun. He arrived from the management headquarters of the National Raiders Association. He asked what happened here and whether they dealt with all these monsters, and An-chun said uncertainly that Pa Ken-hun recognized him. He heard that he was called a genius, but he only went into senior classes, and the second guy looks like his peer. He was amazed as these two destroyed so many monsters and asked what to report to his superiors. Yekin said that just wanted to talk about it. He suggested that everyone think that the monsters figured out the association. No one will believe that they did it, but Pa Ken-hun noted that this offense. But Yekin said that if there were witnesses, it would be a completely different matter. Ken-hun said that as they know, they are equated with national authority. Therefore, he cannot act outside the regulations. And if they do not want to attract attention, then do not suit the noisy struggle. He added that they would pay a reward. But Yekin said that it was superfluous and let him get an Anahon, and he asked not to mention his participation at all. He has enough money for a lotus, and now when the entry into the academy is better not to glow in people. It is more profitable for him to give all the laurels of Choyon. Pa Ken-hun asked if there were no conditions, but an Anahon said to Jetchen that he destroyed all the monsters. He replied that he had his circumstances. Before entering the academy, he would not want to get into his eyes. Before returning in time, his talent in the martial arts was not important. But now the situation has changed dramatically, and his father does not know about changing the class to magical. If his plan is known, then there will be problems. So he wants to stay in the shade, and his revenge will be cold and quiet. When Yishin becomes stronger, even his father's power will not help. He waits the right moment and will strike. An-han does not know how to do him because he would definitely not win all these monsters. He does not want to assign the merits of others, but he could need this money. This money can be helped by the mother. He wanted to become a raider, what she would be proud of. But if he misses the moment and the mother does not get, then whether he can withstand it. Yekin thought that Anan-han is unlikely to think about pride. There is too much sadness in his eyes. So what is the reason for these doubts? Yekin decided that he needed to help with his choice. He told him that he would think well. After all, his actions were as important. If it were not for his determination, some of them would definitely say goodbye to life. Therefore, everything is honest. An-han replied that he was right. There is nothing to think and what a meaning in a dream if, because of uncertainty, he loses a loved one. So he agreed and said to Jetchen that he would definitely pay with him some time. Pa Ken-hun noticed that Yekin was very skillful in dealing with people, so he considers him a difficult guy. He said what they would do as they asked him. Yekin thanked and said goodbye. But an Anahan asked him to name his name at least, and he answered that he would not be worried because he would soon know. And he added that they join one academy, so they will see often. He was surprised that they were peers. This is how his preparation for joining the academy miles ended, and the day of the entry came. Everyone was interested in whether it was the same martial art genius. He's from another planet. Someone was also interested in what a good girl was. But Yekin knows her from her past life. This is the SNA who already collects the views of others. In the future, her name will be at the top of the raider list. If he can bow her in his direction, the ace in the sleeve will be added. But it is a difficult case, so now it is better not to exaggerate. Moreover, he already has an allies in Hyeon Yusonin and Lee Jessen. Kim Yoo-jun said that the girl understands good, but why look so? But he answered what she was saying at all. Finally, all the entrants in the academy began. Academy director Milas Quinn decided to congratulate the students personally. Yekin waited that he finally began and remembered that this is how the director's face looked. He also mentioned that he should happen to Kim Yoo-jun and said that she should be ready for everything. It is unknown what can happen in the academy. She asked why he suddenly worried about her and said that she would not be able to handle. Earlier, after the entry, Kim Yoo-jun took 3rd place in the rating of magicians. This time, he should not allow her to die. The director began the entry ceremony and wanted to say something, but thinks that all present will not be interesting official speeches. He is convinced that everyone knows that somewhat special was prepared for the entry. This is a game where they have to steal the names of their new comrades. And then he said that the hunting would begin. Kim Yoo-jun was immediately knocked down and Jeno was scared for her. He shouted to be careful and catch her hand. Kim did not have time to understand and lost anything. Meanwhile, Sonia said that today is the same day and he implies the introduction of Ming Jaina to the Mila Academy. Yoo Sunin was surprised to fly so quickly. After all, she wanted to personally wish him good luck. But now they will not see. Yoo Sonin asked if this time it would last for 3 days. Sonia replied that if she was hunting. She was upset that she would not be able to contact Yekin, but Sonia replied that he assumed that it could happen. So yesterday he sent him a message instead. She asked what Yekin answered. He got the phone to read her message that left Yekin. At this time, Yekin worried about Kim Yoo-jun and asked if she was normal. But then he paid attention to the girl behind him. Dark hairs and eyes of hazelnut. She has a tendency for magic 92%. It will change the present idea of the magical class. In front of him, the future Raider Class S, which will become a follower of Sonin. This is the same girl named CO. Sonia showed to Yokin's message that they did not worry about him. Meanwhile, the central office of the Academy, Miles, discussed issues regarding the entry of students. This year, many capable students have come to them. High hopes are presented by an An Hyeon, which is also known abroad, as well as SO Ina Kim Yugon and Lee Sukek. The tendency of each of them is about 90%. Students who decided to change the direction have not yet been updated. The director said Kim Soki's instructor that this is enough. If they decide to change the class now, then everything is clear. For a long time, such students do not study in them. Basically, all academy entrants have outstanding skills, but among them will be those who are at times higher than others. For example, like an Anhan, middle talent raiders become something like servants for true geniuses. Therefore, they have to give them a chance. Sometimes awaken that threaten the life that threaten a life is a happy case of warming up. To make one raider A rank, we'll have to sacrifice even 100 raiders with rank. The raider is obliged to manifest itself, and the declined it is unable to. Therefore, the role of the director is to find a jade that he will dedicate him, and it is impossible to pull time. The field on which newcomers are hunting is created using a sub-paragraph. Time stops inside. As well as spatial restrictions are removed. It is possible here that is impossible in reality. About 5% of newcomers are failed every year. So this is so difficult this stage, it makes it clear. Kim Yoo-jun Rasta came to her senses. Yekin realizes that it is impossible to relax, especially in front of CO. All the participants clarified the screen on which the director was. He explained the rules of hunting. This space is created in such a way that allows only the skills of rank C. There are points for each withdrawal badzik. If a student picks up a badge from a newcomer, he has 10,000 points. If he picks up a newcomer, he receives 100,000 points. Since the points are used in the academy, the more they are. Yekin thought that if you could only use skills with rank and below its super speed chain, and rank is blocked. But nothing has been said about unique skills, so he decided that they could be used. For joint security, the Academy reduced the strength of their spells by 10%, so they should not worry because they will not be severely affected. Jaehyun thought what kind of information just said the director of the Academy, Jane Academy. It was the same embarrassed. He did not say about unique skills or characteristics. It became clear to everyone that they wanted to get rid of those who are weak, as well as identify the most talented. Yekin said Kim that they need to go because they have to spend 3 days here. First of all, you should find a shelter. In this space, there are different zones with surprises of the trap source of Healing Forest Horror ecosystem, which provides food, shelter, and others. To survive first, you need to find a shelter. It is much easier to prepare for the struggle with the stronghold. Kim Yoo-jun asked what they could take it with them. It looks like it is from a magical class. And isn't it better if the team will be one person more? Yekin wondered why she only says smart things in responsible moments. He also believes that it will be the most advantageous solution, but it is variable that cannot be calculated. One day he read about one incident with his participation. It was reported that she lost her mind and fell into frenzy. As a result, a large number of people were dangerous. Therefore, ill-advised decisions cannot be made. Yekin asked Kim or she was sure that this girl would not betray them. In addition, she does not trust them with her eyes. Kim Yoo-jun said that in her opinion, she was something like him as a child. And then she approached CON and he did not have time to stop it. Hello by the Yuzon asked if she did not want to go to the team. And she said that with that guy, the magician. After all, in this hunt, newcomers have a position of one thing and it is better to fight in one team. So Ina answered that this question should be postponed. After that, students of the academy appeared in front of them. They were satisfied that they found as many as 3 newcomers. The guy rejoiced and said that this year their piggy bank would be filled with points. His name is Junsan's Tire, and next to him a girl named Kavon Nutyal. The girl felt the energy of only 2. Looking at Jikin, she could not understand why she didn't feel anything from him, and he remembered them. Kim Yujin said they were from the martial arts class, and is not better for them to escape. Yekin said that he would not have to catch them. They do not hide from them. This girl has an interesting ability. It can fix the target at a distance of 300 kilometers. If you do not remove it now, then there will be problems. Shin Junsen said that it was wonderful, he will score points and will eat. The Kavan allied warned not to lose vigilance because the guy is not simple. He said what the difference is at all if he is new. Moreover, they are not for the first time to participate in the hunt. And then he said to look carefully and he would deal with him in 2 seconds. He tried to attack Yegan, but he evaded, and he could not even touch him. Kwan was surprised that he was doing it all, and then reminded his friend what she told him, that everything was not so easy with him. Yakin said that he had not been swollen by his sword for a long time. His rival thought that he evaded it was just an accident. The Tire thought he could not but know the face of a newcomer who was able to evade his blade. He did not understand what was happening and why he could not strike. But Yakin grabbed his sword, and then broke him. He was interested in how he survived with such a weak body. Finally destroying his weapon, Yakin said that he would give a badge voluntarily if he does not want him to cripple him. And he gave him 3 seconds for reflections. And then he added that he gave the badge and came from here. Shin Junsen couldn't believe that he lost. He thought why a young man magician looks at him with such eyes. Then Yekin said that he gave him the opportunity, but he missed it, and then he struck him. Tire Junsen's participant drove out of the game, and those who watched them said that the invaders appeared among the newcomers. And the member of Mines Yekin earned 100,000 points. It surprised them because they were hoping that it would be an An-An-Hon, and they have never heard about Ming Jakin. The girl asked the instructor Pak Hadhun whether he was sure that everything is right. He answered the girl by the instructor named JSU, that the calculations are the most accurate and the mistakes could not be. And then he asked Kim Jeon instructor something wrong with her, but she replied that everything is fine. Kavan comrade Sheena asked Yehen who he was, and he said Kim Yujan to prepare. Now we need to deal with her, and he has sent her an invitation that she should accept. She answered that she understood and took her weapon, and then wondered if he was always so strong. The Kavan allied thought that Junsan's Tire had ruined everything. Even if this guy was not like a battle against 3, it was risky. So she decided that it would be better to remove one of them and then escape from here. Yakin realized that she decided to create chaos with an unexpected attack to open the corridor for retreat. This is the best option for her, but such an attack would only work if Kim Yujan would be an ordinary person, and so she had time to respond to it. Kim took advantage of the binding and repelled all the attacks of the rival, but she would not be able to cope with the student of the academy. So Yechin realized what he had to help her, but Seo Ina also decided to join using her unique ability. She used the sacred light of Alfheim to create a radiant sword. Yekin realized that it was her unique Alfheim sword skill. She struck Quan and left the game. Quan thought that this trinity real monsters. She did not expect one from beginners. Judging by the volume of damage, Kim Yu-jan received half points, and the other 50,000 points, the academy was numbered. She asked Kim or did not hurt her, to what she answered that she helped her on the contrary. So Ina asked if their proposal was still in force. Yekin thought that it was worth a little correcting the assessment of the person Co-il. She is quiet and interesting. They formed a team of 3 people whose leader became Ming Jetchin, so they went on to look for shelters. The horror forest is the outskirts of the shelter. After it became known that newcomers quickly figured out with 2 participants, they began to look for them all. 2 boys came closer to the shelter and saw someone who leads to the shelter. So they thought that these were newcomers who removed from the game Quona Allied, and Jusan's Tires were there to be observed. After all, the hunt will last for 3 days, and even this crazy trinity will not be able to hide until it is over. So it's time to get acquainted with these newcomers. But Kim Yujin attacked them by surprise and withdrew one from the game. Seeing this, other participants began to catch up. They were about 5 people, so Kim Yujin thought that everything was going as they planned. It must be trapped. Kim Yujan asked perhaps to attack her one, so they became even more angry and continued to catch up. And the Yoon thought about what naive. Before that, Yekin said that the shelter is safe, but staying here all this time will not work. So they have to come up with how to proceed. First of all, they need to get food and then earn points. So now they will hunt the students of the academy. Kim Yujan managed to put them in a trap as planned. Not far from here is a living creature with anomalies, but her endurance ends, so now she remains only to hope for Jahin. And if he does not handle, then she will suit him. Kim Yujin reached the place where there is a habitat of spore-paralyzing mushrooms. Before that, Yekin learned from the alchemist of Lee Jessen how to deal with spore mushrooms during hunting. Jessen thinks that wooden juice is best suited. It can be found in the horror forest. He is only cured and the paralysis himself is not removed. So if he faces such mushrooms, but Jehen interrupted him and said it enough. The academy saw a warning about getting into the territory of paralyzing mushrooms and told the chief name of Jenhek that it is dangerous to go. So they offered to go back. After all, there is a threat of being in an abnormal state, but it does not plan to be given. But others said that if something goes wrong, they are unlikely to get out of there. The student of the academy suggested that the persecution cease. but Jenhek recalled that they removed from Kim Sonhun's game. But the other explained that if they are paralyzed, everything else will no longer make sense. He replied that the radius of paralysis 50 meters so that girl could also touch. Jinheka said a friend named Pak Sonhek to stay here and cover them, and let all others follow him. He will not be deceived and believes that the opponent accurately decided to get them into the trap and attack them from his team bait. But Jenhek believes that he underestimated him, so he has no right to tear his nose. They caught up with Kim Yujin saying that she finally got caught. Jenhek said that some worries from them, and then he asked Kim Yujin where she would run this time, but she told them welcome, and she added that she was finished and asked who had told all the abominations there in her address. They tried to attack her, and the Yuzon is a team that is time to act now. After that, the paralyzing mushrooms broke out. All living creatures within 50 meters are paralyzed for 2 hours. Before that, Yekin brought the team to this place, and Kim Yujin asked that she sees nothing more than the trees here. He replied that they were in place and asked to wait, and then asked if they noticed that the conditions for the martial arts class had improved. Jihen took the wood juice from Ash, so Ina said that the opportunity to use the skills with rank and below is a serious restriction for magicians. But he replied that for students with good preparation, it does not matter. Kim said that she had all the skills of attack blocked. Well, though unique can be used, she has only basic abilities. Jakin said that he would have to use the arsenal who had, and asked the Yujon whether she knows the replacement skill. She replied that he offended her, and she asked if he forgot that she was his teacher. The replacement skill is required to change the location, so Inu was interested in why he is now. Jakin collected enough ash juice and said if you combine it with the skill of replacement, you can come up with interesting manipulations. Kim did her work, and seeing the explosion of Yekin and Soa and realized that it was time to act now. And Kim Yujan took advantage of the skill of replacement, and with the words that she played her role, Yekin appeared in her place. He immediately attacked them and said that his turn to act now. Jenhek asked, he thinks he would think that everything would be planned. After all, only a foolish person will jump into paralyzing mushrooms. And he noted that he left his fighter outside. And when the action of mushrooms is over, then they will all end. But Yekin said he would not come. But Jinhen did not believe him. The student figured out the student and he drove out of the game. 3 as one team were 100,000 points. Yekin said he would not expect help from his friend, but he replied that no matter how 2 hours they were in one position, and as the action of mushrooms will end with it. Yekin asked what he took that they were in one position. Then Jinhen noticed that he was moving and I did not understand it at all. Yekin said that it is impossible and let him send all his claims to God. Due to the ability of Hellgen's affection, he receives protection against all abnormal states. He removed Jenkin from the game, and for this his team received another 100,000 points, so now 3 rivals remain against him. Yekin dealt with others and for each of his team received 100,000 points. The hunting instructors could not believe it. In the ranking of newcomers, Ming Jeno took first place. The second was divided by Kim Yugon and company. The next one was An Han. Kim Yujon drank the juice to restore strength. So Ina asked how she and Kim replied that she got a little better. So now they have to go to the appointed place. But one was worried about one question. She asked that she seemed to be a lot about magic. Even in the textbooks, they do not write about the way of using the replacement skills. Yujon replied that he did not look like 3 months ago. And with theory, she helped him. So Ina asked that at first he wanted to get into the martial arts class. Kim replied that he was recently moaned in the class of warriors, and in magic he showed no interest, but she was more surprised by the fact that Yekin knew about ash juice, so she is interested in where he knows. They came to the place and Yekin asked in the Yuzon as her paralysis because it is clear from the side that all is well. Kim Yujon replied that all is well. After all, she only used the spell. So Yekin asked the So in the way she and answered that too. Kim said that he was cool with tactics, and finally this fool flashed. He asked who was still a fool here and what flashed. In his opinion, she does not say that at all, so Ina looked at their dispute and thought that he was quite smart and cute. But then she quickly drove away these thoughts and reminded herself that it was necessary to be careful. They returned to the shelter and Yekin decided to cook the potion that would help restore strength. It came to him and asked that he was brewing, and he replied that the energy recovery potion. He learned this from one acquaintance, but while he learned to go through several hundred failures, Kim Yujon wondered where he came from such a familiar because he never had friends. Yekin replied that she was saying as if they were full, and she replied that it was low. So Ina told him that he was incredible and she would never think that they were peers. There is a feeling as if he lived 10 years more than them. Yekin thought whether she was always so insightful because it is really about it, and she even guessed time. Kim Yujon said enough to talk and should be eaten if they want to continue hunting. And then she asked a little waited, and the boss Lee Yujon will prepare something with their own person. Yekin said that they didn't need to eat fruit better. She asked if he had a misconception, and he said that she would remind what color she had cooked in the middle classes. Kim answered that purple, and so was asked if she added a blueberry jam. Jaehan noticed that she simply did not know how to cook as well as he. So Ina said that she was able to cook and asked if she could do something to eat. Yekin asked if she was preparing well. She replied that when she lived with her grandmother, she had to cook daily. Yekin thought that little was known about her family. If she says that she lived with her grandmother, where were her parents? So Ina prepared a delicious lunch and all of them sat down. The Yuan appreciated her efforts and said it was very tasty. Yekin also agreed with her words and said that he did not think that in such conditions they would be delicious to eat. Kim hugged and praised. She was pleasant to their words, and she thought that she had not attended her feeling for a long time. People from the academy discussed the fact that the Hyon had the longest hopes, but he was only the 4th in the ranking. And it is amazing that the first places went to the magicians. The girl instructor said that maybe this is a mistake, or there is another explanation. The director of the academy was also surprised. Only raiders of the martial arts class could achieve similar results. But what they see? The group consisting of 3 magicians overtook them all and escaped forward. Coogan said Kim Jin to bring an image from the fields of paralyzing mushrooms. He was amazed by Jaehyun's decision and absolute peace of mind are able to fail the warrior's raider. He does not believe that this guy is an ordinary magician, and even more difficult, he believes in the fact that he is new. One of the employees said to the director that they received the profile of Ming Jechen, but he is not sure that everything is true there. Kuwain asked in what sense and what it means, and asked him to explain the problem. He said his tendency to magic was 97%. After looking at his profile, the director said that it was just great. Now he wanted to check in person from what Ming Jen has done. The subordinate asked if he wanted to intervene in the competition, and he answered that so. He said that it is worth adding because there is more spectacle, and the instructor replied that everything would prepare. The Ministry of Jeshin's team continued hunting, and there were just over 1 million points in their account. Kima was happy that they were guaranteed their first place. She asked whether to leave the shelter. Yekin replied that there was no choice because no one would come to the forest. So Ina said he was right. It is worth taking into your own hands and making points. Kim Yujin said that it was good and time to gather, and then asked what record was among the newcomers. So Ina replied that 1,140,000. Jaehyun is so surprised by that Ina is interested in everyone and has greedies, and he decided that it should be remembered. They went on, and Yekin noticed something strange, so stopped and said something was approaching them. They seemed to be trying to attack them, and Yekin thought something was much exceeding the power of the rank. From all participants, the restrictions were imposed. Seeing who attacked them, they could not believe their eyes. Kim Yoo-jeon asked Johan whether he was a hole and was interested in why a beginner attacked his comrades. Yekin did not think they would meet in such circumstances, and he asked how to understand it at all. And An-han stood in front of them, but it seemed to be wrong with him. He did not answer any question as if he had heard nothing. So Ina said they were alert. It seems that he was not in himself as if he was hypnotized. Jekin seems to understand what is the matter. These are Jaina's pranks. In the past life, something similar at the Mile Academy Festival has already happened. This day had to remember warm memories for new students, but he turned into a real battle. The cause of the tragedy was Queen. It has a unique brainwashing skill. After opening, he was threatened with imprisonment, but he fled even under close attention. He was missed by Kim Yoo-jeon that day. He died in Geno for his life. Jaehyun thought that first of all, it was necessary to bring An-an-anch to your senses. Then he saw that the Nornir system gave him a task. He must save the student from hypnosis and will receive an empty card for it. He has 2 hours to perform. So Jens decided that he had no choice and he should complete the task to get a map. Kim said that it would help him, but he said that they should go from here, and what if they turn out? Let them earn more points. Kim asked unless he did not know who before him. This is the genius of the martial arts class of An-han, and he is definitely not able to cope with him. Yekin asked if she really thought he could not, but Seo Ina said they were already going. Kim denied and asked what was happening to him. But then she agreed and said that they had something to come up with scores and asked Jacane to be careful. Kim Yoo-jeon said that he would do anything but be sure to return and take away from there. Yekin replied that he was fast. In 2 days, Han-hona earned 600 points. Only 1 day left and hunting will come to an end. He thought that it was taught full but was only 4th, so it will be difficult to get to the first place. Even with restrictions, leadership belongs to a magician. Moreover, his team occupies the entire First Trinity. He mentioned the battle with the monsters and thought that Yekin is a wonderful guy, but he did not have to lose. Therefore, it is still time to continue to earn points. But then the director of the academy contacted him. He was surprised. The director said that he would be glad if he gave him a small service. An-han felt as if someone got into his mind. He didn't understand what he was doing here, but then his subconscious was captured. So he thinks that his task is completely different, and he must go to his goal. While fighting an Academy of Sciences, Yekin noticed that he had the skill and an instinct ultra rank. A few days ago, everything was different during their meeting. But now An-han is so strong that it's simply not to recognize it. By physical abilities, he unambiguously wins. So it is a very uncomfortable opponent. So Jens decided to take advantage of magic to attack him. To do this, he activated the windmill skill and then struck. But his body responded even before he saw some movements. This is a congenital feeling of battle. Therefore, it will be very difficult to defeat it. He would have coped with the skill of absolute calculation in a few seconds. But the problem is watching them, and it is obvious. Probably the director now looks at the screen and smiles eagerly. After all, he is very interesting as Yekin will behave in the battle against Anan's Hoyon. The hunting climax should be interesting. So Yekin decided that if he wanted a spectacle, he would get it, but the price will be too high. Watching the battle, the instructor could not believe what was happening. Her eyes do not deceive her. Not only is the magician fighting as a raider of the martial arts class, so he also exceeds his opponent. Outperforms the genius of an An-ana Hoyon. It is simply incredible, and she is interested in who he is. After all, the magician cannot win the open battle against the warrior. This is the truth that she realized by going through magic. So how did it come out of it, and she would like to find out. Yekin did not want to reach that, but his rival, the guy, will be strong so quickly. So he decided to use the skill of light, nominated bombs to interrupt the broadcast. The director, along with the instructors, does not understand what is happening and why the screen is white. Quinn tried to turn on the broadcast, but one of the instructors said that the participant obviously used the spell that blocked the broadcast. This is a light noise bomb. The director was angry and said Kim Saki's instructor that as soon as the Ministry of Minjeno should be in his office. He asked the director whether he was in a hurry, but he asked why in his opinion Ming Jino used a light noise spell. After all, his victory is so obvious, so he just knows how to raise the price. After distracting the attention of the observers, Yekin had to act quickly to bring Anna to his mind. He used absolute calculation, and then removed the effect of brainwashing. An anchor, Han came to his senses and did not understand why Jahen was standing in front of him. He asked him whether he came within him, and Anahan replied that he was normal, but then he felt severe body pain. Jahan apologized and explained that he just attacked him, so he could not hurt himself. An Hoyon was surprised to hear that he attacked him, so he asked Jahen why it happened. He replied that all because of the spell of the management of the subconscious. Such an answer was further shot down from the panthel of an Ans Hoyon. Anhan said that he had heard someone's voice, though he remembers nothing, but most of such spells belong to the class. But in this space, there are restrictions on the use of the skills of the highest class S. Yechen answered that anyone knows and may have problems, or someone intentionally tried, even if there was a failure of the students who could use the magic of class and so professionally. An Hoyon said someone who interfered with the competition then, who could be and why to do it. Yechen replied that it was a big bump that they just not get it. He thought that when Anahon was taught at the academy, and he himself will understand who is really queen. Yechen received an empty card through the task, and Anahon felt bad and looked at Jahan, noticed that there was no scratch on him. He thought it was his border and he has nothing to say, so he just apologized to Yechen. He replied to this that nothing is wrong, and if an Anhan could move, he would already go, and wished them both good luck until the end of the hunt. But Anhan told him to wait. He removed his name and gave him. Yechen asked what he was doing because the participants fly out without him. He replied that it was no longer important. Anhan scored enough points, though not as much as he, and besides he lost in a duel. Therefore this badge is rightfully. Finally, an Anahan said that he was not happy. This time he did not work out, but he wins him at the festival and returned the badge back. After that, Han dropped out of the game and the team of Jahan was added 10,000 points. And he kept Badge think that it was a thing worth 10,000. Jahan has quite differently. The talent for the martial arts, which he was chased, but was recognized by the one who was born with him. After returning to him, much has happened to him, but he has never felt such confidence before and just starts. He felt for the first time moving forward and choosing the right path. So in this case, it will continue progress. Finally, the hunt ended and everyone returned to reality. The Jahan team beat the record with 1,530 points. Seeing the result, Yekin said that it was well, but Kim noted that they had a record at all, and something in it was not enough joy. And then she turned to Seo-in and asked her opinion. She would say that another hour and they would score 1,600,000 points. Kim Yujan said they were too abnormal and no matter how many points it may be for a while. Yekin said that if you multiply the points by 10, then they would receive the amount in monetary terms. So this means that they have earned 15,300,000 won. This news struck Kim Yujan, so was also surprised that it was so much. Yekin said that they got first place and let them divide 1,480,000 points for second place. Moreover, they can also get additional points. Kim asked Yekin for that, and he replied that if he was not mistaken. From this joy, Kim Yujan attacked Jikin and stopped her and said to get away from him. So she switched to So in an Enu and asked if she had heard that they would give them 1,000,000 more. So Ina calculated and leaves in 3 days they earned 25 million. But Yekin said that they would stop and then all look at them. So then Yekin just pretended he doesn't know them. The instructor approached them and greeted. He said that his name is Kim Soki, and Jetkin, along with Kim Yujan and So, also greeted. Kim Soki wanted to talk to them but did not want to do it in such a crowded place, so I suggested to move to another place. Yekin asked if their conversation had to do with their points. Kim Saki looked at them and Yekin said they would come now. So Ina said that they were not informed where to go, and Yekin replied that the director's office, and then asked Kim Soki whether he was right. And he replied that so. And then he added that Ming Jechen Kim Yujon and So Inu wants to see the director of the academy, Mila's queen. They came to the director's office, but he was not there, and Yechen was surprised that he called them, and he was not in place. So Ina asked him what it was with him and answered that she was without a concept. Kim Saki suggested that girls sit down and said that the director would soon be. After a while, the director came and apologized for late. Yujin and Ina immediately greeted and introduced themselves. Quinn answered what he knew and called them his dear ones. Yekin said that he really lingered that he almost fell asleep. Everyone was surprised by such behavior and disrespect for the director. But Quinn said that a little came out, and then he explained that he had to prepare for their meeting. But Yekin noted that it is inconvenient to them now. After all, after 3 days of stay in the subspace, they were not even allowed to come. Even the shower was not allowed. The director said it, but he did not give sight and said that he may have behaved impolite. Yekin seemed to know that he would behave like that. So there is no even saying that he can be a little sorry for people. Queen said that in any case he had a proposal for them, so there is no reason to experience. First of all, he would like to greet them. Now they are the so-called elite because they took the first 3 places in the rating of participants, particularly distinguished by Ming Jiena, who became entrenched in the first position. He replied that everything thanks to the team and he would not cope. Quinn realized that he did not look like those who like to brag. So he said that it was true and confessed that he watched their actions while hunting. But they broke a record of 1,140 points, which was set almost from the founding of the academy. So the director applauded them and said that it was simply incredible that it was even difficult to believe. So Ina thanked the director and Yekin asked still on what reason they were here. Queen said that of course it is time to go to business and he would like to give them some privileges for their success. The first is that each of them will open access to the luxury rooms of the hostel. The second privilege is that all 3 will be the first to use reserved academy attributes. And the third, if someone does not suit the result of the exam, he will be able to challenge it with the possibility of next retake. The director asked what they would say. With the acceptance of these privileges, they are obliged to sign a partnership agreement with the Mile Academy. But Yekin said that he was forced to refuse. The offer is good, but all this can be obtained in your own month. After all, miles are appreciated. Moreover, why they sign a contract? But this answer did not like the director. Then Yekin took the contract to get acquainted and realized what was really going on. Under the contract, they have a whole 5 years to give 30% of their income. So Yekin said that he had the impression that he wanted to make them work for the academy as slaves. Can he understand something wrong? The director replied that if such a decision, you will not do anything. He does not force anyone to sign the contract. But he added that the idea of each of them is important to him. But Kim Yoo-jan and CEOs also refused. Quinn said he was very sorry and that was the only option he could offer them. But he advised them to think again and tried to penetrate into the minds of Yehen. He asked if he had changed his decision. Yekin thought he knew that he would try to wash his brain, but the patronage of hell counted the abnormal state. So Jens replied that he did not think that he did not provoke him. He used an empty card to study his skill. And then he said that if it would let them go. The director did not understand why his skill did not work on him. Yekin said that everyone was very tired after the hunt, so they went goodbye. The director told the instructor Kim Soki that he would leave the office. He is very angry with the student, so he wanted to come together with thoughts. He did not like that some boy was able to withstand his unique ability. So he seemed to him a very interesting guy. However, he could not understand as possible. Yekin asked the Yuzan and the other whether they are confident in their decision on Quinn's proposal. After all, they refused. Kim said that at first everything seemed quite tempting, but after his words they decided not to sign nothing. Similarly, the director wanted to catch them on the hook, relying on their youthful naivety. Ina said that if you were honest, it also embarrassed this contract. So she believes that they have done correctly. In addition, other students would be ashamed of such privileges. And he correctly said that after a while they will be able to earn these conveniences. Jaehan wondered what he did not remember the so in the past. Now it is more fair and not so cold. He said he hoped that they would give up. Kim Yoojin asked if they did not seem to be a strange director. His face was so twisted when they refused. Ina agreed because there was a serious problem in the subpara. But neither the director nor Kim Saki instructor did not even talk about it. Yekin thought that again her sense was surprised. Then she asked if he knew nothing about the director, and he asked why she decided so. She replied that he was too calm to surprise and it didn't look like a newcomer. And when meeting with the director, on his face was visible anger. Kim said that it really asked him to tell everything he knew, but he replied that it is difficult for him to tell something now. But in one he is sure exactly what cannot be trusted in the walls of the Academy of Miles. So he also told them that they did not trust the director or instructors. So Ina asked what about him? Can he believe? But Kim said he also should not believe. Not only did the psycho and left it in the heart of the city. He asked what it was here at all and why she is so malicious. But with the words, whether he knows that she survived, Kim attacked him. Yekin tried to remove her and asked her to calm down. And then he said that it was enough. He stopped her and so Ina noticed that the sun was already sitting. Then Kim Yugen also paid attention to it. So Ina said that they would have to split here. Kim paid attention to Jaehin's views and other on each other. And then she asked them that she was here for the love of Sai and said that she wanted to join. Yekin directed her to the other side and said that the women's hostel on the left side and the man on the right. So it's time to rest. Kim Yoojan replied that they were already going, and Ina said goodbye to him and wished him to sleep well. Tomorrow is the first school day. He also said goodbye to them and went to the hostel. Going into the middle, he thought that he was not here for a long time and felt the unpleasant smell of mold and remembered the creaking floor, and also about the sadness of students of dreams whose dreams were broken through harsh reality. He missed it. But then he decided to look for a normal room after class. He had enough of the hellish experience of the past with his head. In the morning, he went outside for warm-up and then returned to prepare for classes. All students gathered for class and their new instructor Kim Jian approached them. She greeted the magical class students and said that she would teach them the foundations of mana adaptation, hoping that they would work. Jekin thought that little he knew, because he had previously studied in the martial arts class. It may be one of those instructors who will leave the academy in the near future and can be understood. Most of the awakened people know that the instructor in Miles is a difficult position, but there are also those who remain in the academy and only count on a significant feed from Jane. Kim Jian said that today the class is not in a close audience but in a more spacious room, so everything is simple and they will check their menu. Seeing a Monocuba, the students spanned and wondered that they needed to go. Some believe that it is too difficult for the first lesson. Looking at the Janocube, he realized that he looked like the one in which he visited, but the concentration of mana in it is much lower. Kim Jian told everyone to calm down and told what was in front of them. A mana room is a recycled cube that is often used in guilds. For them, students are almost impossible to cope with Monocuba. Therefore, the Academy has processed a cube into a mana, and they can see that the space in it is divided into several segments. In the first, concentration of mana is close to the Earth's atmosphere, but the further they will move, the stronger the magical pressure will be. Freshmen reach the 3rd room, graduates to the 7th. So today they will find out what kind of mana the students can withstand. So Ina thought that she would finally be able to test her abilities in a mana. Kim Jian told all students to stand in and follow the column. If something happens, they have to raise their hand. After all, the exit is made only with the help of Academy instructors. After that, they entered the room. Kim Jian said that everyone was overcome by everyone, so now they can go on. The 2nd and 3rd room seemed more complicated. The instructor noticed that half of the class raised her hands. Then they walked the 4th, 5th, and 6th room, and some of the students also raised their hands. Kim Yujan felt it difficult to breathe and asked Jehen whether he was feeling the same, and he replied that he was not. So Ina noticed that he was still normal, so she decided that she should also try. Kim Jian noticed that there were 4 minds of Jechen, Kimu, Yujon So, and Lee Sukek. These are the strongest students of the Academy. They all divided the first places in the hunt, and especially Mon Jechen. No wonder the director of Queen ordered him to look after him. But she has no desire to obey his order. Then they entered the 7th room. Other students surprised how they could go so far because the instructor said that only graduates reached the 7th room. Then they had to go into the 8th room, and Kim Jian asked if someone was feeling not very well. But no one said anything and they went on. Watching, the students wondered that they could withstand it and continued to move. In the 8th room, Kim Yujon and Lee Sukek began to feel bad. It was difficult for them to breathe. Starting from this room, the concentration of mana in space will hesitate every second, as in a real dungeon. Therefore, even geniuses will be difficult to breathe. In the 8th room, Kim Yujon and Lee Sukek raised their hand. So Ina also felt not very well but decided to continue. So they entered the next 9th room. In the 9th room, COs became ill and Jekin asked how she feels. Kim Jian wanted to raise her hand but remembered the words of the director. Whatever the situation, cannot be the first to extend the help of help. The danger for them is a chance, and whether she will be sorry if you take this chance directly in the eyes of students. She thought it was just a well-formulated beacon. Jekin wanted to help so Ini somehow, but she assured that everything was well and wanted to go on. She cannot afford to lose. She was always told that the world's strongest survives. Whatever she is strong in magic, she will have to lean before the martial arts class. Slaps have no future. If it is not adopted here, then they are no longer present anywhere. So Ina said that this time she lost. Jaehyun surprised her words. Kim Jin called help and was taken away. Jaehyun went to the 10th room, but Kim Jin wanted to stop him. She followed him and realized that in the last room it was even difficult to breathe. She asked him how he feels and felt that she was getting bad. So they effed around. Kim Jin said they should go out together and asked him to follow her. And she watched him and wondered that he did not feel anything. Jaehyun did not even see his hint that he would become bad. Then they left the room and everyone met with applause. Instructor Kim Jin said that Ming Jekin had overcome all 10 rooms. Its result can be equalized with level and rank A may be capable of more. She hopes that others will also work carefully so as not to keep up with their friend. Jekin asked in the other how she feels. She apologized for making him worry. Kim Yujan said that these were the usual symptoms of induction in Manana, and Ina had greatly exhausted itself on the first day. He replied that this is good, that nothing serious. Kim Yugan asked how he himself, although it looked quite normal but little. Jaekin said that he was feeling well and said that she would remove the towel from her neck and then looks like an uncle. Kim Yujan was angry and said that she was still worried about him, but then he asked how she feels and whether she did not hurt. But she replied that all is well and that she was still that flint. He looked at the so-called and it seemed to him that she only wanted to victory. But the matter was completely different. This pressure, at least, he was the most similar. It's good that it happened this time, but with such a character, it will be difficult to control herself in the future. But that does not mean that he will keep her in the hedgehog gloves. But he interfered with current events and changed the future of Sonen Jessen and Ananans Hoyon. Therefore, there is a probability that will change the future. Well, Kim Yugan too. The Yoon asked why he was looking so and calling him a beauty. He asked if she was exactly well with her, judging by the delusional that she says so immediately and cannot be said. Kim Yujan was angry with him, but Ina stopped her. And Jekin thought about how his or her actions would change the following events. In a situation where everything changes very quickly, you need to be prepared to take a step forward. So he said he would have to shorten the term. Kim Yujan pounced on him and asked that he was fighting there and let everyone listen. He threw her towel on her head and said that she had big ears and she could not say anything. His behavior was very angry with Kim, and she asked if he knew how much time she spent her hair attached. And then she asked if he got bored. Yekin replied that he did not even notice the difference. The angry Yujin asked whether he was now hinted at the fact that she was terrible. He realized that he said in vain and began to flee. Kim Yujin ran after him, warning to stop. So Ina watched it all and laughed. She said that she came from the medical center, but it looks like Yekin will need a lot more. So Ina was thinking that they were very close to each other and surprised it. Seeing Jekin, Lee Sukek thought how he managed to reach the 10th room. A student named Kim Nars asked him what he thinks. Lee Sukek replied that if he knew something about that guy, let him tell. He was not a servant to Minsk and was surprised that he still did not know Minds Yekin. After all, to analyze the forces of other students is an important task in the academy. Ming Jekin, the first magician who took the lead among hunters in the hunt, but Lee Sukek answered that he knew it. He is interested in where he came from, but Kim Nars knows nothing about it. Lee Suhek said it was some kind of beacon, and something is not clean here. He believes that Ming Jens hides something from them. Minsk replied that there were already 2 checks and what he still wanted. And he said that he himself would think of how Yekin could be deceived because he was an academy of miles. But he asked why he was stronger than him. Kim Nars thought that he was still behind Kim Yujdon and CE, and then he said that it should not be overestimated. After all, if you judge the truth, he does not bypass. Lee Sukek left and Minsk thought he was a fool with 8th grader syndrome. But then Kim Nars said Lee Sukek that he would wait for him and start catching up with him. Jakin called Yu Sonen and greeted her teacher if she wanted to find out how hunting went. She replied that it would be more interesting to listen to him personally, and he replied that the result would not surprise her. He said that he took 1st place and she replied that it was incredible. Yekin asked if the manager Pak Soja was next to her. Yu Sonen replied that so he even became more fun than such news, and she still thought what chick in his apartments as a freshman. And she asked that he probably made many points. Yu Sonen congratulated him and said that even at the Academy Mills he showed the best start. Moreover, the Academy is known for its difficulties of learning, so it is proud of it. Yekin thanked and confessed that he would take the 2nd place. She asked if someone was interested in hunting, and Yeshin asked if she wanted to take someone for an internship. Yusunin confessed what she thought about it, and if he shared the information, he would be waiting for a reward. He replied that it was not difficult for him to say, and it is a little thing. And then he asked if she was too generous to him. She answered that she just knows that next time he will not agree to the reward that will be 3 or even 10 times larger. Yekin replied that in this case he would say, "It is an Aina and Kim Yujan from the Magic class and the Academy of Sciences from the Martial Arts class. In his opinion, 3 of them can be taken to Guild Lotus, and there's another person, but he is not a freshman." So he asked for Sonen what she would say. She replied that he would gladly accept him. Jekin said that the 4th name is Lee Jessen, and recalled that he was already going, and Sonen thought that this name seems familiar to her. She said that if it was not mistaken, this is the younger son of Ryder S. Lee Jessen, and Jensi answered what he was. She heard that because of the lack of talent, this young man was not given enough attention in the family. But the family is relative. If Lee Jasana is taken to them, then with the guild the God of the Wind, which his father manages, can arise. So she asked Yekin whether he was sure that this risk was worth it, and he answered that. After all, in the near future, Lee Jessen will become a world-class alchemist. Sonia said Yusonen that Ms. Peck Jikin came to her, and she answered that he would invite her to her. Jikin's Peck went into the office and Yusonen noticed that she was not late for a minute, to which she replied that the time for the merchant by the weight of gold. She reached out to her and said that they had not seen her long ago. Yusonen replied that it seemed that there was never a friendly relationship between them. Yusonen suggested that she sit down and asked what case was a guildmaster curator. She said that it wants the case and noted that they would really be very difficult for them to become girlfriends, but she does not need it. After all, you can avoid empty chats. Yusonen asked her, brought her to her. Jihin heard that Lotus got a very interesting instance in Guild, so she asked how much he cost. Yusonen replied that their people are not goods and they are not sold, so why not turn elsewhere? She asked if the guy was thinking the same, but Yusonen answered that not everything in the world can be bought for money, and apparently she does not understand such things at all. Jihen's Peck answered that she did not expect to hear another answer. If you talk honestly, its goal was only a secular conversation as a gesture of goodwill. Yusonin replied that such gestures cause discomfort. Jihen's Peck said that it is a pity, and in that case, it is better to go. Much has been gathered, and it is obvious that she is not looking for a conversation. Yusonin replied that she was surprised to be insightful, and she said that, of course, without this merchant. The next day, the academy was tested for endurance assessment, and everyone was waiting for the test results. The first place reached an Academy of Sciences. He got 101 points. The second place was taken by Jeshin and received 99 points. He thought that he still does not reach the genius of martial arts, but the second place is the result. Now there is no need to hurry, but until he cannot achieve his goal. Kim Yujan asked Jehin what he was at all. He asked in what sense, and she replied that in the straight line. As a magician can breathe in the nape of Anan Anahion, especially in endurance indicators, so she asked whether it is legally. He replied that here it was in the martial arts class before, and then Kim also did not rely on one magic. And she asked if she heard about the saying that endurance was the power of the state. She became angry with him and said that he would definitely tear his beak. Instructor Kim Soki believes that the director was right. Ming Jetchen is really dangerous. The magic for nothing would be possible to show such physical endurance. So what is his secret? The following class has begun to check endurance. This time the students are waiting for the error room. Jaehyun thought that here she was, the same test with which students showed the limit of their capabilities. In front of them, the room that is equipped with the use of advanced academy technologies. Here they will test for evasion. Kim Yujin asked the instructor or heard the test for evasion correctly, and he answered that. This measuring system simulates to combat virtual enemies. Yekin thought that it would not be easy to do. Kim Soki said that otherwise they would simply require the destruction of monsters and analyze the situation. But since today they determine endurance, only the skills of evasion will be evaluated. But students should remember that the monster's removal can bring them additional points. Jakin thinks he is right. No matter how cool, the raider profession is related to the hunting of monsters with the finding of potions and artifacts. The raider cannot be called a professional if he does not attack the enemy. The instructor handed out the device to the students. Kim Yujan asked what it was a thing, and Jeshin replied that it was a transmitter. It helps the combat system to design monsters for reality. The instructor noted that he was already known to him. Kim Soki said that they received gears to projection of additional reality. They stimulate the brain, convincing that the monsters are really real. The projector imposes a three-dimensional image on the background, making the monsters seem real. If you ask what its appointment is, safety, monsters materialize in the head but remain virtual, so do not threaten. But their attack can be harmed due to the stimulation of transmitters, but this is not to intimidate students, but for their concentration and preparation for hiking in the dungeon. Students can set themselves any degree from the 1st to the 100th, but today the evaluation will take place within 10. Instructor Kim Saki said that there will be 4 people in each team, and now he will name the teams of teams and participants, and they will proceed to the test in the queue. Jakin was played in the 3rd team together with Lee Sukek and 2 girls from the martial arts class. One of the girls was greeted and suggested good to try to achieve a good result. Yekin thought that the team is quite balanced and consists of 2 magicians and 2 martial arts. Lee Sukek said Jekin that he had heard first in hunting, but for him it seems like some very strange how the magician was able to get out of the leader, and he is sure that everything is a special reason. So he asked if Jeno did not want to open his secret, and he replied in that if nothing like that. Lee Sukek replied that then he would have to clarify everything with his strength. Yekin said that he then pulled and could immediately say that he wanted to fight him. Lee Sukek said it was very good that he does not give the back and everything came to it. The girl asked what they were with them in the same team. The other is also concerned about what it all over. So she decided to prevent them and somehow reassure them. But then the instructor announced that the 3rd team should climb the field. The team prepared for the battle, and a few seconds in the battlefield began to design a knight of a skeleton. Yekin immediately went on attack, but one of the girls wanted to stop it because it was too dangerous. Lee Suhek asked that he was creating it all because he did not understand that the magician can make a monster. Yekin did not expect someone to challenge him. There are no other options, so he will have to show his abilities. He quickly destroyed the skeleton and the system designed 3 more opponents, but he dealt with them very quickly. His team instructor and other students watched what was happening and were shocked. Yekin activated the mana skill. It is a unique ability that ordinary magicians are not capable of using. For them, it does not benefit, and in addition, it is able to do physical harm. But in his case, everything goes differently. The first stage of the test ended and Jagan handed it 100% and also received additional points for destroying all the monsters. Lee Suhek was surprised and thought that Yekin was just crazy. The second stage began, and this time his opponent is Dragra. Yekin thought he had not seen him for a long time, so he continued to fight and successfully passed 10 tests for evasion. The room was severely affected after his attacks. The evaluation system congratulated Yekin on the fact that he set a new record. Lee Suhek did not understand how it is possible at all. Yeshin himself thought that he still got well. After he changed the battle method from the teacher's instructions, his body became extremely easy. He is satisfied with the result, but he remembered that Sonen always comes to such a strange delight when he teaches him. Because of this, he is even a little on his own, but still her skill is undeniable. Jaehyun shouted Lee Sukek and asked what he did, to which he replied that he saw everything. But he continued to express his dissatisfaction, and he said not only that he escaped in the first rows and even overlooked everyone on his own, and then he asked if Jens wanted to check. It is impossible, and Yekin said that he has nothing to answer. He saw everything with his own eyes, and then added to the threat not to force him to repeat it again. And if he wants, they will find out everything right now. Their dispute was noticed by the instructor and asked what the case was. Lee Suhek thought that if it were not for the instructor, he would show Jihin on what he could. So he told him not to think he won. Yekin replied that he did not look like it losing. Lee Sukek invited him to compete with him at the Academy Festival, but he replied that it could not be included in his plans. Yekin remembers that he is already waiting for a competition that should take place at the festival, and Anan Anahan promised him that that day would return his badge. Anhan thinks that Yekin still accepts him as a competitor, so he should not disappoint him. He decided to go to the gym for training because now it is not time to rest because he is waiting for the competition. The Kimsaki instructor went with 2 men, and one of them asked if they saw the endurance test. The other replied that the beginners did not miss this year. Even a Ming Jina was able to set a new record, just did not understand how. Kim Soki said that it is probably not only a talent. The experience he demonstrated in the battle is something incredible. They came to the director and he said that they did a great job and wanted to know the test results. Kim Saki instructor said that the highest score was received by Anan Choyon Chejuvan and Ming Jen, and the result of Minds Yekin is very different from the results of other students. The director thanked the instructor for the information. And then he asked to continue to report to him about the activities of Ming Jetjin, and if they change something strange, they know what to do in this case. Kim Soki replied that he listened, and Queen said he was behind him as a stone wall. And then he added that you can complete the conversation and they can go to prepare for the next event. Yakin passed the 27th test for evasion and feeling strong fatigue thought of it. This is under the power of half a dozen raiders from rank and unlikely. In other words, it is its level for today, the next practice in the Dungeon of Age, so he should prepare for it. The incident that has occurred in the dungeon in the past life is one of the most shameful episodes of the Mile Academy, and also a tragic event that has taken with it a lot of human lives. He and his comrades were at the center of that event, only he remained from the whole team. He had to listen to curses and threats. But despite this, he did not leave training not to disappoint those who believed in him. Jaehan went on shopping, but he was not left, or this time would be different in the dungeon. Previously, he was called pathetic and unselfish, and said that he could not protect anyone. He was a material and not a person. He has no desire to repeat his mistakes. He has enough of this pity, he felt. He stayed one day before the practice in the dungeon. Kim Yujeon suggested that Jetjin go with them. She is very concerned that she will happen tomorrow because she was never in the dungeon. So Ina also worried because of this from yesterday she could not fall asleep normally. Jakin told them that for the first time so. Kim wondered whether he was in the dungeon earlier, and she asked if he went there for a walk. He replied that the dungeon did not know, but he met the monsters and one right in front of him. So after these words he received again from Kim, and then said that if they are very worried, here's it for them. Before that, he specifically purchased this potion. Kim Yujeon asked what it was for the potion, and he answered what he took and when he bought and noticed to use it at his discretion. She said that she would forgive him this time, and so thanked Jaehan. He wondered that if the survival was affected by luck, now everything will depend only on the skills. The day of practice has come. Yakin warmed up before getting into the energy nucleus. After all, even for strong magicians, sudden use of higher spells can lead to mana recoil. If, at the time of use of magic, mana flows in a different direction, the user's body begins to collapse. Magi that often have to use higher spells are not resistant to mana, and his skills of the super speed chain and sacrifice are just to the high class, so he should develop Manu. Because if you do not do this, he will face such a problem. Moreover, it is unknown how dangerous the situation can be in the dungeon. In the worst situation, he will die, but even more horrible is that his comrades may die. If you can concentrate, the menu in the nucleus can instantly apply it to enhance physical abilities or spells, and it is a useful skill. Yakin recalled as the Eshk system, when loading a new system, moved it to the point of the past which he wants to return. The Nornir system launched a new quest first intersection and suggested to choose the route, and the same as in the past, and the route in a new choice. It must perform a quest for 12 hours. Yakin was surprised that the system again offers some strange thing. Yakin realized that the Nornir system clearly wants it to develop. They need them for any purpose, but now they are offered to choose a route. Looking at the notification screen, he cannot understand what the trick here and what it means. All students gathered to pass the practice in the dungeon. H. Kim Jen's instructor said that before entering them will be divided into teams. To do this, everyone has to pull out a lot. Some students have many questions and experiences. This is the expected reaction because the teams will not be balanced. And in the dungeon, they are waiting for real monsters. If you are lucky, someone will easily handle the task, and if not, then you have to spin near low-level students. Kim Jin said that practice is part of the official test that affects the grades, and assured that in the dungeon they will meet weak monsters. The monsters of the lowest rank, they completely cope on their own, so don't worry. Yekin thought that these words were Queena's lie. In the dungeon, most of the monsters are the lowest rank, as instructor Kim Jin said. But if you rely on his past experience, you can also come across the boss dungeon D rank of Lord Kobold. For him, it is not a problem to cope with this monster, but he is not going to play according to the rules of Jane. But in this dungeon, it will make an error that can then be used against it. Kim Jin said that time to start, and she asked to go forward to students who will be named after the name to pull out the lot. Jeshin got into the team with CO and said that it was very nice when the team has familiar faces. And she agreed with that. She has great skills and they understand each other well. Therefore, it will be easier to make a strategy. But then 2 more participants of the team came to them, which forced Jehohan to get. This is Kim Jina and Pak Son from the martial arts class. They asked if he was also in the 3rd team. In his past life, he was with them in the team and they told him that he would run away and stayed the boss and died. Now he realized that the choice was offered by the system of Nornir. It can both save and destroy other people, and the choice depends on it. It turns out that the Nornir system was targeted from the outset. Yekin greeted new companions and introduced himself, and then he introduced them to the other who hid behind him, and said that she was like a magician as well, but a little shy. Pak Son laughed and said that nothing wrong, because they would still be friends, and then winked with the other. Kim Jina confirmed his words and said that they were very friendly. They managed to talk to the other, and looking at them, Jaehan thought that they were the same as in the past. Yakin suggested discussing a strategy if they all have already been able to get acquainted. They asked who would be the leader, and as everyone refused, they offered this position to Yekin. Discussing the strategy of Yekin warned that the monster would not be mentioned in front of them. This is especially true of warriors in the vanguard. Kim Gin and Pak Son were surprised by such words. Pak Sun said what means the first place in the ranking of newcomers. After all, in his strategy, everything is really thought out to the little things. Everyone confirmed that the strategy was remembered, and Kim Jen's instructor announced that the time was over. Now they go to practice, and she asked all the teams to go forward. Pak Sun asked if everyone dealt with the plans. Jaekin saw that the leader of the fourth group of Honan were together with him in Kim Yoo-jeon team, so he thought it was good. Because it will not hurt. Kim Jin announced that team members could descend into their dungeons. Wishing good luck to the fourth team, in which the leader of Ananhonja Chen suggested to go to the middle. The participant of the fourth team said that the dungeon is very damp and the smell is unpleasant. Kim Yoo-jeon asked how they thought whether the kobolds would appear as a dungeon like a mine. Another team member replied that most likely. He heard that there are a lot of ore in such dungeons. Kim Yoo-jeon said that Diamonds probably asked if she laughs. She replied that everything could be and he is unknown. So if you look good, who knows, you can find something. But then she seemed to hear something, and an An Han said something was approaching, and everyone should take her position. They were approached by wolf monsters, and An Han said that alone they are weak, but if they attack the flock, they would have to try. He went on the attack and said that it was worth finishing everything quickly, and Kim Yoo-jeon also applied his ability of the light bomb. Then she took advantage of Helheim's wind and activated the aerial explosion. They quickly wrapped in monsters, and Anahan asked if no one was injured. Kim and another girl replied that all is well. But this could not be said of another team member named Seko. It was difficult for him to breathe. Kim Yoo-jeon asked what happened. She did not know that Kobun could use poison. Anhan told him that he had to calm down to begin with. But then Kim Yoo-jeon felt as if something very big and strong were approaching them and said that it was not in poison. They were approached by Lord Kobold Boss Podmel, and he has a very strong Manhwa. Because of this, their comrade became difficult to breathe. Anhan did not understand where the kobold came from here because only low-rank monsters had to become on their way. The third team at this time also moved the dungeons. Kim Jina told Jaehyun that she knew about his strength, but didn't think he was so strong. And she asked how many monsters he destroyed, and Jaehyun answered that he would stop, because everything would happen by itself. So Ina thought, in what sense itself? At this rate, the clean event is accurately secured. Jaehyun asked So-in or her uncomfortable with other team members, and she answered that so. He thought what she was still shy. But this is not surprising because it was rumored to say that it could say only 3-4 words and no more. This place is different from what he remembers him and immediately shows that Jane has tried. In this case, it can be argued that Jaehyun is considered to be a rather interesting figure for him, and then he felt the presence of the boss. Jaehyun warned other participants that the monster was already close and said that they should apply C after the attack is reflected on a counter-offensive, and he added that this monster is much stronger than those they met before. So he asked to be careful. Pak Sun thought as possible because he heard that only weak monsters can appear here. Seeing Lord Kobold, they thought where the boss came from, and then they mentioned the words of Jaehyun that they could not be distracted. Pak Sun thought that he's still distracted and the boss attacked him, so he called for the help of Jaehyun. Having collected all the mana energy, Jaehyun struck a boss. So was surprised by his incredible power. Such a monster will definitely not stand, but then they all noticed that something is wrong here. Jaehyun knew that there would be no surprises, but he did not expect to meet Lord Kobold with regeneration. The Nornir system recognized the creature behind the boss's back. The creature is defined as Raven Odina, so Jaehyun got a new quest. It should eliminate 5 crows that show pressure on him and the opponents of ASA. Instructor Kim Jian thought about how the magician can do the same, even with her rank, but this is not possible. She thought that the third team would probably take the first place. And then she saw the door to the dungeon and how someone comes out. The fourth team came out of the dungeon and Kim Yoo-jeon said that they had a problem. Instructor Kim Jian asked what happened, and Ananahan said that boss Lord Kobold appeared in the dungeon. Hearing it did not understand this as possible, she is worried about what really happens there. The participant of the fourth team of Seko was provided medical care and said that he had a slight poisoning in mania and he should just breathe. Kim Yoo-jeon asked the instructor or the third team has not returned yet. It is taken over by Jaehyun and Koo. She replied that no. Anahan said it was impossible. With the skills of Jaehyun and Sien, they should have been completed for a long time. Kim Jian called Jin's director and told that a monster was just discovered in the dungeon. He replied that he understood and she didn't need to worry about it. He will send his people there. But after talking to him, she did not leave some anxious feeling, and he was glad that everything goes as planned. Competing with the monster, the Jen's team was very tired, and their endurance was on the verge. But Jaehyun continued to fight. Odin had 2 crows. Hugin is thinking, and Moonin remembered. With their help, he collected knowledge of the world and managed Asgard. So Jaehyun realized that this was their hands on the Odin followers. The feeling is about rank here. And even in addition to all the regenerating Lord Kobold, Jaehyun is of course strong, but understands that he simply cannot cope with him. He thought it may be worth retreating, and that would be the right solution. Earlier, he did so, justifying his cowardly desire to live. So now his whole life is one frustration and pity. He was given a second chance and indifferently check it or not. But this time he has to protect his comrades. So he told the team to listen to him very carefully. He will hold the boss and they have to run to the exit as soon as possible, but Pak Sun said that he should handle one here. Detailed, he did not notice how his monsters attacked behind, but Jaehyun stopped them. He told him not to tell him now and just escaped from here. You should not spend time on empty conversations. Yakin said that he would not be able to compete with the boss and defend them, so they have to go. Lord Kobold stood behind him, but Soina protected it by taking advantage of its power, and then she said that it could help him. He saw that her eyes were filled with determination and thought he had somehow influenced her, so he agreed that she remained. And other participants told to go to the exit faster and inform the instructor about what happened. They began to deny, but he said that he was asking them to do exactly as he says. So they went and said they would not let him down. Finding himself with CO Ina against Lord Kobold, Yeshin said that he would cover her from the rear. So she got her sacred sword and was attacking. Yekin also used his power and then noticed that the body of their rival melted. The number of mana he accepts from the outside has its limit. Behind the back of the monster is a creature that controls it. It nourishes the kobold with energy that destroys his body. Yekin thought that Odin's crow liked to hide behind. Yekin used a mistletoe and got a mana detector skill. This will help to recognize the energy of magical creatures. He found what he was looking for, so now he should act decisively and threatened that he would deal with him. Meanwhile, Hugin told Odin that they found the location of the mistletoe that disappeared from the treasury of God. It is located in Midgard and hit the enemy of evil. Such information surprised the gods. After all, they did not know about the existence of an enemy evil, so one of the goddesses thought that it was possible to get involved in this old man. Thor said there was nothing to worry about. Also, they concluded a contract with the enemies of ASA. Another girl told him that he behaved lightly and probably forgot that in the past war they lost Baldra. It was destroyed by a branch of mistletoe. Odin ordered the crows Hugin that he could find out whether an opponent of evil with the enemies of ASA. Kim Sauki came to the director to report how things were going in the dungeon and said that no one had noticed anything. Quinn replied that it was a wonderful news and it was good that he had time to lend it, so that he does not do in his power soon, and all this in the name of Odin and the gods of ASA. Meanwhile, Yekin continued to fight the boss. He asked Sei whether she could block his attack so that they would not get it, and she replied that he would try. Yekin is convinced that Ina fully realized in what situation she was. After all, the mana is a lot of return. Even if he overcomes Kobold, there is a great likelihood that So Ina may die. But despite it, she still wants to help, and he is interested in why. After all, when he was given a second chance, he promised himself that he would never trust anyone again. Because the world is very cruel and unjust, and he has only one opportunity to end it all. So Yekin attacked Kobolda and So Ina. Several times used the power mana to repel attacks and protect Yekin. One man once told him that there was no worse death than death without faith in his comrades. So Yekin should prove what his right friend was when he said these words. So Ina noticed that he used the extra speed chains for movement. She is unknown so subtly to be able to control the mana to do so. Yekin was able to get closer to the boss and attack him. So Ina noticed that his opponent was moving too quickly and Yekin realized what he should do. He remembered the movements that he studied in the martial arts class and moved from left to right and then struck. With the help of a sword, he attacked the opponent thinking that if he simply does not stop, then he has no other choice. He managed to break the connection between the crow Odin and Lord Kobold at the price of a broken sword. So now it's time to look at the crow's face. Yekin approached him and asked what Odin's target. And then he asked how Queen was connected with him, but then realized that he was hardly gifted with intelligence, so he was in vain. So he just destroyed him and then heard him calling him. He told her that this was not the end. And then he wanted to warn her about the man's return but did not have time. A dirty mana has accumulated in their body. Juin and COs have become difficult to breathe, but in his body began to filter the mana, so he turned out and he did not train. He saw on the screen notification that the Norior system announced him of the destruction of the first purpose. As a reward, he received 5 characteristics points of 1 empty card, and his level increased. His health was fully restored and he thought how well it went. And then he looked at the So. The Nornir system warned him that one of the team members in critical condition. Delayed assistance can lead to its death, so he had to help her. After a while, Sai-In came to her senses and asked Jigen what happened. He asked how she feels. She asked to wait a little and checked her notification system and saw that her mana and endurance had recovered. Ina replied that all was well, but she did not understand how it happened because she had a mana. She asked how he was feeling and Yekin answered well and apologized for a little tired. She was interested in why he was still here if the monster was destroyed. He replied that he was waiting for her and he had one conversation. So Ina asked him for the conversation and he answered what she wanted to share with her. She was scared because she was misunderstood and waited for him to explain everything. Pak-sun and Kim Jina left the dungeon and told what happened there. Kim Yujin came to them with questions. She was interested in why only they came out. Instructor Kim Jin tried to reassure her. She understands what she is experiencing for her comrades. But the young couldn't take it. Others also worried about that with Jetchin and Siina all as well. Anhan tried to drive away bad thoughts. After all, they could not die. He also tried to keep the Yujin and she asked not to climb it. Tears poured out of her eyes and she was very angry. But then the entrance to the dungeon opened and from there came out Yechin and Co. Yekin asked if they raised such noise through them. Instructor Kim Jian thought it was impossible. After all, the research group reported their death. She realized that judging by the mana reaction in the dungeon was no lower in rank. Kim Yujin ran to them and began to cry and cry. She felt so happy when she saw them. She said that the instructor with the researchers said they both died and thank God that all was well with them. But then Yeshin said she was already behind him. After all, everything is well and there is nothing to worry. Yechin thanked Pak Sun and Kim Gini for trusting him, and then he explained to everyone that he ordered them to go. This is to make them call for help, so there's no guilt in this. But Kim Yujan still did not understand how it was possible to leave his comrades, and Yechin said that he would have done the same. So he asked her to stop grunting. Not all of them are brave as she, and then she said that she would not be angry. But the Yoon replied that he laughed it because she became angry because of Inu and not because of him, so let him not flatter to himself. Before that, Yechin spoke with Seo and told something. She realized that he cured her. He said that he realized that he was strongly knocked out of the Panther, but he could not tell everything. It is better for people not to know about his abilities. She was interested in why he hides them and then realized that she did not think about it. Yechin asked if she wanted to know why Boss Lord Kobold appeared in the dungeon, and he said that the whole thing about the director of the Academy of Jinni, he uses students as puppets. Therefore, he is not the way everyone considers him. Queen can safely get rid of the one who ceases to benefit him. So Ina asked that is why he was so hostile to him and hides his strength, and he replied that so. She asked if he remembered what they said from the director's office, what one cannot believe in the academy either to the director or instructors. She is interested in how much he knows about the director of the Academy of Queen. After all, he knew from the very beginning that he was a man. He also behaved today as if aware of what would happen, so she asked how he knew it all. She asked him to answer and his reaction was very surprised. She did not expect it. Yechin thought it was dangerous to draw in it all in the Inu and even had a thought to use brainwashing. But she has a very high manner and a strong spirit, so this skill may not work on it. Moreover, it is a radical method, and he would not want to build a friendly relationship in a similar way. So he just apologized and said that he could not tell her everything. She asked why and he replied that then her life would be at risk. Instructor Kim Jian asked to accept her sincere apologies for failing to free them from the dungeon, and because of this she was very sorry. And she added that she was very pleased that they returned whole and intact. Yechin replied that all is well. After all, it did not drive them into the trap, and then he said that he would go because he wanted to rest. So Ina caught up with him and asked if he exactly did not want to tell her anything else. Suddenly something like this will happen. He apologized and said that she believed that she would not tell anyone and hold back his promise, but he has nothing to say. The quest of the first intersection ended and a route was selected in it from the past. Yechin received an apple idun as a reward. Director Cohen said to instructor Kim Soki that he disappointed him and he apologized. He replied that for the first time he forgives, but he does not need people who do not perform his assignments. And he asked if he was clear. Kim Soki again apologized and said that he would not let him down anymore. Queen is very much hopeful for this and ordered the next event to be paid off by Ming Jens, as long as his patience should not burst. Finally, Yechin returned to his apartments and could calmly take a shower and relax. Still, it was somewhat worried. In the past, Kim Yujan was killed by A. Honi has never been able to discover all his potential. To change the future, he must interfere with what is happening. But the case is quite different. She will deal with everything without him. They should be careful because it is unclear how and what will affect the future. So he must close this question? He decided to watch the news and thought that first it was necessary to find out how Jane was associated with ACA. The incident in the dungeon is just a beginning. True adventures are waiting in front and to be ready to accelerate the learning process. The news tells the dungeons that there are others in addition to the usual. For example, thematic. They use an unusual method of action. This is different from those that can be cleaned by overcoming the boss. Their feature is that in the middle of the raid from them, it is impossible to get out. There are some conditions to fulfill. Yechin finally realized what he was talking about and thinking how he could forget about it. He looked at the calendar and mentioned something very important. In such dungeons, raiders become characters and are given specific conditions. This is a kind of role-playing game. In such dungeons, raiders pay attention to rare rewards and hidden items. Or differently, these objects are also called God's gifts. These gifts are why everyone wants to get into thematic dungeons. And at the same time, no one worries the intricate conditions of cleaning. So Yechin realized how he could get what he needed. So Ina apologized to Kim Yujan for making her worrying. She replied that nothing was wrong. The main thing that they returned. Kim Yujan believes that Yechin has done unreasonable, and he worries that he does not behave with him just as with her, because he always behaves so badly with her. Seeing the reaction of Ina to her words, Yujan asked if Jeno told her something important, but she replied that no. So Ini seemed that he was trusting Kim as his best friend, so she thought it would be good if he was a little more on her. Therefore, Ina believes that it may not be strong enough. Kim Yujan rose and gave her a hand with her words to forget about him. And then she suggested going to something delicious. She has one wonderful place on the example. Kim Yujan said that they are going to lift the mood, so she agreed. Yechin holds the apple idun in his hand, which he received for the passage of the quest. It is a young apple that reduces the rate of aging. It also has the healing power of nature. It could earn billions, but this item is also tied to the owner. Yechin decided to calculate the trophies. If he does not betray his memory, a thematic dungeon will open in one park soon. It belongs to the rank of A. This is Thunderous Steps of Tialfi, and in this place you can find boots of servant of Thor's servant named Tialfi. Due to the impact on the agility of the martial arts raiders, they wanted to get them. With them, Yekin will be able to reach the balance between mana stability and agility. He decided to eat the apple obtained, and it tasted to him very ordinary. It immediately began to act on the body by reducing aging and increasing manu and endurance. Yekin said, well, that the effect is not the same as taste. He felt as he even got better to move. Therefore, he decided to try his luck and called Yusunin. He has a new plan. He came to Nonverland's entertainment park and thought that now it is not so interesting. Yekin came into the middle and the girl asked if he wanted to buy a ticket, to which he said that the Lotus Guild Raider. And she announced that a thematic dungeon will appear in the entertainment park. This time was sought by instructor Kim Jian. She was surprised that Jaehin was not at the academy. She learned that he asked him to give him a review last night. The registration girl asked if there were any problems, but Kim Jin answered that there was no problem. But she is surprised as a student who only entered the academy so quickly recovered after the incident in the dungeon. So she thought that he copes very quickly with psychological injuries and a strong enough spirit. Kim Jin asked the girl whether she would be able to pass it to find her after returning, and she agreed. Then she went outside so that no one heard her and called the chief's dream of a Geos. He asked how the things were going, and she reported that she managed to find out that director Jane made his efforts. The dream asked if she was questioned by Kim Soki's managing dungeons. He thinks that his life is in danger, and she said that she continued to watch these two and to contact him if she has clarified something. Kim Jin said there is something else. It seems that Ming Jensei, whom she also told something, she also knows something. The entertainment park was alarmed due to the emergence of a thematic dungeon in the near future. All visitors have to leave a non-Verland park. Yekin thought that they worked quite promptly. No matter how cool, the name of the Guild Lotus is a significant argument to be heard. Before that, Yekin shared his plans for the thematic dungeon with Yusonin. She said that he was probably confirmed by his confidence so he can take advantage of the guild authority. But under one condition, if the situation comes out of control, it must first take care of its safety. Yusunin trusts his skills, but no teacher would wish something wrong for his student. No one knows what can happen in the dungeon. The thematic dungeon was created and Yekin received a quest in which he has to find 3 tasks and complete them. Yekin thought nothing had changed. In his past life, he learned about it from the Aken comps of thematic dungeons. She has the skill of accelerated thinking and decided to go through all the tasks of the dungeon. Soken was convinced that if you work as a head, no problems would arise. After all, it is a genius with a high IQ. But praising led her to her own death. Because of this thunderous steps, Tialfi reached another raider. So Jens decided that in this case he should take the initiative. He found the first mission and started a raid on the Vikings. He should change the end of the story by playing the character who survived the Vikings attack by the warrior Tialfi. The god of thunder wanted to have the same fast legs as in Tialfi. Therefore, he stole him sister of the rest. Yechin has to find her and take revenge. Tialfi is the Thor's servant and the fastest man in 9 worlds. Having lost his family during the Viking attack, he hated the aces. Yekin does not understand what it means. After all, at the beginning of history, everything was wrong. It seems that again the fault is the split of aces and Norns. Yekin was in the dungeon. He must play the role of Tialfi on the ship that was stolen for rescue salvation. And that man is a Frederick, who came up with a plan for seizing the vessel. Frederick asked Yekin or all well with him, and he answered that. But then they were attacked. Yekin did not immediately realize what was happening, but as long as he should postpone the search. So he decided to take the attackers. One of the rivals said that he should sit in the corner as a mouse and not climb on an enemy ship. He answered the man that he brought his death, but then he saw the girl's familiar face. This is Aken, who played the role of a sister named Repf. Yekin did not understand what she was doing here at all. S.O. Aken considers himself a genius and the largest raider of the future, but why she does not understand in this place. A few minutes before the opening of the dungeon, she heard an urgent evacuation announcement. She was in the entertainment park with her friends and did not want to go to the ghost house. But when the dungeon opened, the Aken calculated the likelihood of it, but then decided that it was worth getting out of there. The operational group would already have to come to the place, so she was looking for at least someone. But then she saw Yekin and decided to follow him. He did not look like any of the operatives, so it became interesting. She followed him and then found herself in the quest and got the role of arresting the invaders. Yekin thought how he was not fortunate enough to be here with her. After all, everyone was announced but why she stayed. His opponents decided to use arrows, but Yekin stopped them with the words, "Why someone is not the one near him." Attacking the invaders, he tried to think more optimistic. After all, Sovnius could help him in the clearing of the dungeon. So if you cannot send it from the dungeon, it can use it. But first you need to deal with the abductors. He said that he had no time on them, so let all fly at all. Very quickly he dealt with them. And then he approached So Aken and said to stop pretending to be asleep and asked if she was a recess. She replied that she was revealed and she understands Tialfi so much. Yekin said that she exactly guessed. But he warned her what he sees her through, so let the idea out of his head to analyze it. Yekin released her and the quest was completed, so they returned to the park. Sun Aken looked at Yanten and saw that he was her peer and that he had an achievement as a raider of the martial arts class. But he had a very difficult character, so she thought how she was not lucky enough to be here with him. He asked about her skills and S.O. Aken said that it could increase the level of ownership of another raider. Among the students in the middle classes, little awakened, so she thought it would work. She wanted to use it and then escape. Jekin said that she has something else and he does not like lies, but she assured that she really has a skill and has a rank D. It is a skill with the name of the initial compensation for the sword skill. Yekin asked her about accelerating thinking, and he said that she seems to slow down time and accelerates her thinking process. It is usually used to make quick decisions, but it is most effective in the analysis of the enemy. Yekin asked her whether he could not be right. This information embarrassed her because she does not understand where he is known about it. He said that he couldn't take her with him. After all, she simply seeks to use it and said that she does not think that people around her are so naive and foolish. He had already had to go, but she stopped him and apologized as she was sorry for her and asked him not to leave her alone. It cannot leave the dungeon until all 3 quests are completed. Yekin asked why he should believe her. So Akin replied that he would prove his words, so he suggested that the contract. It should not harm him under contract. He also has to obey all his orders, and he guarantees her safety to cleanse the thematic dungeon. Subject is a subspecies of brainwashing skills. With the help of a contract, he will retain power over her. This is an optimal way to keep it on a short leash and to control it, not to tell anyone more about him. Soken got acquainted with the contract and said that she understood everything. So after her consent, she was introduced into a state of conquest. She felt as if on her neck and her hand tightened chains. The conquest is not removed even after cleaning because it is related to the contract. Yekin said that these are normal conditions because he did not take her soul. She replied that no one would want someone to enter their head. So he said to break the contract because he did not force her, but then let it cope without it. So Cheney promised that he would not regret strength, and he thought she was a common gap. Hell in her temple thought that their friend is trying well if the views of the aces became even more evil. But she cannot leave her place because the gods will rise noise. Therefore, it must come up with something else. So she decided that Hela would become her eyes. After all, you have to win a little time until the enemy of the gods will not be ready. Yeshin tried to find the next task, and Sam Akin asked where they were going, and he answered that the ghost house. After all, he wants to look there, but she did not like this idea. So he asked if she was afraid. But she answered what she would be afraid of and where he will find a schoolgirl who is scared of something like that. Yakin replied that this schoolgirl stands right in front of him, but she assured him that she was not scared. They reached the right place and Yekin said to prepare because they would come, but she asked to wait a little because she has not yet breathed deeply. But then they came in and their raid began. They were right at the entrance to the house and had to leave this location without breaking 3 rules. The use of some skills has become limited. Yekin asked what role she got, and S.O. Akin replied that the operator. She appeared in her hands, and Yekin received the role of Koror Strimera. They noticed how someone was going to them. This man said that they had no guests for a long time, so he invited them to the house. His name is Alfred, and he was a courtyard of Flander, and the lady ordered him to meet the guests. They came to the middle, though Soken was very afraid. Alfred said that the Countess ordered him to give the guests everything he needed, so he asked for permission to hold them to the refectory. After all, they were hungry from the road. They looked around. Jekkahen saw a vase with living flowers, and the attention of Soshin was attracted by the picture. It depicts a girl. Alfred said that before them a portrait of the Countess with her favorite dog, Sean. This girl from the portrait is 12 in the look of 12, so Jekkahen thinks that his master's very expensive childhood if she hung up. Alfred replied that she had many happy memories of childhood, and then he invited them to follow him. Jekkahen realized that it was worth focusing. In a previous mission, the system explained the situation, but not this time. So he will have to know everything on his own. He asked Akin or all with her, all well, because she assured that she was not afraid. But she said that she just didn't get used to this place, and it took a little more time. They came to the refectory, and Alfred said that the Countess prepared a treat for them. He wished them a pleasant appetite and said that they would return as soon as they finished the meal. Soken said that everyone would understand that it is better not to eat it. Yekin said that it was worthwhile to get into another place until the butler is distracted. She proposed to start gathering information in this room and activated her skill of accelerating thinking. S.O. Akin analyzed all the items in the room, and then she said that she managed to know something about the house. Yekin thought it was quite fast, but it still has a unique skill, so he said she would tell everything she learned. She said that the lover lobby is a little girl. Yeshin asked what she decided and advised to look more closely. Her chair is taller than others, and it says that the Countess is a small equipment. The shelves are low, and dirt on the handles is visible only from below. Yekin said that she was right because many things in the house are quite specific, so they had to find out, so they had to look for something further. He went to the door to get out of the room. Aiken paid attention to the camera and said that she was quite expensive, and she would like to take her with her. But Yekin said that now it is not time to rejoice in some camera because they are closed in this room, so now they have to find a way to get out of it. 2 hours after the emergence of a thematic dungeon, journalists and raiders from the association gathered near the entertainment center. According to the testimony, the Lotus Guild raider and the middle classes of S.O. Akin, it is not yet known whether they will be able to get out. The raider for the association said that on the nose of his increase and again, some difficult situation. But who knew that the dungeon would appear in the entertainment park? Even if in the civil council, their assessment rolls down despite the incident with the goblins of the Raider Association Kenhun Association will still be reduced in office. And he is silent about himself. Park Hun told his partner the dream of jeans that his words inspired hope, and he replied that again, everything would fall on them, and then told him to check the profiles of those two teenagers. He looked and saw a familiar face. Hun cannot believe that this guy belongs to the Lotus Guild because he has just entered the academy. It's strange that Guild hired it so quickly. The Dream of the Jean asked what he said there and said that he just didn't say that there was someone else in the dungeon, but he answered him that the matter was not about it. It is likely that the dungeon can be cleaned. Park Hun knows what this guy is capable of, so he has disappeared. Yakin thought they decided to act on the old closing the door, and it seems very boring to him. Akin was afraid to stay here until his death, but Yekin wanted to reassure her and said that it was a dungeon, and he had a way out. Having mentioned it, she was glad because there should be a way out in any dungeon. She said that once again she wanted to look at everything. Yekin tried to analyze the situation. It is obvious that the mistress of the house is not glad to them. He can calmly open the door if the Akin in the past managed to get out of the need for power here is quite simple, so there should be some turn of events. Akin noticed something and said Yehen to come to look at herself with this camera something wrong. He thought that she was inflating the problem of little things again, but then he looked into the camera and realized that she was right. If you look through the camera, everything seemed not as it really was. On the table instead of food lay the lifeless body of Alfred. Some Akin asked who then the butterfold who put them into the house and led them into the room. Yekin replied that it was a fake. They managed to solve the first secret of the house, but he thought it was only the beginning. It seems that it is if the camera shows them that it is not available to the human eye. Therefore, it turns out that the operator is also a role in the quest. And their camera is the key to understanding what is happening. Yekin praised her because at first he did not understand how she could clean the dungeon. It seems that it calms down when using the skills of thinking. So now the question is what the camera shows and they have to find out. Yakin said that Alfred is not true, so that means that the screen shows either the past or the real one. Soken agreed with his words because there is a logic. The theme of the dungeon is the secrets of the mansion, so there is no reason for someone to show the future, and it can mean that the past is in front of them. The screen shows the past in which the secrets of the house are hidden, so the food on the table is not to eat it. Yekin took away the camera. From a recent moment, he feels a slight flow of mana. It can all be a vision or illusion, in other words. This is one of the traps of the common. He activated the skill of absolute calculation, and it did not work. The use of this skill is forbidden. By rules, you cannot use unique abilities. Yekin thought to do further and then paid attention to Soshin and asked what she was doing. She replied that according to everything here, there is a device for opening the door. On the chamber, it is only clear that the body is Alfred's body. So she is sure that there should be something like the key in this room. Therefore, it remains only to find it. Yekin said that if he knew what he knew and applied Monolocator's skill, and on the table in the place where the jelly stood, there was something else to be. Everything happened as he thought. The locking spell is usually connected with any objects or formulas. To remove it, you need to get rid of them. He said that inside that jelly there is a key, but thinking that there is actually a kind of Akin, a little creepy. Jekin asked if she was scared, but she answered that you need to get the jelly key. She pumped the sleeves and tried to get the key. This activity was unpleasant for her, but she got the key and the illusion spell destroyed, and they were a little closer to leaving this house. Someone who looks like Alfred watched them and saw that the guest did not like the food. He believes that such negligence cannot be allowed because it is not polite as a butler. Alfred cannot disappoint his mistress. Yekin and Sos Akin left the room and headed on. Sos Akin stared at the camera and saw how everything should look like. Going to the door of the room, Yekin said that a guest room was like a look, and Sam Akin agreed with him. After all, after dinner, guests are held to their bedroom. And even more so, traces of blood led them in this direction, so they definitely hear. Yekin suggested that you go into the room and search it all, but Auken did not like this idea, but he recalled that they needed to clean the dungeon. And she asked if she wanted to sit here for old age, and she replied that no. So he said that just silently followed him, but if suddenly let him say. They went into the room and Yekin said that it was worth looking for some more tips, but then he saw that the girl's image was standing in the door. She showed him a finger and Jeno did not even have time to understand that someone was behind him. He woke up in some other room and Sun Akin asked how he was feeling and he said that he was ringing in his ears and asked her not to scream. Although he expected such an unexpected attack, but he could not even respond to him and then looked at the objects around them in the room. Sos Akin said that while he was unconscious, she used accelerated thinking and looked at everything here. Moss and rawness can be said that it is an underground prison and even there are traces of torture, and it is very creepy. After all, where in the mansion of the little countess there is such a terrifying place. Yekin approached the grate and said that there should be a key here. But he decided that it was not necessary to spend time searching for a key and took advantage of his skill of silence. And then he knocked the door and said that they should move as quietly as possible because it would be very bad if Alfred or anyone else will notice them. Soken asked him that it was because of these considerations that he dispersed this lattice into the small parts, but he asked her to be silent. And then he said that instead of wasting time on empty conversations, she would think better how to get out of here. Yekin noticed how a small dog runs to him at a frantic speed. He does not understand how he found himself here. He took him in his arms and saw that this puppy was holding the key in his teeth, but Sochina told him immediately to let him go. Jekin asked that here, judging by the man, he feels from him as the usual puppy that keeps the key in his teeth, and he also looks like here. But she told him that he himself knew that in the dungeon, so just the keys are not, and if it is a puppy. But the dog began to growl at her. Yekin received a new quest called Flindir's Diary. Once the skills restrictions will be executed. Yekin thought that it was a fairly good reward, and probably this task is related to the secrets of this place. They reached the 3rd floor, but the mansion is such a big one that Yekin has no idea to go further. So Akin said that the camera was also selected, so they only have to inspect everything in a row. They looked around, and then Gino seemed to feel something. Sochin said that at some point it became somehow anxious. Before them, the ghost of the girl appeared again, but Sam Akin, taking his hand, asked just to go because now it is not time to communicate with the ghost. But he did not listen to her and asked the girl why she is still here and whether she needs something in this mansion. And then he thought that she was here to help him and asked to tell where the personal rooms of Countess Flounder were. She showed at the other end of the room, so Yekin realized that there was a countess room there and thanked her. And then he promised that he would send her soul to heaven if he had the opportunity. After that, they went to the room to look for new tips. Sonia arrived at the entertainment center to talk to the Raiders National Association. Jesus' dream asked if Songedi wants to say that Guild Lotus would take responsibility for the incident in the dungeon. Sonia replied that everything was true. They will be able to prevent the anger of citizens and the civil council that will be directed towards the Raiders Association. Therefore, they can use the responsibility of the Lotus Guild as a shield, but he has one condition. For this, he wants them not to disclose information about Mines Yekin. The Guildmaster asked about it. It is difficult to believe the Geos to act for a newcomer who is still studying at the Mile Academy. Sonia said that he could not call him the reason. The Dream of the Genes replied that for their side, so even better, and they are ready to go on the conditions of the Lotus Guild. But what if the raid fails? Suraji said that he should not worry about it, that Jetson was not able to cope with something like this. The Lotus would not interfere to help him. Yekin went to the door, but on his way were live monster armor. So Akin is known to have a rank. So she was surprised that he coped with them so easily. Yekin replied that this is the shortest way with such monsters he was able to understand. They finally entered the Flanders room that looked a little creepy. So Akin said that she would start checking from the table, but Yekin stopped her. And it said it was obvious that the diary should be there and asked her to look at everything around. Maybe she will find hints. Listening to it, she did so. Yekin found a diary and opened it to read. Flandir made records of her life in it. She became ill with her skin began to pale. She worried that she would die without leaving the mansion. The parents promised her to buy a doll she always wanted. A few days later, her parents were killed. Someone attacked them on the road and she was left alone. But then she caught a stranger in the garden. She asked her to stay. The girl does not have a name, so she calls her Sally. Finally, Flandir felt happy because she had a girlfriend. Alfred left the estate. Sally said he was in a hurry to the city, but she was not calm. 2 days later, he returned, and she felt the changes in it. It seemed to her that Sally was also hiding something from her. She made the next record a month and told that she was constantly heard in the house. Selena, kitchen mistress, and Mazelle's maid screamed again on the ground floor. She hoped that it was a dream. She was scared and she did not understand what was happening. In the last record, Flandir wrote that Sally and Alfred knocked on her door. They want to deprive her of her life and she does not know what to do. After reading the diary of Jetkin finally understood everything. Due to the task of limiting the use of skills were removed. Flandir's graph was left, probably the case of the hands of a demonic beast that has penetrated into a mansion. It is called Double. It looks like this is a counterpart. He saw as Sos Akin turns into the same monster. So Yekin asked him whether he was right. He faced all the doubles in the likeness of Alfred, and the main copied by Sokin showed his true essence. Yekin said that he finally showed his true face, but his patience was over. The monster replied that he was sufficient for a person, but Yekin said that he stopped because he has everything on the brain. So he immediately noticed a replacement, and then he said that it is not only in the brain A, but also in its stupidity. These words were very angry with the monster, so he and all his accomplices attacked Yekin. Restrictions on the use of unique skills were removed, so Yekin used the utensils. He must overcome the double monster in the class. It has a high level of danger because it can copy the skills and appearance of others, but this monster is no more than the class of S. The double told him that he would take his body to himself and asked him to give him, but Yekin asked him how it was. The monster wondered what he was referring to and he answered what to play with the children first and then take a humiliating delicacy from the person. Yekin struck a decisive blow and the monster said that he hated him and then repeated that he was jealous and assured that he was also a man. Yeshin, turning to the puppy, said that she barks so loudly and may be better for her to remain a dog. He immediately realized that he was Akin, and then she said that she coped well with the key so he would enroll it. Yekin wanted to open the door, but he saw him with his hand. She looked happy and not a spooky ghost as before, so he wished her all the good and left. They returned to the real world. For a hidden mission, they will be charged an additional reward. This was the second task, so it was left to complete the latter. Before the next task, they decided to have a snack, and Jakin considered the information about the traveled raid on the notifications of their system. Jakin regretted the fact that he rarely uses the support of group members. Among them is the cry of the commander, and the illusion that is quite good. Depending on how to use these two skills, the course of the struggle can change dramatically. Jakin saw that Sokin was offended by him. She said that if he knew that the puppy was, she could at least somehow hint. After all, she was very scary. Yekin replied that they got alive and it was good, but she still said that it was unfair on his part. He told them that it was time to go to the next destination, but Sam Aken wanted to take at least some break because they still closed 2 quests. Yechen asked what could be a break if she was not so tense in an underground prison. She asked if he had heard something about moral fatigue, but he replied that it passes quickly when you are moving and reminded of conquest, so she got up with the words that she would not forgive him. What happens further is, so they must be alert. Then Yechen and Song saw people in some performance. The man stood on stage and said that his name Bryn, and it was his show, so he invites everyone to the parade, and then he approached them. He said that they arrived in time and named their names. They successfully completed 2 missions, so he praised them for their good work. Yekin said that he asked directly and asked what the last mission would be like. Bryn replied that it would be hide and seek, and then they asked whether they see the gate. There they need to hide from the monsters that will appear from there and get to their destination. But Yekin didn't think everything would be as easy as he said, and Bryn replied that he was very observant. In these hiding places, it all depends on their skills. In other words, the monsters in Nonverland will appear depending on the number of participants and their abilities. Yekin felt a problem. It is likely that they will be a stronger rival than the previous ones. He will have to fight and defend Aken. Bryn said that first of all, he needs to determine their strength. He scanned their abilities and greeted the fact that they had S-class. Hearing such, Yechen and Soken were shocked. After all, it is simply impossible, so that is the trick of this test. Bryn said that for the first time, guessed with such a high level, and this is incredible. But Yechen denied everything and asked what the beacon was. Then Bryn wished them good luck. They received a quest last festival and have to overcome a part of Surt or get to their destination. Surt is a fire giant and the Lord of Muspelheim. As a reward for the task, you can get thunderous steps. Yekin saw on the screen notifications that the quest participants should be 3. He thought that could not be that something went wrong. Surt is the goal of Muspelheim, of the Earth of Fire Giants, before the birth of the Amira, of the first living being, from which the world of Surt was created. He wanted to hug the whole world with fire. It is said that his fiery sword, which he holds in his hand, is so hot that he can burn the whole world instantly. Surt immediately attacked. Aken asked how to act them, and Yekin replied that he was working on it, and if she does not want to turn into ashes, then let him run away. The third participant of Hela in the image of the cat thought that it all happened because of her, so she had an idea that could help a little. Hel asked if she was mocking. Before that, she said she would not help and told her to leave it. Hel is very interesting to find out how Gino will turn out of such a difficult situation this time, because now everything is much more complicated. Yekin realizes that competing with his opponent in the open battle is very dangerous. Direct attack should be avoided if possible, but it would be better to get a checkpoint. Soken said that she found her and looks like this point was a carousel. Yekin replied that it was wonderful and they had to run a little bit. He activated the skill of hastiness to speed up. After all, it is a simple quest where everything you need to get to the checkpoint, so if they could distract the attention of Sirte, it would be easier for them. He thought that with the help of Soken, it is quite real, so he has a new plan. Surt asked who dreamed of calling him. Yekin said Soken to gather and listen to him very carefully. They should be split and run apart from each other for safety, so Yekin told her to keep a course to that carousel. She asked if he was going to distract him, and Yekin asked if she could be in response as a bait. Yekin told her to run faster and stayed alone with a giant, and then he began to attract his attention so that he only attack him. He got to the top of the building and said Surta that he was too slow, and asked if he was thinking of catching him. So Aken almost reached the right place, but Surt destroyed the final and checkpoint. Therefore, the status of the quest, with the exception of hidden quests, will be changed to the impossible before passing. The giant called them insects and asked who at all dare to oppose Surt himself. If everything turned so, then there is only one option to destroy the enemy. So Jens is determined. Surt attacked Yechen, but he stopped his attack. So his rival said that only a few people were able to block his attack all the time. So he believes that this is a good thing and then said that he tried to block it and struck it. Sos Aken realizes that he will not stand it for so long and tried to come up with a way to deal with the giant. After all, something should be. And then she told him that she found a way to defeat this giant, so Jens tried to retreat. But Surt asked how he dared to run away from him, but he did not stop and listen to the instructions of So Aken. She told him where to run exactly, what he had to take 5 steps to the left. Before that, So Aken mentioned that there is a water tank outside the Nonverland, so you need to lure the monster to that place. If you remove the protective flame, it will be possible to attack it. Yekin thought it would be a good attack to his head or heart, because no matter how mythical giant, it can be overcome if it is possible to break through vital points in his body. She said that she would predict the move of the giant with accelerated thinking and tell him, and he has to listen carefully and evade the attacks. Some Aken warned him to take 3 steps to the left and then bent. Surt asked if he was no longer thinking about escape. Yekin was surprised to such a matter and asked why he should flee, because he heard that the gods of Asa had reduced him in rank. So it's just funny that he tells him about weakness when he is a regular door guard. But these words did not like the giant. But Yekin intentionally provoked him to follow him and then asked him whether he is now afraid of his ordinary man. Surt became angry and said how he dared to say so. Yekin activated the illusion skill that he used to deceive him. After the illusion was revealed to the opponent, the water poured and the protective flame of the monster disappeared. Therefore, Yekin has to act very quickly. He attacked him, but Surt said not to be so arrogant because he was dealing with Surt himself. Yekin replied that the main thing is victory. Before that, he competed with him only with the help of a small part of his strength, and against his true appearance in a morning, he has no chance. After that, the giant disappeared and the last mission was counted. Yekin also received an artifact of the unquenchable flame of Surt. Soken asked whether it ended and was relieved when she saw that the monster had disappeared. Watching what was happening, Hella said that she thought he would not need help, maybe because it is his choice. Ming Jechin seemed to her really very interesting boyfriend. After all, he looks as if he constantly strives to become stronger. So she asked Hel what she thinks about it, and the goddess replied that even if he still study, Hella said that she was always interested in Jikin's news, or maybe it is wrong. They understand that it is not yet possible to reveal it as an opponent of aces. Even if the battle is not possible to prevent, it is still very early. Odin is the highest among the aces of which it should destroy, but he needs strength. Yekin has received a reward that increases strength and agility, and also gives the skill of light. So he thought it was a really incredible artifact. As expected things, C-Class S is very unusual, so Yekin is satisfied with what he received. He looked at Soken and thought that she was trying to do something bad again, but nothing would work. He can control it. So Yekin applied the conquest skill and she told that she had received the Seal of the Rest. This item increases the force by 50 units. It also allows you to gain courage that relieves the effect of fear and increases strength and agility. Yekin thought that he needed immunity to anomalous status and he would prefer to accelerate thoughts, and it would be more useful. He decided to leave everything as it is, and in this case to call Aken to help. Bryn approached him and said that he liked the reward. Yekin replied that they had gone through a lot. Bryn hopes that they will safely choose. And then he approached Yakan and touched him, born with the fate of the enemy of evil. Yagan wanted to ask him something and asked him to wait for him, but he disappeared. So he did not know the answer to the main question again. A large number of people gathered near Nonverland. I waited for at least someone to come out of it. Journalists saw that someone was going out. They are both alive and go out on their 2 feet. The dream went to them and asked people to disperse because he should talk to the survived according to order. But at the same moment, Jens just disappeared and people did not understand where he went here. So journalists decided to interview the girl. But first, they should check its condition from the road and provide assistance as needed. Pa Ken-hoon was curious whether he hid himself on his own, but if he is from the assassins, then it is quite possible. But the dream of Jean said it was impossible. According to the agent's report, Kim Jin Ming Jechin belongs to the class of magicians. Pa Ken-hoon does not understand how he was able to escape so silently if he was not a Sazin, and his partner replied that he was a fighting magician. Sonia announced Yu Sonin that Gina had returned. She said he tried well and could come back, so they will see later. Yu Sonin thought that Yekin had done business and disappeared, so no wonder she said that he was unusual and not from those who speak the first. So she decided that he had to meet him personally to find out in more detail. Yegan was looking for or no information about him on the internet, but he did not find any articles, so he thought that Lotus put his hand. So he decided that the influence of the Great Guild should not be underestimated. He didn't think there would be so many people there. But he was able to try the effect of Thunderous Steps by Tealfi. When equipment, the running speed increased more than 4 times. He is interested in how many times the speed will increase if you activate them. In general, Yekin is satisfied with everyone and it was not so difficult. In addition, he managed to harvest a very good harvest of a non-flame of Surta and a small part of his heart. This battle made him know that he was still weak. He needs more power to overcome his opponent without using cheap tricks. Such a force that will make him who cannot be touched, which will deprive the past and allow you to protect your family and comrades. This is the path to go, and now it is worth getting even stronger with every second. The director of the academy summoned the instructor of John Issue and gave the task that she should perform. She said that she would not disappoint him and would report on every step of Ming Jachen during the next class. Queen is sure that you need to get rid of all weeds to grow a good flower bed, so he is looking forward to the next event. And then he will be able to completely get rid of dirt that annoys it very much. He wants to get rid of Yehin and all who are dear to him. Jechin met with Yujon and Ina and told what had happened to him. The Yoon said that she was now clear why she couldn't call him on the weekend. He just wanted to say that he did not ignore the calls and agreed to know the measure. Kim asked if he imagined how worried about him, and then she said that she covered him at the academy and he should pay her delicious something. So Ina asked him whether he was well with him and whether he did not hurt, and he answered that he would not be worried because he feels great. The Yuan believes that he was no longer happy and asked if some god could hate him. Having thought about it, he could not say the same as he is blessed with gods. Someone approached them and said that he felt some annoyance, and asked Jaikian whether he was... This is Lee Suhek, who added that if he is going to do something incomprehensible again, then he should be ready. They did not understand who to discuss it with each other and asked Jagan whether he knew who it, and he answered that at all without a concept. But he became angry and repeated to them that his name is Lee Sukek. And then John Jesu came into the class and told everyone to keep silence. She told the students that from that moment she would teach them an understanding of magical operations and will do their best to improve their abilities. Therefore, he asks everyone to be diligent. Yekin thought that she looks young enough, but for the teacher there is no better space than the Academy Miles to gain the right experience. She said that her class is a fundamental understanding of magic, and they will mostly deal with magical expressions. Chon Isu asked that they knew about magic. Lee Sukek replied that magic is a supernatural thing that manifests itself from the direction of mana in the magical formula. She liked the answer and she said that everything was right. Magic, the science of removing the phenomenon from the magical expression. She has to give each book each of them. It contains the main magical formulas that can be used by D-rank magicians. The book also contains all aspects of magic. All students have to master the materials from this book, and this task is given for the whole semester. Some students said that nothing was written on the cover and there is nothing inside. They thought something is wrong with the seal. Everyone was handed out by Jizu's books, and Jizu asked whether he could say that it was for the letters in the book, and he replied that it was runes. She replied that this was the right answer and then thought that this book is magical, and information from it could only be seen if you decipher the formula. He managed to decipher what is the usual freshman all a week, therefore he is much more talented than the director of Quinn. John Ishu said that in this case it would give another question, and asked if he knew what the runic words mean on the book cover. Yekin thought is some kind of joke of the Nornir system, or the peculiarity of Esh, and he replied that there was an Odin's life and the basics of runes. Soken is angry that she had to go through Gino and she had her legs. She is wondering whether he imagines how it was got after he disappeared. She was asked what the thematic dungeon was, what happened there. Before he escaped, he told her that he had an urgent case, so he leaves reporters on her. And then, with the help of conquering skills, he ordered her not to say nothing about his skills. Soken is angry with him and she is interested in when he removes the conquest. But then she had an idea. If he constantly disappears in itself, it will be enough to just come to him and get what she wants. The book about magic seemed more interesting than he thought. All magical expressions change their characteristics depending on how to use them. For example, a super speed chain can be created by combining a lightning attribute and a mana chain into one formula. If you follow the base, the range of use of low, earlier magic becomes more diverse. Similarly, if you improve the skill of sword possession, along with it, the skill of martial arts is also growing. Magic is that the better you understand the concept of a magical formula, the higher you can rise. The Yoon was tired of trying to read the book, and Jetchin said that they still managed to read the cover. He considers them quite special. But the Yujin does not like it. She clearly remembers how she taught Jaehan magic from scratch, but now he understands everything than she is. Yekin said that no wonder they say that an outstanding student would surpass his teacher, and he did it as a result. So Ina said that she was able to read and was very happy. She was finally able to read the first page. Yekin said that she tried very hard and it came out, so he greeted her with it. But these words were forced to be ashamed. She hid her face behind the textbook, and Jaehan wondered if she still behaved so strange. And he thought it was because of the rice he then spent in the dungeon. The Yoon merged that she did not work. She was about to explode and all present paid attention to them. So Yekin said he was here to nothing. At this time, Raven Odin did not even know. Yekin and all his friends gathered to choose the best name of the potion store. He said that it turned out to be more complicated than he thought. So Ina said that the store was still gone, and the Yoon was worried that they would ruin before the discovery. Anihona said that survival is the most important thing for the raider therefore, so the potion business does not go banking. They tried this potion and know that it was a revolution. A few days before, Yekin passed the magic theory without problems. Therefore, there is no more point in the exams to worry in the near future. But there is something else left. If it is possible to become stronger raiders ready to spend hundreds of millions, hard work and perseverance is good. But money is an indispensable element of pumping. It is clear that the raider's main power is not in money, but he simply cannot lose this opportunity. Businesses and stocks are ideal for raising money, especially if you know the future. Lee Jason is one who will take half of the world's pull, but to make a lot of money, you need to get everything now. Jaehan found Ahun and said that first you needed to restrain your promise and then run away. He was surprised to see her and asked what she was doing here. But she answered not to speak her teeth, and then he noted that he used some strange scalp and fled. Yekin forgot that when using brainwashing skills. The one on whom it was used can track its location. He forgot to turn off this effect. The Yoon asked if he really blackmailed this girl, and he said that if it came to sit down. And he added that she lends her head for a while. She joined them and suggested calling the shop of a heavenly demon. She heard the heavenly demon is the best in the martial arts and continued to tell, but Yekin used the skill of conquering to reassure her. Everyone offered ideas, Jesson or Alice's potion store, but Yekin said that he would not go, and even the monsters in the dungeons would rather propose options. The Yoon asked why he was not interested in her opinion. He said that there was no point in this, but then gave her the opportunity to share her ideas. She suggested calling the store a skillful elixir and asked how this option. Elixir is another name for the philosophical stone created by alchemists in the past. It is a mysterious elixir that cures wounds and even returns to life. Lee Jessen said that this seems a very suitable name for promoting potions and increasing the value of the brand. Yekin grabbed the Yujan by her shoulders and said that she was just his lifeguard. She asked what he was doing and noticed that it was not very nice. Therefore, the name was decided, and from that moment, their store will be called Elixir. After all, everyone liked this idea. In the next class in magic, Jensei told about runes. They are the language of magic. If you disassemble the sentence, the language of the runes is considered a frame for its creation. Run language is the basis of magic as a device based on magical expressions. Jizu praised him for such an answer. She finished classes with students and said that today everyone tried very well. After class, Yekin decided to approach the JSU and ask something. He was interested in the magical book of the 4th higher rank. She could not believe how possible it was possible. It is very difficult for instructors to read it. So in her opinion, Ming Geno is just an incredible student, and it even scares her because she does not know who he really is. Yeshin thought it was a failure after asking the JSU, and the JSU did not know any useful information. So he must start with the basics. Someone was constantly watching him, and this time he was a man who recorded all Jen's actions, and that he took the magical book of the 4th higher rank. Yekin decided to take the help of his teacher, Yu Sinan. She said he came even before she expected. He answered that he really wanted to come earlier, but there were exams and then some other things, so he could not find his free time. Yu Sinan treated him with tea and asked if he wanted to ask her help in understanding the 4th higher rank magical book. The book describes the creation of the magic of destruction that destroyed magic and returned it to nothing, and also about strengthening that makes magic even stronger. In this book, formulas and high-level theories, and it is very difficult to understand them, so he turned to her for help. By this point, he was counting only on Odina's eye, but he needs a deeper understanding of magic. Yusonin said that he could not help him with that, and such an answer was surprised. Yechin asked why she couldn't help. She told him that the concepts that appear in 4-rank magic books have no sense if he did not learn them on his own. It should be in the state to do it on its own, and it will help him to stand in a row with raiders and raid. At this point, he mentioned the desire to take revenge. Yusonin said that if he still came on her advice, she would show him at least a method of studying. This is a workout that will allow him to understand the intensification. She asked if he was curious about it, and he answered that. Yekin is ready for anything so that it can help him become stronger, so he started training. In order to understand everything, he trained with the help of the battle system, however, the subject that gave him Sonin. With the use of this subject, he could use only the same magic. It is a Gleipnir thread that seal Fenrida. Before that, Sonin advised him to continue to study only one magical formula. He asked how to intensify this workout. She answered that he had to understand it. A magical arrow will help to get a reinforcement for such complex magic. Yekin felt that with this subject, his body became difficult and slow. It reduces the user's characteristics by 50%. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. But Yekin did not give up and continued his workout. Before class, the young asked Jehen how he feels. It does not have the best look. It smells of its patches at a distance of 100 meters. And then she asked if he at least knew that she has been living in the test room for a week. So also supported her, and said that it was not necessary to cut. He thanked the fact that they were worried about him, but he noted that they themselves know that in 2 days they had a test. And then turning to the Yuuzhan, said that she did not even finish the decryption of the tasks of the exam that awaits them. He heard that if she gets an unsatisfactory assessment, she would have to stay and make up for the lost. After that, the Yuuzhan said that it was time to go to the library. Then she grabbed with her En and told her to go faster. So Ina did not have time to do or deny anything and only said goodbye to Yekin. Yekin continued his training and perfectly passed the 41st stage of the test. Understanding magical formulas has increased significantly. He was glad that he finally understood the importance of strengthening in the 4th magic book. It means leaping skills. This is called an increase in level, so deep understanding of magical formulas is the excellent skill of the skill. The strengthening depends on it, but so far it is only a rank in or somewhere in the range of raiders of rank A, and this is still not enough. He mentioned how Sonin said that the concepts described in the magical books of the 4th rank did not make sense if he did not study them himself. Yekin thought that at first they only wanted to use each other, but now their relationship went to a different level. The director of Quain came to the instructor Kim Soki and asked if he could log in. The director invited him. Due to the incident that occurred in the dungeon, his reputation was injured, so Kim Soki wanted to rehab. He reported that the preparation for the event was completed. The director was surprised that they finished even faster than he thought. Kim Soki replied that this time he personally convinced that everything was ready, so Jane hopes that this time they would work out. He believes that all things can be found even if this thing is currently selfless. Jagan returned to the hostel and felt someone followed him, so he said that he appeared or he would have to approach him. But then a crow appeared in front of him and immediately attacked him. Jekin was able to repel his attack in response to a blow. And then he said that he did not hear what happened to his friend before. Jakin believes that they have no places at all if they begin to attack directly at the academy. So he thought that Jane had already started acting. And then he activated the skill of the magical arrow and said that in one he is sure exactly and that they make a big mistake. But in a moment he felt some incredible danger and did not understand how the crow did it. And then he saw that he was his father. He said they had not seen themselves for a long time and called him his son. They continued the struggle, but Yekin is weakened to stand against him. He did not even notice his sword. Hugin said that he finally came to see his son, but his character became even worse. But Yekin replied that he was not a father. After that, Hugin said that he had a period of puberty, and Yekin asked that he was saying and what he was doing here. He replied that there was one reason why he was here, and then thought that it should be a strange limit. It can become so strong. So Hugin said he wanted to ask one thing. He asked Jagan as he was associated with the enemies of ASA, but he pretended to understand nothing. Hugin attacked him, and Yekin thought that as a simple blow, he had a lot of damage. He is curious whether this is the Raider of rank A. So he is not the only one who hides his abilities. Hugin said he became stronger. Jaehyun was embarrassed from where he knows about the enemies of ASA. He is interested in what he still hides, so he asked directly from him whether he wanted to take his life. But Hugin answered him that no. But he is striking the speed of growth of his forces. With such a pace, he will quickly be an obstacle to the ace and his plans. To begin with, it should limit the amount of its divine power and stop its growth. So he said that he would take his limbs with him. Their battle was interrupted by an unexpected guest. Hugin asked whether the agreement between the gods of Asa and enemies was violated, and if not, how they dared to show disrespect for the great Odin. But Hela replied that he did not understand what he means. Yekin was surprised that this cat had just said something. Hela accepted her true likeness and said Hugin to leave from here. After all, they have plans for this child. Yekin felt magical energy that she is stronger than his opponent, Mina Sono. He does not understand that it means. Hugin told her, for the sake of it, had to go so far. Attacking it, she replied that he was very well aware that this is their only option. He asked if they wanted to stop the battle of the gods with the help of an ordinary man, and probably Loki is very unsure of their abilities. Hela asked him how different from Odin's attempt to destroy a common person. He replied that they would be finished today, but next time it intervenes as unceremoniously, it will hold it accountable according to the contract with the ACMA. She said that he knows how he knows and she seems to be in her way, and she reminded you to remember, at any point she can deal with him. After all, the treaty was concluded between the gods and the enemies of the ace. It does not have a forbidden point to destroy the crow Odin. After that, he left. Hela was greeted with Jeno. She is very pleased to finally get acquainted. And then she said that she's Alter Hel and her name Hela. And Xian who watches him as an opponent of evil. Hela for him is a guide that will spend him in 5 trials. Jae and I will return to the room in restored health. Hela said if he wants to ask something, let him not be ashamed. She will try to answer the questions. Therefore, he asked her who was Sono. She replied that he was not his father. His real name Hugin and he is one of Odin's crows. Hugin is able to manipulate the human mind as well as memory due to the power of another crow, Munin. And all this time, Hugin was near him to restrain the enemy of evil from the prophecy. Yekin was surprised that he was not his real father. Hela said it would be easier for him to understand everything if he saw everything with his own eyes, so she moved him into memories. And then she was backing up the memory of the Norner user and said that it was selfless garbage. Yekin seemed to watch himself from the side. He saw the house where he lived before and how his father told him why he was born at all. He asked whether he thinks that if he discovered his ability to magic, something would change. So Yekin remembered why Ming Sono hated him. It's all because he is awake. The abuse he had to endure his childhood into a real hell? His mother tried to protect his son and asked why he was mocking the baby again. The mother cried with him, trying to reassure him and repeated that everything would be fine. In fact, his father died. At that moment, he felt as if he was suffocated and thought that it could not be because the smoke was so thick. At that moment, he seemed to forget what he should always remember, and then he plunged into deep memories, where he was a little boy and felt happy next to his parents. He wondered why he did not remember his native father, and because of this, he could not restrain his tears. Hela said that he was finally freed from memory manipulation. He asked her why all that. She replied that it was destined to become an opponent of evil and was said in the prophecy. Jaehyun does not like that some prophecy destroys his whole life. After that, Hela decided to tell him what happened 10,000 years ago. Then the first Ragnarok happened, and it all started then. Ragnarok is the last chapter of history and the end of the world. In the last battle, the coalition of the enemies of the Aces was fiercely competed, but as a result, they were defeated by an army led by Asam and Valkyria. After the battle, Odin forced the enemies to conclude a treaty in exchange for the lives of gods and giants that were captured. This document states that the opponents of the ACs were defeated. From now on, their strength cannot cause any harm to the gods. They must obey the power of the great Odin. This treaty has further enshrined his power. Many creatures of the world have suffered endlessly begging for help. And then Norn's sisters were given a prophecy. 10,000 years later, the next Rag will be the weakest creature, will destroy Odin and create a new world. He was mentioned in the prophecy. He is their only hope. Yekin asked if they were going to use it to destroy Odin. This is their plan. So he became interested in Odin's goal, to which Hela replied that it was the vertex of 9 worlds. He wants to get all 9 worlds, and the world of Midgard people too. After that, Yekin felt it difficult to breathe. Odina annoys that through some prophecy we have to follow the worthwhile creatures. One of the gods said he was just a man and it's a waste of time. But Odin believes that the enemies of the ace become more stronger, so that they cannot be shown even a hint of their weakness. He told his interlocutor named Heimdall that he would give him his power and asked if he understands what he was leading. Heimdall replied that of course he realized that Odin was referring to and said that he was immediately leaving Asgard. Yekin continued to train and mentioned Hela's words about the capture of 9 worlds, and that it was Odin's end target. Now there are 4 worlds in his power: Vanaheim, Etenheim, Svartalheim, and Muspelheim. And now he tries to pick up the worlds. Jakin asked Hela that if it really was why he didn't take his life even earlier. She replied that it was because of the power of prophecy. Even God does not dare to resist prophecy. After all, this is a very large stream and Gino is protected from Odin's strength. But there is no eternal protection. When the next Ragnarok comes and all shackles from the world will fall down, the forces that protect it now will simply disappear. As this moment, Yekin will die. But to say more correctly, one day he has already lost his life. Now everything has become clear. His death before his return was the trick of Odin, which would miss Hugin forward. They played with him from the beginning. They destroyed his whole family, manipulated his memory. So Hela asked if he had the desire to take revenge and protect what was expensive. Hela, the conductor of 5 trials, so turning to the enemy of evil from the prophecy, she said that she would give him a test. So he will become an assassin gods who will lose Odin. The Norner system announced it of the emergence of the main quest, which is called the Path to the Destruction of the Gods. As a reward, he will receive the blessing of the throne of the opponents of the Aces. Hela said he should become stronger by the beginning. Recently, an Anahan has been engaged in special training, so his whole body has a lot of pain. He wondered whether it was worth asking for Jessen Potion to restore endurance. Thanks to special training, he managed to gain S-class skill. His body is still weak, and he thought that Gino is probably at a much higher level, and to win at the school festival of the academy is still far. He still has enough time to prepare, so he decided to continue his workout. And then he heard as Director Kuin calls him. It surprised him, and he thought why he needed the academy director. So went to find out about it. The director talked on the phone and said not to worry. If he gets rid of low-ranking cadets, support will return to favorites. And the congressman asked could not block all the noise. The man replied that in the last fake dungeon had to deal with dirt. The guys from the Raiders headquarters will soon go to actions. Kin Jane thought that he did not hear him, so it was time to change him. The director of the academy said that in the headquarters of the Raiders I work those who only live at the expense of taxpayers, and if it is a long time in preparation. But the man did not understand what he means. Queen said that everything is very simple, and hinted at the experience of the guild. A few days later, an artificial breakthrough will take place during the next practical class. The man asked if he was trying to solve all the problems with other people's hands. Kin Jane replied that he quickly understood everything and asked what he would say. He agreed and said that he had already offered to agree on the state support of the Mile Academy, and I would like to discuss the plan with him in more detail. Queen asked how much he wanted. This conversation was heard by Hona, who came to the office. He immediately remembered Jehen's words that someone intentionally tried. He came to him that he was in his head and managed consciousness on the same day while hunting pioneers, and then he provoked the appearance of the dungeon and watched everything there. So he wanted to go and understand the situation. But then he realized a little to realize that it is dangerous to interfere now and he would not solve this problem. He went into the director's office with the idea that he needed people who can trust to deal with this situation. During the class, Jehen could not throw the words from Hela from his head that Odin knew about his contact with the faction of the opponents of the Aces. It may mean that the rag can be made much earlier than expected. John Issue said that the lesson was over and then reported that she had ads for them, but at first they should awaken all the cadets. Yakin thought that the case was probably about the next event, and he was not mistaken. She said that the experience of the guild had been announced earlier in 3 days. This can be a great opportunity for them. After all, they will see with their own eyes and understand how the Guild of the Raiders and how it hunts for monsters. This unique opportunity was provided to them by the director of the Academy of Kohin. Juhin seemed very funny, because before his return the past they went to Guild E rank and sat on the sofas that were moldy. Now, thanks to the success of the Academy, they can go anywhere, but if you choose the best Guild God of the Sea, or Hessen. Prior to his return, he saw Guild with his own eyes that took first place in Korea. JSU said that there are several cadets in which the Guild choice. Guild Priority Nomination is a proposal to practice in a guild of a particular cadet. If you accept this proposal, the guild will give the cadet special points. But Yekin feels that there is some trick. Jesu was said that cadets of Ming Jekin So Ina and Kim Yujan received a proposal from the Lotus Guild. Cadet Lee Sukek invited the God of the Sea to guild. Kim Yujan was shocked when she heard about this proposal from the Lotus Guild. Even far before, Yekin proposed their candidates for Yu Sonin. He remembered that she asked who was distinguished on hunting, and believed that knowledge of future specialists is an important factor in competition between guilds. He also recommended Lee Jessen and Anan Ants. John Issue said to make a decision to prepare the documents and send it a file. Kim Yujan could not believe that she would see the Master of Guild Lotus. Her pleasures were no limits, and she thought it was a dream. Yekin thought that An Han was also included in the number of nominated. Therefore, he must also receive an offer from the Lotus Guild. Kim Yujan asked why 3 at the same time rang the phones at a time. They saw that an An Han urgently gathers everyone in the workshop of Lee Jasan. Everyone gathered, and an Ain Choyon told that he heard the director's conversation. Kim Yujan asked him again because she could not believe it. Quinn planned to destroy all low earlier students to awaken others, but another one had to be expected. Lee Jessen said that his corruption schemes have been talking about the first year. SOINA believes that playing people's lives is a bust. Yekin thought that the experience of Guild was an event that was much more dangerous than he had thought. In the past, he has heard that several students died in such an event. Anhan said that no one knows about it except them. So it means that they are the only ones who can at least somehow counteract this insidious plan of Quinn. But Yekin believes that one cannot rush with conclusions. After all, they can die if they get in this case. Anhan asked them for help because he could not look all his life as if he knew nothing. Caring for others in truth is noble work, but it is worth distinguishing courage from recklessness. The Yuan said that there is nothing to think about, it depends on the lives of other students, so they have something to do. Lee Jessen agreed with her and said that he was very scared, but he was in the case because he does not want to sit. So Ina agreed with them and said that if there is a chance to save someone's life, she is not going to be inappropriate. Yekin did not want to interfere to not be at danger of his friends, but saw that they behaved like a real raiders. This work is related to finding treasure hunting for monsters and protecting people. Yekin automatically received a quest called The Second Intersection. In it, he should destroy the plans of Jane and save the students. For this, he will receive a black card and a sealed magic book. So he suggested working on how to furnish Quina. After all, preparation is also important in this case. The instructor of the JSU did not believe that Gino has mastered the 4th rank magical book. She believes that it is impossible. In response, he only told her who knows. She thought that this student is dangerous and he was concealing something. It seems to her that the director wants to make him his next figure on a chessboard, but he is not the one with whom it can be done so. Yekin said that she had some very gloomy facial expression, and she asked if she was going to convey all the information about him Jane this time. John Issue asked how he learned about it, and he replied that there was something else he wanted to ask her. He decided to get into her head with the skill of washing the places and asked if she was ready to listen to him. He managed to achieve the desired, and he thought that he knew that he was stronger than the instructor of Jizu. The most effective way to attack the enemy is to attack him from within. Therefore, he decided to use the instructor. He told her that in the next few days she should be his closest friend, and now they can talk about the main business, so he asked her to listen to him. Yekin hinted to her that the director of the academy, Jane, intended to do something horrible. 3 days later, the same day came when the experience of the guild. So everyone who accepted Lotus's offer went to this guild. Yujan thinks she couldn't have had a chance to visit Lotus Guild, so she felt as if she was in the 7th heaven with happiness. Manager Pak Sopoge congratulated them all and introduced himself, and then said that he would accompany them at today's event. He invited them to follow him and then showed the whole territory of the guild and finally brought them to another place. The head and master of Guild Yusonen were waiting for them. She greeted with them and introduced herself. She prepared different treats for them and invited them to sit. The Yuan began to behave very strangely. She did not believe that she saw the guild master's lives, so she confessed that she was her fan and asked her autograph. Yusonin agreed and said that thanks to fans like Kim Yujan, she was always full of strength. Jekin remembered that the Yujan has long been a great fan of his mentor. Yusonin told him that he was glad for him that he had so many friends. An Hoyon was surprised that he was acquainted with Guild Jusinin, and she said that Jekin was her student. From such news, the young was already jumped by asking as possible. Yusonin said that she already knows a lot from Jehin. So that's why she called them here after the experience of the guild. In fact, Lotus and several other guilds have long been aware of the dirty affairs of Kuhin. But his power is so strong that it is very difficult to resist his ideas. Otherwise, he could not act so openly. Yekin said that the case does not know, but he looks like the ability to open a dungeon. Yusinin replied that most of his abilities are unknown. They are kept in strict secret. Therefore, you need to review all possible options to continue. Sonia showed the reflection of the magical fields of the entire guild that participates in the events. In several places, they are much stronger and denser than in others. If the dungeon appears, then this will happen in one of these places. Yusonin said that Lotus people would closely monitor these places. If something happens, they will immediately close the territory and evacuate residents. Yekin said that this is a good plan, but Queen will be prepared. If you find out that Lotus was in the case, it will act more aggressive. Yusonin asked if he had an idea, and he said so. Yekin suggested that the students be saved. In the meantime, what they were waiting for. The weakest students were introduced into the dungeons. Some of the students do not consider themselves weak, so they thought that the director gave them a second chance and recognized their ability to raider. But one of the students was surprised by this situation, and she asked whether it seems to others that it looks very strange. This is a place where they go not very similar to prepared. If it is a raider guild, then it should not be equipped with various amenities. And this place looks long, abandoned, or cursed. The instructor said they reached the right place. Then his concealment effect dispelled, and they saw that Kim Saki. He did not expect that the skill's effect would end so quickly. And then he said that nothing to do with it, and though a little too early, but decided to say goodbye to the students right here. He told them that this was their last lesson, but everyone can be. Suddenly, they will return alive from this hell, and then he sent them to the dungeon. Yekin, along with his friends with the help of the map, got to the right place. This building is like an abandoned building, so they decided that they may not have come there. Yekin asked Sonia whether he followed them, and he answered that of course, and let him not worry because of it. And then he asked him when he had time to learn telepathy. Yekin replied that he read several magical books. Suraji said it was incredibly because the process of intervention in someone's mind with magic is quite complicated. And then he asked them to keep themselves, and Yekin replied that he would do his best to protect his comrades. Yusonin believes that Yekin copies her behavior and he is still the same shameless child. Kana replied that she hopes that the manager Pak Soji would be able to help it somehow because he is some kind of strange. Master Sonin asked her to treat him more condescending, but in her opinion, this is the beauty of the relationship of brother and sister. Yusinin felt some aggressive magic somewhere nearby, so it meant only one thing that it had already started. Before that, Yekin said that guild in which Queen would open the dungeon will Kane. Soin is so known, then this guild is founded by Queen himself. But this is surprising because if Kane, then everything will happen right in the center of Seoul. It is very close to the Lotus Guild and he cannot act so openly. This is not at all like Jane. But Yekin said that this information was obtained from reliable sources, so he may have conceived something else. Yusonin asked Khan to learn something about Guild Cain. After a while, she managed to know something. She reported that this Guild Cain is considered a ghost. Some guilds do not leave records of their activities. They are used to evade childbirth. So now it is clear to them why Queen Jane started it all. Yusonin said that Yekin's similar was right. Now she was interested in Jane. She asked Khan just in case to prepare her equipment. They prepared a plan for unforeseen difficulties, but still better that they are more careful. Yekin, along with his friends, went inside the building and felt a flow of energy. This is a very gloomy aura. He also feels a very unusual Manu, and in his opinion it would be good to send everyone back and stay here with only the manager. So Ina also felt a magical response. Yekin said that a high-rank magic was activated in this place. So there should be traces of spell activation somewhere. They went on and got directly to the epicenter of the spell. Yekin said they would go from here, but no one could move. All this is observed by Queen. He believes that they punch their nose wherever you should not decide to send them into the world of dark elves of the Hearthale. The monster of the dungeon felt that new ones came to them and said to his subordinates to get up because it was time to hunt. They have moved to the world where the dark elves of the Slavo. The Nornir system warned that they would return immediately because it is a very dangerous place. In Scandinavian mythology, dark elves are described as warriors who have the power of the gods, but their strength should weaken. After all, this place was a prison for them. But they are much stronger than them, so they have very little chance. Jaehin realized how Kushin decided to get rid of the students. Hano asked as a director could use such high-level moving magic. Yekin agreed with that. After all, Jane is just a person involved in the transmission ceremony between 9 worlds, so he believes that he has a contract with the gods of ASA. Because this situation does not look at them is not the best way. Sonya approached them and they did not understand how he got here. He replied that Yekin said that he needed a skillful raider, so he decided to come. And President Sonin could not act on her own because she was followed. The Yoon was glad that he thought here they did not get out of here. But Sonya replied that even if he did not change much here for the better. After all, they are in the world of dark elves. Here, even rider and rank is difficult to survive, if you act recklessly with all the end. Juan knows only one that the attack on this world has not yet been worked, but it is only so far. Prior to returning to the past, he saw a lot of attacks on the charm, so he said not to worry, he would do his best to all survive. But first you need to find those who survive, therefore they have to go in search. The father of Koyon met with the director of the academy and noted that he did not keep his promise. After all, he promised to take care of his son. Queen said that he had nothing to worry about. After all, in the next event, it will easily take the first place. The father asked the student that he took first place on the hunt and how it happened in general, as he could surpass An Hoyon. The director replied that he probably saw the broadcast so should be aware. After all, Ming Jenny is a genius. It has 97% of the tendency to magic. This news was very surprised by the father of Anans Hoyon. Queen said his tea has cooled down and asked if he was asked to warm him again. But the father was interested in quite another, as the one whose name was not known to anyone to surpass his son. So he replied that their conversation was over and that he would go. The father of An Hoyon is called An Ang. He was a military officer and is useful only because he has quite good links in the central government. But Jane has no reason to interfere. After all, losing parties are not interested in him. They continued to go further and Ina said that it would use a flash too dark. But Yeshin suggested using something else. So he made a slightly larger flash of light and lifted it up to make the bright light scatter the darkness and illuminate everything around. Yujan said what a bright light, and Yechin replied that he increased the level of magic D rank for flash. Ina noted that an increase in skill is possible only when you become a Raider A rank. An Han thought that it would not mean that Yekin had already raised his skills to such a high level. Yeshin asked why they stopped and went on. They were interested in Jehena quickly achieved such a high level, and they plunged into thoughts. Sonya was also interested in the same thing. He taught many newcomers of the Raiders, but none of them in Yehin's finger were worth it. He is interested in how far he can go. They have decided to relax for a while. They have been going for a long time, and they should fill in endurance. Kim Yujan asked why the light went out. Jetkin replied that the elves got used to the dark, and the flash is easy to extinguish, and they should get used to darkness. She replied that then you did not do anything, and remembered that she took the potion because she was already panting from the magical energy that presses. And Anahan said that Jessen asked to prepare more, and then he added that one of these roads should have survived. Yegan said that he had a way to learn and applied the skill. With this, he learned that the path leads to the boss's room. They were unexpectedly attacked, but Jihen managed to catch a weapon that flew directly into the So. He then activated the skill of absolute calculation. Sonjeti said that everyone should take their positions. Then they saw that dark elves were approaching them. Therefore, everyone took advantage of their skills to deal with monsters. After that, they attacked them. Yekin realized that he could not yield to them. After all, they have enemies with them, so he used the skill of the supersonic chain and attacked the dark elves. Thanks to the attacks of this world from the past, he managed to find out that all the weapons of dark elves were made with magic. This means that it will be able to destroy them all by means of absolute calculation. So he warned all that they only use the magic of fire. He advised what skills you can use, and this will help you deal with monsters. And Sonya, he said to deal with the slow elves. Sonya listened to him, but he was curious whether Yekyan knew something about the dark elves. He then used his special skill. It helps to completely hide the traces of your stay. And then he attacked the opponents. Juin managed to overcome one elf and Yujan used the skill of eternal flames. Ina also used a fire arrow in the elves' surprise that ordinary people knew so much about them. Anchun invisibly attacked one of the elves, and the rival asked how he dared to approach him at all. Juhen struck the elf back and they finally deal with him. After winning the opponents, they had to go further because they have very little time. Ina asked they should go in this direction. Yechen replied that he was feeling the Manhu survived in that side, but they are not all there. If they are a little late, they do not survive. We need to hurry very hard to help them. The director asked Kim Soki why everything happened. He apologized and answered that he could not think that outsiders would dare to go into the guild building. He became angry and asked why he should listen to it, but Kim Soki assured him that he should not worry. After all, ordinary people did not die accidentally falling inside the gate, so they just cover the situation. Kuin said he did not make him laugh because the transmission ceremony would not be activated because of people without magical abilities. This means that someone is able to use magic. This case had to go without noise. Otherwise, he knows what will happen to Kim Soki if at least one survived from there. Khan asked for Sonin or everything would be fine. She answered that this is an emergency, but if she leaves herself, it will not attract attention. She felt a sinister aura. At such a wavelength, it means that the magic S was used, so children in Sunpo now are in danger. But if there was no reaction from the earring, then there are no dead yet. But if she is late for a second, something very bad may happen. Yu Sonin decided that it was worth a hurry and warned Khan if she did not return until morning. Let her immediately ask for help from the association and send reinforcements, and then asked to check the cameras around it to help her to get to the right place. Khan said she was cautious. Yusanin, hurrying to that building, thought only that Jane's guilt did not happen with her people, because if something bad happens to them, she just does not leave it and avenge him. Two students who managed to get out tried to stay at least to get out of this place, but they could not continue to move on. The student thought that if she had no benefit from her, but then she saw that someone approached them. Jekin told them that they tried well, and they would already understand. They gave the students potions, and their health quickly recovered. They do not understand where they find themselves and what happens at all. Jekin explained that they had thrown into the world of dark elves called the Slavorafakaim, and he and his comrades came to save them. And then he asked them what really happened, and they told that their friends had seized everyone who came to Guild Cain. After they came into this world, dark elves attacked them. They staged a trap, but they managed to escape. But the elves poisoned them with mana. Yekin saw that she blamed herself and believes that he should be a person who had to die with competing with his comrades. But he believes that it is ordinary recklessness to compete with the enemy which cannot be defeated. This can only be shown in movies. Therefore, Yekin said that others had caught this not their fault, and then asked if they knew where they launched them. But they did not know what to answer, and Yekin asked if they wanted them to die. The girl said that the Dark Elves have a king, and that means that the students were taken to him. Yehen thought he was a boss of dungeon. Then he asked who brought them here. They replied that it was Kim Soki, instructor. It was he who brought them here. Then Yekin said that they all had to wait here. The Yoon asked him where he gathered, and he replied that he was feeling magical there, and that means that the boss is in that direction. From there, he blows in mana students, but she fades rapidly. The same should be gone as soon as possible to save them. Kim Yoojin asked if he went crazy. After all, go there is too dangerous, he can die. So Ina supported her in this. She understands him, but better go all together. But An Han agreed with him, but the young did not like it. Yakin said they still could not win the Dark Elves in an open battle. In addition, someone has to stay wounded. Therefore, in this situation, it will be best if it goes alone. The Yoon said that there should be some other way because it would not return. Sonya also agreed with him, but said that if the situation came out of control, he should return. Yekin replied that he was well and then asked him not to worry about him and take care of his friends. Anhan said that he also did not worry for them and went, and then he promised something to handle, so Jens left. The students asked if everything would be well, and Sonya replied that so Yekin is very strong and none of them probably knew his true strength. Kim Yujan burst out because she was worried about Jehen, and so Ina took her hand and said that she would not worry, and they would just do what they could. As soon as Yechen went, they heard that someone was approaching them. Songeti wanted to say that they should be prepared, but did not have time. The Dark Elf unexpectedly attacked him with the words they dared to walk on their earth. The Yoon was very scared of him. Seeing two students who escaped from them, the Dark Elf said where they hide. Yakin realizes that in his absence, something can happen, so he should deal with everything as soon as possible. He reached the king's room and Elf told him that he finally came. He was warned that the guest would have prepared something special. Yekin asked what exactly he felt that Sonya was in danger due to the earring. His energy fades. After that, the king asked if he liked. Elf said he could not get out of here and there is one way if he can survive. Realizing that others in danger, Yekin should act quickly to save them. So he did not know what to do, but then remembered the words of An Huayan, who promised him that he could protect them and he should believe him. At this point, he has nothing more than faith and Elf asked what he would do. Yekin replied that he had to understand something, but today they end all today. Anhan understands that the matter is bad and thinks that the poison is wine. The monsters are aware of all the weaknesses of Assassina Rider. The elf said now when they got rid of the annoying guy, only small flies with which they will quickly understand. And Anahan realized that they decided to attack them at the moment when Jehen was not there. So Ina said that if the manager was injured, then Sonin would have to feel it. Therefore, she probably rushes to them. Before that, Sonon gave Yekin's earring 151 and said that if one of them was threatened with the danger of the earring, should signal. In this case, she will immediately rush to them for help, because he also feels it with the same earring. Yekin continued to fight the elves and said that he would have to pull them all that they ate. Before that, he talked to Ananon and said that very little time and if he had at least 10 minutes. And Anahan replied that if 10 minutes, he had a plan. Looking at him, Gino saw the face of a man who had already decided everything. In the past, he had to see it more than once, and he is sure that these eyes could not be believed. So he said Yekin that he could go to overcome the king and save others, and he would protect them until his return. One of the rescued students understands that if it runs out now, it will no longer be able to look into the eyes of your friends. Elf said it is a pity that all their actions make no sense because they will still be served for dinner. Han fought with them trying to repel their attacks, and one of the elves thought that they wanted to show that they were not considered a burden. During the struggle, Han noticed that they were much stronger than those elves with whom they fought before, so he asked one of them who he was. The elf replied that his name is Kel. He is the captain of royal guard from the royal family of noble dark elves. The Yuan thought that in this case he should definitely belong to A rank, or may even be stronger. From the moment of the first meeting with Yechen, Ananhan cannot forget his desire and appearance. He showed what a real raider should be. For him, he is going along the difficult way and is the realization of the dream he wants to achieve. So he should not stop now. He has to catch up with him and reach the same level, so he decided to take advantage of his new skill that will give him more power. The Yoon asked what he was doing, and he answered that he had to do it from the beginning. The raiders have completely different points of feeling, upper, middle, and lower, so he tried to release his strength and was able to reach a higher level. The elves felt incredible power, and they were interested in what magic was and where the ordinary person came from. And Anahan used the skill of uniting divine swords. But this force is too heavy for him, and his body may not cope. So Ina said that he stopped doing it. The level of skills critically exceeds its level, and all blood in the body begins to flow in the opposite direction. After that, the elves attacked them, and the main ones said that they could injure them, but should take them alive. Thanks to special training, the Han was able to gain S-class skill, but it is still too large. The unification of divine swords is when you reach a higher level of possession of the sword, and become one with him. Han continued the struggle. But he will understand that despite the border of his capabilities, he still cannot defeat the elf who is called Kel, so he only has to take time. But even if it still helps protect everyone, and if he was a real raider, he would do the same. Elf asked him. He thought he would not understand what he was, and he was interested in looking at how he was trying. But Han thinks only that he has to protect them, and no one else can do so, he should take care of them. Therefore, he said the elf that even if he dies and then reborn again, he will not understand the reason why he does it all. They continued the struggle, and Han felt that he was getting worse. The Eshk system has been dangerous. It should immediately stop using skills. He understands that his body would no longer stand and decided that he should strike the last accurate blow. But Kel put under the blow of his subject and told him that he would not worry because it was very useful. Han said that it was a very vicious act. After that, Kel attacked an Academy of Sciences of Hoyon and caused him severe harm. Everyone was scared of him. Yekin fought with the elves and thought that he had only 10 minutes. But too many opponents came against him. The king of the elves asked whether he thinks that one could handle, to which Yekin replied that absolutely everything could. The king replied that he considers himself too arrogant, but in fact he has no benefit. Yekin replied that as a child he listened to his own selflessness and he was already tired of hearing. The king ordered his subjects to destroy him, and Yekin activated the ability of the fire and entered the battle with the elves. And then he said that he just needed experimental mice for magical practice, and thanked that they themselves had announced this role. Yekin dealt with all the elves, and the king asked how he'd dare to think what he would survive after what he did. What Geno asked about whether he was talking seriously and then attacking him. The king thought it was impossible for an ordinary person to have such power. He said that Yekin would regret it even if he overcomes him. The other 7 kings will definitely find him. Yishen struck and said that he did not need this information and let them give them that if they want to take the risk of life, let them come. Meanwhile, Cyan was disappointed that she couldn't do anything. She did not notice the movements of Keely even after his friend fell. She considers herself too weak and loses one again who is dear. Kel said that only one garbage with which he could cope with. He grabbed Ku and asked if she could try at least one tooth. She only thought that they could not lose. At this time, Yusonin joined them and asked if he had injured these people so much. The elf immediately felt her incredible power. She said that she answered immediately, and if it really did not live anymore, Han was happy about him. Yusonin asked him again whether he did it all with her people. Kel realized that judging by her magic, he would not be able to defeat her. But he decided that if he took these children in hostages, he would get a chance. So he replied that these people were a masterpiece. Yusonin replied that she thought, and in any case she is not going to have a monster. Using the sacrifice skill, she resumed the health of all. Elf was surprised that she used healing magic so quickly. And then she said that the healer had to do his job even if the enemy is in front of him. But she hates when someone hurts her people. After that, she attacked the elf. The Yuan noticed that she did not even use the skill, but the most ordinary shot of mana, but with incredible force. From one impact, she figured out with the elf and said that, at first, it is worth checking the condition of these two and treating Solji. So Ina asked if the manager was all well, and Yu Sunin replied that he could exhale in relation to him, but the state of Hoyon was worse than she thought. Therefore, it will take much more time for his treatment. She noticed in it the excessive use of force beyond the critical point. The blood vessels are distorted and the nerves that control the magic are damaged. If she would not be able to use magic for the rest of her life a little late. She started his treatment and lost a lot of strength, so she said that as expected, this skill was too expensive her body. If it were not for Jaegin had not been alive for a long time. The Yuan asked if Hana would be able to cure. Yusunin replied that of course, but he would come to her senses in a few days, so you should not worry. And then Janong asked where she went. They answered that he went to the room to the boss. Yusonin said not to worry because everything would be fine with him. The Yoon noticed that he was alone there and went to the boss and whether she was sure that everything would be well with him. But it guarantees that Jaegin is not so easy to understand. Dark elves are magical monsters and compete with enemies with magic, but they still do not even stand near him. Therefore, there is no need for excitement. Yakin said that if he lost so offensively that he would tell others that they come to him, of course only if he could get out of here. Elf does not understand how he loses a man as a king of dark elves. But now to keep pride for a while and it is worth telling the brothers about what happened. So he wanted to escape, but Yakin stopped him and asked where he gathered. Elf asked if he thought he would die here. And he said he would make him his companion in Helheim so that he feels like a true fear. He used a secret skill that is only given to the king of dark elves called the Frozen Earth. Yetchin laughed and said that it was an unexpected harvest and it was good that he kept his ace. And then he used the map to copy it. He could not think that he would be able to use it in such a place and registered in the empty card skill S rank Frozen Earth. And then he destroyed this effect and the elf could not believe it and did not understand how it could happen. Yekin said that before attacking you need to know who your opponent, and then he destroyed him. And then they said that they are completely different. Jetchin received the title of Assassin King of Dark Elves and the ingredient of the king's essence. For the mission, he received another postcard and a sealed magic book, as well as the skill of creating magical tools. He then found other students to release them and check their condition, and then he activated the victim skill to cure them. And then he saw that Yu Sonen joined him. She said that healing is a harsh job. True happiness for the healer is when no one needs treatment, and then if you can save someone's life? Kim Soki was worried about someone went to the dungeon, but he is convinced that even if they can get out of there alive, it does not matter. After all, they will destroy everyone. But here he saw Jehen unexpectedly. He grabbed him and asked if he was. An hour before the entrance to Guild Kane saved in the dungeons, the students thanked Yu Sonen for her help. She replied that if they are so grateful, let them enter their guild. The Yuan said that he could at least enter. But Yetchin noted that first you need to evaluate the situation, but she struck him and said that she had no sound from him. After all, he made them all worry. Jekin does not understand why he is so painful because he has high characteristics. They waited for Khan to come after them. Khan asked whether she was well with them because she was so hurried that she could not contact them for several hours. Yusunin said that she would explain everything later, but first of all, you need to take wounded children to the guild. And she still has things that need to be finished. And then she added that she had a matter with her student. Khan agreed and invited everyone to get in the car. Yekin asked the manager about his hand. But with the help of telepathy, he asked not to speak his sister about it. Yekin said that all is well with him if he can use television. He replied that this is not so, but if his sister learns about it, it would only get worse. Khan said that if he stands, he would have to get to his too. So he hurried to the car. Yu Sonen asked Khan to take care of the children, and after that they went to the guild. Yekin asked Sonen or she also felt it. And she answered that. It was some dirty release of huge energy, so they went there and found Kim Soki. Yu Sunin said that he did not know why he was here, but he was amazed at how the head of the guild learned what happened. So he said that he would simply not seem. He used a magical tool from the director. Maybe he did not need it, but his situation is extraordinary. Yu Sonen asked whether it was a magical tool that allows you to teleport, but she noted that his effectiveness is so. It moves only a few tens of meters, so it will not work with it. At this time, Queen felt something wrong. Yu Sonen asked why he sent students to a dangerous place and said that he was saying who was standing behind him, but he replied that nothing was going to answer and decided to check how strong she was. Yu Sonen asked whether it was a man of mana and said that in this case she was very sorry. The director realized that he did not get out of this situation from this situation, so he decided that he had sufficiently used this paw. Yu Sonen asked, he thought that with such force he could withstand her and then attacked him. Yekin realized that it was impossible to read the moving formula because of this, but on the part of Kim Soki it was very stupid. Yu Sonen said that he may not be responsible for all that stands for it, and it is so clear that Jane was. She did not count on his answer. Supporting Manan is now a spicy magic that this device will not be able to withstand, and this means that Kim Saki will die here. To finally understand the situation, Sonen took advantage of the skill of Lightning Call. This rank A skill is related to the brain. Its strength is up to 1,000 degrees depending on the user's abilities. The rank of Jacket is the same, and they are at different levels. So Ina mentioned how Jaehan saved her. He turned the magic so quickly and it was still very far away. Still, she will need to thank him for this act a little later. The journalists gathered near the Academy Milkus, asking what they were thinking about the situation, and asked to comment on her director, Quina. Public opinion about the academy at the moment has a very negative assessment, so everyone wants to know the truth. John Issue told the director that there was even an assumption that he created Guild Gil and left the students there. Because of this, Kohin was very angry. She said that a whole camp of reporters gathered near the academy. They also contacted different media, so she asks what to do. He asked what she thinks and said that of course to close the academy and avoid any interviews and comments. He is wondering whether someone has known his plan and thinks that Anak was overwhelmed inside the academy. Kohin thinks that Kim Saki is no longer alive, otherwise he would not go away but would still have to come with him. And then decided that information resistance should be solved by the same information resistance. So he called his journalists and said that he wanted to order several articles, and the question of price was little interest to him. After a while at the academy, Jetchen caught up with an Academy of Sciences of Hoyon and asked how he feels. He said he scared him and thanked him for surviving him and Yusonin, if it were not for them to get alive from there. Yakin asked why he did it, referring to the skill that almost took his life, and he said that he continued to move in the same direction. And then he added that he could think of the cause later. Now let him do what he wants. But he added that in any case he was still going to do, and then said that he would go, because his audience on the other side. Jaehyun asked him to still keep his body still worry about him. Returning to the room, Jeno checked the rewards. The title obtained has a rank A and additional attack forces in contact with monsters with the attribute of darkness. Interestingly, there are such original effects for a long time. After Guild Kane, he had many things to take care of, and he was not in himself. So if he knew about these effects, he would have been checking it for a long time. Forces and mana are always missing, so he decided to ask Jason to help with the essence. He will probably be excited because he likes to work with new materials. But among Jaehyun's awards, she was interested in something else. It is the creation of magical tools, the skill that uses Manu to create a weapon. The higher the rank, the better weapons can be created. But the created weapon will disappear if it is not feeding it. This is a very useful skill that helps to get a weapon that is needed for every battle. Yekin was surprised that it would be able to create a weapon because it would be a very useful thing. So he decided to try. He managed to create the object of equipment that was very pleased. But the weapon created can only have the rank of S. But it is not important for him because the true value of this skill is quite different. First of all, it is a benefit. In the black market, the rank equipment can be sold for tens of millions of won. Moreover, it can constantly create such things. But he saw that the equipment of the equipment reacted with mistletoe. This unblocked the effects of mistletoe, and he gained the skill of genius creation. Therefore, all the equipment created by him will be increased by the next rank. Yekin thought it was just incredible. He has the desire to try it now. Earlier he thought why the mistletoe bracelet belongs to the category of weapons, but now it was clear to him. So he created a few more objects because if he has such an advantage, he has nothing left to use it. The exams at the Academy are known to take place soon. It is very difficult for students to handle them. Competition at the Academy is harsh. The examination of the exam is divided into two categories, theory and practice. Theoretical exams are conducted in accordance with the educational material, and practice includes the preparation of potions and raid hikes, and specially created dungeons on the events of which the whole country observes. Yeshin and his friends were actively preparing for theoretical exams. Yujin helped in this. But Hano fell asleep and she woke him up. And then she said that if he continues the same, she would have to talk to him more seriously. He apologized and said that he always falls asleep when he looks at the book. But the Yoon asked if he knew how many days he had left before the exams. If he will block at least one of them, she promises that he will read so much that the books will be his night horror and he will not sleep at all. Yakin said that it was hopeless because these two would hardly be able to do something with it. He refers to Ku and An Hoyon. He was ready to go out with them if they were pulled up, then he would only win it. But they are hopeless. Han said that he had no chance, and Ina replied that then, before meeting the rebellion, the Yuan noticed that they did not speak nonsense immediately. And then she continued to explain the following subjects of the length of the magical waves and the behavior of the raider. A few days later, the exams began, so all students discussed their success. They were interested in whether they managed to pass the exams. Some said it was so difficult that they almost got rid of life. And then the students noticed Aso. They recognized her, and this is this girl who became one of the best on the hunting of newcomers. And she is approaching Mina Jano and Kim Yujon. After hunting, they got into the news as gifted first time. Students believe that all the best will communicate in one way or another, but they are interested in Anahona with them in the company. They are convinced that these geniuses will receive the maximum exam marks. Students envy them and think that they have passed the test tasks with closed eyes. Hearing this, Jakin laughed and thought it was a very big responsibility, but envy is better than hatred. The Yuzon came to Ina and asked how the test passed, but she didn't even know what to answer. So, turning to Jehen, she said that she made her best judging by her appearance. But Yakin replied that she most likely looks so only because he is not amenable to any learning as an Anhan. They laughed at her, and so Ina said that she was hearing everything. The Yoon replied that she just had to make more efforts. Lee Suhek saw them, said that Jejen is very arrogant, but this time he will deal with him. His friend asked that he was again for his own, and he hopes that the Dryer would not look for reasons for the battle with Jeno. Yujin and Jetchin continued to prepare for the exams, and this time they needed to cook the potion. Jessen helped them in this. There was nothing to come into the Jung, and Yekin said that it turned out much better, and then asked Jason whether that is really the case. He replied that so, but they both did not cope because they have no talent for alchemy. This answer was for them as a direct blow to the heart. Yekin said it was bad because he studied potion for a very long time, so he must get at least satisfactory. Jason apologized to them because he thought it was quite rough on his side. Yekin asked if they had any chance of handing over alchemy. He replied that there may be one way, but you need to use a special ingredient. They need lunar fractures that live only in very clean places. Every year, no more than 100 in the black market. If you make a powder from their shell and add to the potion, you can enhance the effect of the potion on the exam. Therefore, Yekin and Yujon decided to use the Kavan's Soviet help. Yekin approached her and said that a lot of time had passed. She was very surprised when she saw them and asked that they needed to mention what had happened on the hunt. Yekin said they wanted to ask her something, but she replied that she was not going to listen to their request and asked them to leave. He asked if she did not even want to ask what he got for it and refuses it immediately. She thought he wanted to share with her. But Yekin offered her 30 million in cash, and of course, they must sign a contract before. After these words, she immediately agreed and asked what they needed from her. After telling them all, they began to gather. After a while, they were already in the mind of Gun in the area of Mount Togu. The Yoon was very pleased with this incredible landscape. Yechen noticed that they came here not for a walk, to which she asked why he climbed to her again. An hour ago during a conversation with Kwona, the Allied said that finding fireflies is quite possible, but she needed traces. Whatever good of her skills, but without them, nothing would work out or thought about Gino about the way. He answered that they would not worry about because they would take a wonderful alchemist with them. The Kvan Allied asked who exactly. Seeing Lee Jasana, she said it was a wonderful alchemist. He refers to him. Yekin asked if they were familiar. She replied that they were in the same team on the first hunt. The fact that he was very surprised by the alchemist. The Kvan Noyadi confessed what he thought in the first hunt, that he was forcibly stuffing into the world of martial arts. But he himself believes that at that time he was not very useful. The Allied said that it is now a completely different energy from it. She sees that Jessen is pleased with what he does. After that, the Sove went down and he caught up with her. Monthly fractures, though monsters but belong to nature. There are many thoughts about the principle of creation and appearance of monsters. But most of the theory is that the mana, which remains in the air and in the ground after the invasion, turned ordinary animals and plants into monsters. Jessen said that choosing a place is just suitable and it would be easier to find fireflies. But the Kwona Allied said that the road is slightly lost, but everyone noticed that Jason was very pleased to stay here. Yekin replied that before entering the portal, he said that all sorts of beetles loved. It surprised the Yoon because she cannot tolerate them. Jessen found a trace of menstruation fireflies and reported it to everyone. The Soviet Union said that she would try to work out the money earned, and then touch the trail she tried to find in which direction the moonflowers moved. She found them a trace and everyone was surprised that so quickly. Jessen asked everyone to speak quietly because loud voices can scare them. They went on, but this road was not like what they came here, and the Yoon even became a little creepy. But the Kona Allied said that her skill is leading here, but Yehin is sure that something is wrong here. Then they saw fireflies, but they were much larger than regular bugs. Yekin thought it was because they had survived the monstrosity. The fireflies moved very quickly, and he decided that they needed to slow down a little. He took advantage of gravity skills. The Allied said they were well kept for beetles and asked if it would be able to strengthen the control of magic. Yekin replied that he lacked skills to make it more skill. Jesan said that in this case they could miss them all. But Yekin replied that they would catch them all and created a man's room to hold the lunar fractures. And they asked if they were going to catch them. The Allied surprised that he had just created a man's room, so she believes that he was a real monster as he heard about him. Lee Jessen was very happy and surprised why he did not think of it. And then he said that it was incredible. The Yoon did not want to go into the room because she hates insects and beetles, but Yekin said that now is not time to relax and let him catch. So she did not have a choice and she had to go all that she could not really tolerate them, and it would be a difficult task for her. The union is interesting whether at least one student is able to create something like this. Even third-year students are not capable of this. She became interested in where he came from. Jaehan watched the Yujeon coping with the beetle and he was even ashamed of her. She got into something sticky that she did not like much, and shouted that she stinks very much from the beetles. After returning Yekin and Yujeon, they tried to cook the potion with the beetle dust again, so they added a secret ingredient. And Anahan and Essos asked what it was, and Jessen replied that he worked very carefully on it, but it was still in the process of refining. It is likely that they will be able to reach 70% cleanliness. Yujin and Jetchen finished cooking and surprised that they really turned out. Jesan told Jesse that the potion was of perfect quality. They were very happy. Jessen said that the boiled Gino has 51% of purity. The Yuzon is 47%. A few days later, an alchemy exam took place. Anhan said that they had no talent at all. After all, they made more like some alchemical call of monsters. Even rare ingredients did not help them. So the Yuzon ranked 42nd. Yehen 31. Anahon received 29th place. Ina was especially distinguished and took first place. And Anahan said that it was not all so bad thanks to Jasan's help, and said they were young people. Yekin asked if he was so comforting. After that, Han said that he had been lecture for time, so he said goodbye to them and left. They still have workshops, so this is not the end. The workshop is a course of practical classes in a subject. The Yoon said that if it turned out so in the exams, that the remaining will need to be compensated. The level of complexity of the second stage is quite high as the hunting of freshmen. Then arc and dungeon test. The conditions of passage are quite complicated. Exams are a test of the knowledge gained at the academy. But the complexity of the second stage and geometric progression increases the order of team formation. So Ina asked the Yuzon what she had value. She replied that 14. Therefore, it is necessary to form a team competently, and it is very difficult. Depending on the student's performance, everyone is given a certain value. Students should form a team of 4 people. However, their common value should not exceed 50. Anhan got the value of 17. SA and 15, Kim, Yujon 14. Yakin did not expect one to score a large number of points. Earlier, he had only 6, and he was very glad because he was able to get into a good team. But the result was terrible. He believes that this is a bad method because high earplugs should choose low earlier, which they have the right to humiliate others. The student approached Yekin and asked if he was Jaehyun. He knows him before he was in the team. He believed that low rank should remain low. The student said that Yekin is a brilliant student who won the first place in hunting and played a key role in the imitation of the dungeon. Earlier, this guy was humiliated by Jaehyun asking how he could be so bad. He greeted and said that his name is Hansen, and then he asked if he did not want to unite with him and noticed that Jino was somehow negative to him. Shansun Chu said that he had little value compared to the skills, and in Jaehyun should be about 20 ago, it would be difficult to find people in a team. So he decided to help him. Yekin believes that such people are everywhere, and among the strong and among the weak are their garbage and their rats. Yekin said that he was not going to unite with the way he would and choose someone else, but Hansen quoted him to listen. And he tried to prove that his value is small, but he had good skills to what Jensi answered what he knew, but he was indifferent. And then he noticed that he himself would be able to pass this exam, and he is absolutely selfless for him and too weak. He did not like this answer, but Yekin did not argue with him and just went. He had already found someone to invite to the team and came up to ask what they decided. Pak Sun said they agree with Kim Jina. Moreover, they already worked together in the team. Chinsun Chu mentioned that these were the ones who left Mingzhen's in the dungeon and just fled. Therefore, this choice was very surprised. Yekin said that they were very glad that they agreed, but at first he was afraid that they would refuse him. Shanson Chu was offended by Jigen that he chose them and did not go with him with the words that he would still regret it. Kim Jina asked Jakan or he was sure they needed him, because last time they did not help him much in the dungeon. Because they fled and he was left alone, and if he remembers the incident with Guild Kane, then they were thrown there because they were selfless. Yekin answered that they would not worry about it because he would not ask them to work together if he had intention to lose, and he would not lie about it. Yekin is sure that Gina and Sona's assessment does not meet their abilities, because that day they quickly finished the exam. But they are worth more than Hansen. They asked who would be 4th in the team. Yekin thought he said about it and she should appear in a minute. The Yujin approached them and asked why he was talking to these two, and Yekin said that she would be the 4th. She asked if he invited her to unite with these two. Because they left him in the dungeon, she did not want to cooperate with them. Jane was angry because giving the journalists a lot of money, they continued to make their dirty headlines. The media turned back to him and there's only one organization that could do it. This is the Lotus Guild. He is convinced that Sonin has made an effort, so he has no choice, in addition to lying to the bottom, even if it will lose a lot. But now he must wait for the media to calm down and then return to their plans in the name of the Aces. Yujon, talking to Jakin, said that she would be able to close her eyes on what had happened in the dungeon earlier, but she was a little worried. She asked him whether he brought them here just because she got along with them very well. Yekin replied that even if he said that he asked them to escape, it still does not suit it, but she must trust him, and also to understand that the escape was their most correct solution at that moment. Yujon replied that he believed to him at first and wanted to deny, but then he asked why he took them to the team because he could calmly score the highest score without help. Yekin said it was very straightforward. There are several conditions of which must be observed when forming a command. First, it is hatred of Jane. Secondly, it is one who will not say what will happen in the dungeon. Moreover, there is a reason because he came up with a plan. He said he would take advantage of the exam to get rid of Jane. They were surprised and thought about whether he was really serious. Jaehyun is curious to see how this time the director will be able to turn with the help of his connections. The day of passing the practical exam has come and all students gathered to go to the task. The instructor Pak Ha-jun introduced himself to the students and said he would be responsible for the second stage of the practical exam. Yekin thought he was another puppet of Kuhin, but this is not surprising because he became his right hand after Kim Soki. Pak Hodson reported that the practical exam will be broadcast in real time. Therefore, it is possible to show the world what the Academy student is capable of. But it also means that the students of the Academy will have to play their roles in front of the public. They will be observed by the whole country. The instructor said they had to do everything that they could and wished them good luck after that all went the dungeon. Jin and Sun's Yujan belong to D-Gen's leader. They have to go through all the stages of the dungeon and get the boss core and then go back. In the first stage, you need to eliminate all monsters and find a transition to the second stage. Everyone noticed that in the dungeon, it is quite hot. Yekin said they were in Muspelheim. More precisely, he thinks that this dungeon was created a similar Muspelheim. The Yun is convinced that it is a look at the fire pillars around. Yeshin suggested drawing a map of the area. They need to gather more information. This will help to act competently in the future, and there is something here what he would like to take. Gina wondered what exactly. Yujon replied that they were going to find icy grass. Prolonged exposure to heat will slow down them, and it can be dangerous. Pak-san was surprised that they were too in such things, and that's great. Yekin replied that this was the basic knowledge when passing the dungeon. Survival is the priority of any raider, so Yekin activated Mana Detector's skill to pave the way. He immediately found where the icy grass was, and the Yuuzhan was surprised that everything was so fast. Yekin said they needed to go because they have very little time. They quickly reached the right place. Jin wondered whether it was icy grass. Yekin replied that he said so much to be able to pick up with them, and then he asked the sun for his marks on alchemy because he said that they were not bad. He replied that it was said loudly, but Yekin said that he still leaves the poor on him, because among them, all of them will work out the best. After that, the audience entered the viewing room, so the system warned that from now on they should keep an eye on what they say and do. The students are forced to play their roles in front of the public, and to say in other words, now they are streamers who have to entertain the audience well. Jaehyun does not like this concept, but it can be useful. They were approached by 4 monsters of the rank, so Yekin said to act on the plan in and compete using his artifacts, but do not forget to follow the distance. After all, these monsters can break if they do not get into the places in their body. The Yoon aimed at one of them, but Yekin said that it was too early. Watching the battle, the audience began to leave various comments. After that, Yekin said the Yuuzhan that now time to attack, and she activated the skill of a water shot and fell directly into the target. Yekin believes that there is no better place to use the frozen land, so he took advantage of his skill. But since they now have viewers, he tried to do it more epic. But when the atmosphere is sufficiently heated, he will arrange a real performance. Yekin decided to arrange a real show, and all the audience began to be interested in how he did. But he believes that everything is just beginning. After all, these audiences will become a serious weapon in the fight against Queen. Therefore, he cannot use it. The dream of a Raider Association is watching what was happening in the dungeon, and noticed that Jeno did not even sweat, though he used magic and rank. Judging by the report of Kim Jin's agent, this guy did not have a relationship with the director, and behind his back is a lotus. So if he used it, then exposing Jane will not be difficult. So he wants to see Jihen going to do next. Jekin overcame monsters, and Yuuzhan thought that she was not even surprised for some reason, but she was interested in when he was able to learn it. Gin said that in this place it became very hot and asked for others, or does not seem to them the same. Yekin replied that as they figured out all the monsters, they have time to drink potion because it is really very hot here. The Yoon suggested finding a place where it would be a little cooler. Pak Son found such a place. In this direction, the energy that goes from the ground is a little smaller. Yekin agreed with him and asked if they were ready to break the camp at the point. S.O. Ina was in the team with an Academy of Sciences. They also defeated the monsters and were ready to rest. They seemed to be too easy because they quickly figured out the monsters. And Ana Han hoped that the monsters would be stronger, because for such a dungeon it is too easy. Other members of the team heard it very surprised. The team member noted that if they had made a mistake. Moreover, Ana Han competed with bench snails in the near battle, so he was very fortunate that he did not get harmed. And Anahan said that Jeno has long been dealt with by these monsters. Therefore, they have to hurry to keep up with him. The other team members thought that if they say so, then Yekin then strong. Sona took the task of cooking and said it would take about an hour. Yekin replied that this would be enough. Then Sun said that he would try to cook the potion as soon as possible. The Yuan said that it was very hot here and this place was really created in Muspelheim. Yehan noticed, and here she is, a real Kim Yuuzhan. After all, it hints in these words that the son of brewing potions faster. The Yun replied that it was not meant at all. Gina noted that they are very close, but they did not pay attention to her and began to argue with each other. As a result, the Young was offended by the fact that he exhibits it in a bad light, but he apologized. Thinking about Gin and Sunjagan is sure they understand that what was in the dungeon is not their mistake. But fear dulls the mind and destroys intelligence. Yekin told them everyone wants to talk to them about the plan until no one follows them. Having told all Yekin from Yuchon, they decided to appear to the public. The Yun asked him whether he was sure that it was possible, and he said that, of course. He believes that now is the best time to give a little noise. Then his plan will work exactly. So Jens decided to take advantage of his magic. This is to make some changes to the broadcast. The message appeared on the announcement that voice transfer is cancelled. The audience was interested in what he conceived and asked where 2 more participants of his team went. He told them that everything is well with them and not worried. But the fact that they heard his voice surprised them very much because they know they cannot listen to students' conversations. Yekin thought that such a reaction was expected, so he said that he had a little healed with the formula of the artificial dungeon. He is glad to greet each of them and said that now a real stream begins. What is the point of broadcasting if they cannot hear it? This was seen by the director, and the instructor asked him whether he was well with him. He replied that all is well and not to worry, and then he explained that his head just crashed. He thought that it was impossible, and as Gina was able to change the formula of the artificial dungeon. After all, it was created by dozens of Raiders magicians by instructors of the Academy in their hand. How he dared to lift everything under himself. The instructor said that he should deal with Ming Jeno, to which the director replied that he would be very happy about it, but they could not do so. There are no rules that would help them deal with this situation, so they just have to watch what is next. Who would have thought that some ordinary student would be able to change the formula of the dungeon created by the best instructors? But you should not worry about it. After all, students cannot disclose confidential information about the Mile Academy, because during the entry, they signed the relevant document. If you violate this rule, the punishment will be an immediate exclusion of a student from the academy, so the director is confident in himself. After all, while his signature stands in the introductory documents, he will not be able to do anything. But then the director heard as Yachen tells the audience about him. Now everyone is talking about the director, and Jaehyun noted that they themselves know how things go, and in what situation all the students are now. As for the incident with the experience of the guild, there are many underwater stones, and whether he is worried that he will be expelled from the academy, Jaehyun noticed that the audience should not worry about it, and then asked if they wanted to know the favorite phrase of Quain's director. And then he said that she sounds so survive only the strongest, the one who has the law at the Mile Academy. He asks whether they think the director will exclude him, but then he will prove all the words he spoke about him. Kim Jane thought that Ming Jen's from the very beginning was not who seems and why he understood it only now. So he said to the instructor Pak Haden that as soon as the exams end so that he cuts Jaehyun from the academy. And when the media calmed down, let it hire a few raiders and raid with combat experience to get rid of it. Kuin wants to make Jaehyun pay for him so he can't leave it, just Jaehyun answered or expel him. The director would not restrain the word if he had excluded him with good grades. But whether he is capable of such, and whether he is ready to go so far, Jaehyun thought that probably the media had already thrown down Jane. He thought about the fact that Jane was sure that he would be able to turn out this time. Prior to that, Jaehyun told his team that he was going to edit the formulas of the dungeon. They should be sure that viewers hear them. After all, the first point in the plan for the overthrow of Quaina is communication, so they will be able to bow viewers to their side, fulfill their wishes. The Yuan asked if he was sure that everything would work out, and that if he tries to do something or somehow interfere with them. Jaehyun answered not to worry about it. They have viewers, and moreover, there are no such rules that forbade them to change the formula of artificial dungeons. So Yachen continued to communicate with the audience and said that now they were starting a real raid. This show they prepared specifically for them, so they only have to enjoy. The audience left a lot of different comments, but the Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. She whispered to Jaehyun, a little frightened by all these people, and then saw that the audience began to leave comments in her address. People wrote that she was a good fighter and quickly coped with a lava monster, and that they were together in a team for hunting freshmen. She turned off the notification screen because she couldn't see everything, and it was very unpleasant that she was watching her. The Yuzan confessed to Jaehyun that she seems to see her through, and it is very unpleasant. He asked her to suffer a little. They need to go through it all for the sake of the plan. So she tried to come together. In fact, Yachen understands her feelings very well because he was in such a situation. The regression will not even be able to read how many times he wanted to get rid of life because of all the hatred that fell on him. So he said to Young that it's time to start working because they have a lot of work. The viewers were interested in what they were going to do. Yachen said that they had things left here and they planned to show them something, and it is very interesting. And then he noted that they wanted to find the hidden part of the dungeon. So after that, Yechen and Yujeon began their search. For this, they activated their skills to find the place. It is time to show everyone as a regressor protects the dungeon. Kim Jian contacted a Jisok's dream and said that she would make contact with Jetkin after the exams. But whether he is convinced because his back stands Lotus. Jisa's dream agreed that this is a problem, so she needs to get in touch with him so quickly it is so possible, and to lure him on their side. They will allow him to put forward any conditions to get what he wants. After all, they will have great advantages with him. If the Raider management can get it, it will be a serious advantage in the long run. But Kim Jin believes that Kohin is also behind him, and there is a major problem, so it is worth tracking the situation. To find the secret place of the Gino and Yujin dungeon, they must rise as high as possible in the air. So he grabbed her and said time to act. From the fright, the Yuzan clung to him. The audience became interested in where they wanted to jump. They seemed to be frozen in the air and the audience surprised it. The Yakin plan worked and they found exactly what they were looking for. The Yoon said that everything was warned and there was really a hidden plate on which they managed to become. Yekin answered that he would be firmly and said the spell and even not thinking to make a mistake in timing. She said well but asked just not to let her go. The one who first finds this place really deserves respect. And also Kazin deserves it, who so carefully hid it all with the support of the state. He seems that he did not want some student to open his secret. In a moment, they were in some unknown place. The Yoon asked whether it was the place he spoke of and Yesin replied that it was it. These balls will be a key point in the clearing of the dungeon. Queen, watching it, could not believe that they found a secret place. Yekin said that he learned about this item by exploration of the terrain, but it was completely unexpected that he would be hidden so well. But in principle, he knows where and what is in this dungeon since his past life. Yekin used the skill of the icy rainbow and then said the Young that time to go down. After all, they should pick up the balls that will help them completely clean the dungeon. Going down and gathering the balls, Yehen asked the audience whether they knew what it was. Some of them know what it does not want to say it. Yekin told everyone that it was an essence of fire and he thinks he was very lucky because she will be the main one of the artifacts needed to pass the dungeon. Creating an environment that is similar to a real dungeon, and then the motivation of students with a good reward, is the essence of hiding such artifact, but ordinary students would never get them. Some of the audience began to comment that the Academy Miles was completely smiled. Yakin told the audience that they are ready to go further because now they have everything they need. They have already coped with one task. Remembering Jane, Yakin can only imagine what his face looks like now. He is probably in fury. Yakin hopes that he will not only be satisfied with this, because he still has many surprises for him, which he must receive. The team gathered in its camp to wait the first night of intermediate exams and go to the second stage of the workshop. Sony cooked the potion so everyone had to try it. The first was the Yuzon, and she did not like the taste. She said it was too bitter. Yakin replied that she was terrible in taste, but she needed to eat it, and then cleaning the dungeon would be easy for her. She said that she understood this, but it is impossible to swallow this abomination. Sun said that he heard all the useful food to taste the slide, so she still ate it and then fell on the floor. Yakin asked Sono whether he poured her poison, but he replied that in no way. Jekin said that if they almost completed the first stage, it was time to look for a transition to the second stage, so they have to hurry to cook. At the control point, Kim Jian came to the instructor Pak Ha-hoon and asked how things were going. Pak Ha-zoon replied that now he was responsible here for everything, and asked what brought her here. And then she wondered, she does not believe that he will be able to cope with his responsibilities on her own. Jian said who knows, and it is quite possible, when Kim Soki did not become the authorities to administer the second stage of practice. But Pak Ha-zoon was able to raise everything under himself. He told her that they were hired on the same conditions, but he found themselves a little higher, so he apologized for it. She replied that she is sorry, but she was not interested in similar. He asked what she was in mind because who would not envy such a position, and asked to be honest. Pak Ha-zoon believes that the director of Queen, Jane, liked him. She could be better than him a few years ago, but he thinks that it is quite different right now. Kim Jian noticed that he allowed her to tell her only one thing, only to follow the rope in her hands, because she would break somewhere. After these words, she went, and Pak Ha-hoon thought that she was still as arrogant as she was before. But very soon, Jane will restore his reputation, so she will definitely have nothing to interfere with him. Yakin and his team went to the second stage. In this task, they should hunt the elite monsters and find a hidden treasure. Heimdall asked Hugin that he thinks whether he was like a creature from the lower kingdom. Hugin asked if he was holding the way to the opponent of evil, to which Heimdall replied that he was very boring, and why he is so hurried because he is only an ordinary person, and no more. He is sure that he will not take much time to get rid of him, but what will happen after his destruction? After all, it will be again chained to the bivot of the Rainbow Bridge that connects Asgard with other worlds, and will perform its work of the goalkeeper. He personally takes care of the enemy of evil, and he does not need to worry. But Hugin called him naive, and went to think about the rivalry of gods and people. And then he said to himself that nothing has changed and nothing would change, and soon he will show it to another crow named Moonin. Gina said that at the second level is much hotter than the first level, so she is wondering what awaits them. The Yuan said that they were waiting for a difficult task. In the first stage, the task was to clean the territory and move to the next level. But Geno is not worried about it. He knows all the ways, but before that it happened, and it will help them to implement the plan. An hour ago, they found some way and decided to check what inside. It was like moving to the next level. Gin said that she would not expect that the stairs were here. Sun also thought where the way out, and he was underground. The Yoon said that finding a transition to the next level in such dungeons is quite difficult, so she was worried as Yechin found him so quickly. Did he visit here before? But then she saw the beetle that she was very scared. She screamed from fright and fled to the Jinn. Yekin said that he finally found him and then took him with the words they still needed. The audience did not understand why he needed this beetle. Yekin said that before they go away, it was necessary to prepare somewhat. He got the balls they found in a hidden place, and the Yoon asked if they needed to eat it. Sun said that he saw this only in the circus. Trick with eating fire. Yekin reassured them that they had nothing to worry about, and he said that he was eaten until he was angry. Although they did not like this idea, but they agreed. When clearing the dungeon, there are only 3 levels and the boss is on the last. Queen will deal with other problems as long as Jen is here. But first, he must find the boss to clean the second level, and he has a few thoughts about where the treasures are hidden. So he asked the audience whether they were interested in learning about it. The audience began to leave comments that this is a great idea, so Yekin realized that they were on the hook. After all, the little spoiler only warms their curiosity, but its original goal is quite different. One of the treasures of the dungeon is Salamandra. These monsters reach different shiny things, right, like crow. Because of this, there can be a lot of useful things in their nests. Some of the audience wrote that Salamandra can cleanse spoiled objects. Yekin said that he studied the subject. The second hidden treasure of Balmung's replica. He was mentioned in the song of Nibelungs of Germany of the 12th century. It is said that this sword was rolled for the destruction of dragons, and it is similar to thunderous steps. This artifact has great strength and destructive power. They say that the original belongs to a German raider named Vela. If the real sword has a S rank, then the replica should be appropriate. Jean asked the weakness of Salamandra. Yujon replied that it was a stomach. They have a very strong scales, so it is difficult to injure them, but their belly is much softer. So if you concentrate the attack on this area, Salamander will be easily destroyed. It will best help use ice magic. Gina noted that she knew a lot and asked what her theory level has. The Yoon continued that it is best to attack when their belly is full. Then the Salamander will be slower. Yekin said that she is right, they should be prepared. and he noted that it would be nice to find a few more treasures on the way to Salamandra. They went on, and the sun felt more hot here than in other areas of the dungeon. If they did not have the essence of fire, they would no longer stand. Yekin decided to make the look busy and then told everyone to stop because he was experiencing a mana. They went on and reached the place where the swords are. The Yuan said that these swords were not very hidden. Gina agreed with her and added that they look like not registered treasures. Hundreds of stuck swords in stone, this is the main treasure of the second level. Kinjane tried well because the students could not just find them, but he is not going to bother with them. Yekin activated the skill of absolute calculation and calculated the number of unregistered treasures, and then he found exactly the sword he needed. This is the defaulty Balmung's favorite sword of Siegfried Dragon Destroyer. Yekin took out the sword and told the audience that they do not have a plan, but it will be bored if he tells them everything at once. This sword is a replica and can only be used here and without all conditions will not benefit, but it is more valuable to him because he knows how to bring it out of here, so they continued to search for Salamandra, and Yujan said that this place is nearby. Yekin replied that they still need to wait because King Salamander eats only once a bit and only at night. The Yun asked if they had time and said that salamanders are very sensitive to smells, and they can be attacked if they are delayed for a long time. So Yekin replied that it was necessary to exclude such a variant, and the Yun asked him in what way. He got the bug they caught and said that they could use it. Seeing the beetle Yuzan again frightened, but he took her hand and said that she was the most important here. This abomination they caught when they came here called an explosive centipede. If she feels a threat, then secretes the secret that is very disgusting to smell, and this will help them in hunting salamander. They saw that the monster was approaching, and the Yun noted that they promised that they would be in full readiness. Yekin said that of course he asked who she accepts him, but then the Yun realized that he could not do it. But Yekin whispered to her that he had a beloved staff of Sonin, and he would give it to her as soon as everything is over. And then I would think that I would like to give her anything but not this staff, so she will probably suit him if she learns about it. Therefore, he should prepare something for her. The audience wondered whether it was possible to cope with Salamandra, and Yekin replied that they did not need to worry. After all, they have a specialist in the magic of air, and she will direct this disgusting smell to Salamandra. The Yun used magic, and in a minute, Salamandra felt this disgusting smell. Everyone noticed that they worked because they heard the dissatisfaction of the monster. Salamandra went to them, and Yekin asked if everyone remembered the plan. Sun answered what was waiting here, and on the signal, follow him. Yekin said that then he began to act, and using the ice spear, he attacked Salamandra. All you have to do is wait for her fiery breathing. So he decided to prepare and took the sword, and when Salamandra took advantage of his fiery breathing, he launched a sword directly into her. Viewers were surprised to eat salamanders, but Yekin noted that the interesting thing is yet to come, so let them be watching and not switching. Quinn cannot believe his eyes because none of the newcomers could know about it. He deliberately removed this information from joint access. Yekin gave the command of Guinea and Sun, and they covered it with their shield from the fiery breath of Salamandra. She threw a clean sword. The reaction of the audience was as expected by Yekin. They could not believe that the sword became an exact copy of what Valak has. Yekin said that here she was, the power of Salamandra. It can be used to clean objects. Its purification fire works only if the Salamandra is alive. When there is an awareness of the magical artifact given all this, such a test seems quite simple. He took the cleared sword and attacked Salamandra with the words that she was too late to run. To facilitate the task, he activated the icy spear skill, and then struck a crucial blow directly into the belly. It helped him surprise his audience even more, so everything went according to the plan. Before that, he asked Soshin about the service, and she did not understand why he made her to do it. She had to talk about Mingzhen's personality, so she published information on her blog. Many people think that Jehen's actions are ordinary deception, therefore it had to clarify the whole situation. Yusinin realized why he made her proposal, so she believes that her disciple Ming Jechen is something incredible. Before going for the exam, he said that something interesting would happen on the middle semester restraint. She said that the whole guild should be used in this because the risk is too high, so Yekin suggested that she did how to do it right. And he said that she should see what he does, and when she understands everything she needs to mix and she can do everything she needs. Yu Sonin thought he knew that she would not refuse the offer to intervene in the space. So she said so that Soji immediately contacted the reporters because she thinks that Jane's affairs would soon come. Everything was planned by Jekin. Views of what So Akin wrote, everything grew. Therefore, she is pleased that it brings her popularity, but she is wondering why he asked for her. Before the second stage of exams when she found him, he told her everything. Akin asked why he did it all. Yekin replied that he was going to put the director of Kuhin Academy in place, but she did not understand how exactly, and he answered what she would see. But he is a little busy, so he can't explain everything right now. So at that moment, she was really interesting, and he has to explain everything if he made her work for him. So Akin looked through the comments and wanted to answer one of them. But then she remembered that she was not going to comment on, so she decided to get distracted and take something delicious. Inside the Salamandra, Yekin found the Transcendence Ring. That user immediately acquires the skill of Overdrive. Yujin asked what it was, and he told that it was a subject that was a reward from the academy for the end of the interval exams. Let him have no stone, but the object is not bad. He said that one ring was here and asked the team or play it on a boom scissors. But Gina said that he would take him the greatest percentage of participation. Sun also agreed with her and said they couldn't take it. The Yoon also did all the dirty work himself, so when they get out of here, he just has to treat them with something delicious. He answered as you say and put the ring on his finger. The system reported that he received the award, and now participants can go to the next level. They move to the 3rd level and should prepare for the battle with the boss. In front of them, they saw a protective barrier that should disappear in a minute. The Yoon said that this barrier is like glass and it seems easy to break it. But then she looked up and saw something happening. She was approached by a giant monster, which is the boss of this dungeon. Having fallen into something, she fell and could not move from the fright. Yekin approached her and asked what she was doing. She replied that this monster was probably very strong. Gina asked Jaehan or he had a plan, and he replied that no. This answer surprised the whole team, but he decided to reassure them and said they did not need the plan and he would handle himself. The 3rd level task is to overcome the boss with the lava goal. There are differences every year, but about 70% of students fail on this task. A new monster from C to rank always appears. He must overcome the lava and get the core, and the task will be considered to be completed, and the exam is passed. Yekin thinks that they got rid of all over the dungeon for the convenience of viewers. Because of this, the whole location is barren. But it does not matter, so Yekin decided to attack the boss. Gina and Sun wanted to stop him. But the Young said that it is not necessary to worry because of it, because it is very strong and does not lose such a monster. Gina thinks that it will be difficult for him to fight this monster. After all, the lava has a rank of 5 and looks like a reason to trust him. Yekin activated some of his skills to cope with the monster. He also successfully evaded every boss attack. As far as he knows, the lava's gauntlets are quite strong and have a heavy hand, but there is a method of combating them. So he activated the skill of the chain and then used Icy Rain. The chains are active only a few seconds, but this will be enough. After that, he used a water bullet and finally understood the monster, and then they said that they coped. Yujan said he was abnormal but became stronger and stronger, and it seems to her that he is far ahead of her. They cleaned all the levels and received the core of the golem, but their test has not yet ended, and there is another matter that is personally concerned with Jane. The system suggested that they move to the real world, but Yekin rejected this function. Viewers do not understand why he did not want to return. Yekin asked if they were upset because the battle was so short, and if so, he was only glad. After all, he has what he wants to show them. He wants to compete with a secret boss, but first you need to find it. His team members did not understand what was happening. Yekin felt a strong magical field inside. The Yuan asked what his words meant and whether it is normal at all. He said not to be worried about it because they would not die here and the pain does not matter. Yekin believes that they made a mistake. Yekin found exactly what he needed and then opened a secret level and activated a special quest. So now he has to overcome the boss of the secret level. Ordinary students cannot even feel a secret level. Even if they are lucky to find it, they will not want to go so far. Queen probably knew about it and left part of the subject here. But Yekin is completely different and he knows all the dungeons. So Queen is probably in shock now and stuck to his screen. Yekin asks the team or they do not think that there is something cool. He knows what is needed to call a boss, but he can't talk about it open. Therefore, it looks like that he does not guess to arrange the show. Kim Yoo-jan noticed something and asked what it was, and Yekin thought it was quite good that she was the first to pay attention to it. They saw something very similar to Alter, and Yekin said they would think very well whether it reminds them. Yoo-jan said that he was talking about this form, and Yekin asked if the golem core could be the key. So he got the core to try. The Yoon said that it is probably otherwise why he is so perfect to approach the whole place. Yoo-jan thought he seemed to say her what he wanted to say, but she did not pay attention to it. So they decided to try whether the nucleus was the key. Yekin put the nucleus inside the shape and began to happen. Yekin told to retreat all back. The system has warned that they should overcome the secret boss of the Red Dragon and will receive a special reward for it. The audience began to leave negative feedback because they were no longer laughing at all, and this reaction was waiting for them from them. Dragon attacks will be a problem, and the absolute calculation will not work on it, but he is sure that he will cope, and other team members scared it. Yoo-jan thought what a bad game was. It is immediately evident that none of these people lied in high school to parents that they spent all the Parmony money on a book. She told Ginny and Sonabe careful, and Jetchin saw that she was holding well, and he didn't even know that she had such talents. So he decided that he probably also needed to become more serious. With the connection of space, something began to happen, and it became unstable. And then the system reported that the Red Dragon falls into a rabies. It was even more frightened by all viewers. Kuin hoped that the exams would go quietly, so why everything happened. He did not expect it at all. He wanted to disperse the audience in any other place, but not here. He was prevented by Yechin again, and this is all his fault. Pak Hadsoon noticed that Yechin again interacts with the space and rank, but this time he broke into the whole space. He cannot believe that a regular student is capable of such, but the director replied that there are no other options, and that is exactly what he is. Pak Hadsoon thought that if he supports the director now, he would definitely get an increase so that he would not worry, and everything would be fine. Kim Jane replied that they were lucky that he was a man. Hadsoon asked what he was in mind. The director replied that if the goal of Ming Jaekin is an artifact, there will be no special problems. So it is better to give it a knife to lose the honor of the Melee Academy. If he really deals with the clearing of the dungeon, he will minimize criticism in his direction, but that he is really interested in the cause of the dragon's rabies. Probably this is a mistake because of poor management, and in any case, it remains only to hope that Ming Geno will quickly overcome it. Competing with the dragon, the Yujin was injured and it was seen by Jane. Jaehan asked Gina and Sonu to take care of her. She assured that everything is well with her, but Yahyun said that it is enough to reassure them and how she plans to move forward in this state. After all, the bleeding is too strong and the protection system is simply broken, so they need to get out of here immediately. Queen realized that everything was not going on the plan. He felt something missing and surprised by this feeling. Pak Hadzun asked what to do. Jane was talking because he finally realized what was happening and said, Ming Jenna was a real brazen. Jaehyun became interesting as Queen to feel like a puppet. The audience left the comments that this may be all, tuned by the academy director. Then Yekin asked the young how she feels. After all, she was not much affected. She replied that of course not, and she asked how her game was or was convincing enough. The Yoon evaded the dragon's attack and pretended to be wounded by a spell of bleeding. Viewers will not suspect anything. Jaehyun himself almost believed in the authenticity of the wound. Better than she says goodbye to life as it was before returning. The Yuan said that she had to do the theater art and schooling at school was a thoughtless cost of her appearance. Yekin asked not to laugh. It should keep a sad facial expression. The Yoon asked that in this funny. He said he would deal with the lizard and others asked others to take care of himself, so they do not get any harm. The Yuan asked, unless she should not be more patient, and he told her to stop talking to the beacon. He could end everything much faster, but they would not have had fun, so he just asked them to concentrate on defense. And then he got the sword to deal with the dragon, and he said that life was a solid temptation and called a secret boss with a lizard. He activated the Balmung and Assassin dragon skills. Due to this, the strength of all attacks increased by 300%. Sun restrained the dragon's attacks with a shield. Meanwhile, Yekin mentioned somewhat about the weaknesses of this secret boss. He remembered how the Yujan taught them, and Ananhon asked why the weak point of the dragon in the back of his heel. The Yoon noted that now it was not the best time for this question and said that they just have to remember it. The same lessons did not go through in vain, and Yekin knows what weakness there is this dragon. Competing with the monster, he thought that it was time to move to the last act of his performance, so he activated the skill of Overdrive. This increased his skills by 1.5 times, and this effect will act within 5 minutes. He used the skill of Frozen Land, and the audience was surprised from where in his arsenal such a skill appeared. Yekin simply froze the boss, and the system reported that he defeated the Red Dragon and would receive a special reward for it. He wanted to make a bad feeling, but barely restrained with laughter. Jaehyun very much hopes that Jane liked his performance. Jane began to call the charges, but he tried to prove that he had no intentions this time. But everyone accused him of this incident, and he said that there was nothing to do with it. No one believed in his words, and the director realized that this has never been, and the case was really bad. Jane asked Hadzun if they stopped the reporters. He said that he tried to contact them, and they refused because they no longer trust the academy. The director thought that it was probably deliberately all the substrates, but since it would not turn out to turn it into Geno, so someone stands behind him. So he should know if it really is. The secretary came into the office and said that he should report important information. They received an official letter about Jane's arrest from the Lotus Guild, and he was personally signed by the head of Guild Yu Sonin. The director could not believe that it really happened to him. The letter states that the incident that took place in the practical examination deserves special attention. In a situation of danger, students are guilty of Director Queen. He has disappointed the audience in a row and did not hold his promise. This time he again put the students in danger and took bribes from high-ranking politicians, so Coin should be arrested immediately for violation of the next 17 laws, the Code of Raiders. This document is guaranteed by the honor and name of Guild Lotus by her master Yu Sanin. Qin Jane thought that Lotus had no business at all because only the Raider Management Center was capable of such. But then he saw in the document that this appeal was personally certified by the National Raider Management Center. So he realized that he was blocked everywhere, and even the Management Center is not on his side. If this information goes further, it will end. So he wondered whether the enemy was inside the academy. Meanwhile, people came to arrest for corruption schemes and violation of the raiders. Yaeshin and the team finally got out of the dungeon where they were waiting for a bunch of reporters. They wanted to hear comments about recent events. They asked a bunch of different questions whether it belongs to the guild, and Jekin realized that Sonin was good with the task. One of the reporters asked to answer one question. He is interested in why he expressed a negative attitude towards the director on a direct broadcast, and whether it was planned. Yekin said that in accordance with the Academy privacy statute, he could not disclose information. But the hint that is happening for the third time, and he hopes that his friends and other students will not have to face danger again. He was tried to stop and asked to answer all the questions. After all, they wonder what all his words mean. But he asked them to disperse and give them the way because his partners are injured and needed help. Guild Lotus agreed to help them with treatment. After all, if the Yuzon was checked by other doctors, everyone would understand that she was in full order. Yekin said finally that they all realized that what happened, it was no accident. Then everyone saw Jaina removed from the academy. People began to be indignant and shout that it should be laid on their knees. And then they just threw it with eggs. Jaehyun is interesting whether Director Queen himself thinks that it was an accident, or he believes that he is simply not lucky, but in fact it was not a chance. Yekin has planned it all this from the outset. Yu Sonin took them to the fast, and Yujon told Jihyun that he was still a bad actor. He asked if everything she was saying. She decided to copy his behavior when he shouted or all well with her, and everyone started laughing. Yu Sonin said that that case with Guild was loud, but now they thought it was attached to him at that time. Yechin replied that he had made something for himself. Although its safety is important, but it is more important to save other lives. Of course, this is a fictional reason, and Kuin will probably come back because he has a connection with the gods themselves. The Yoon asked what it was with him, or he may have eaten something, but he told her to silence. Looking at them, Sonin laughed at what they were still children, and then said that in 3 days there would be a press conference, and there they would end it with it. The dream of the Writers' Management Center was delighted that the fall of Kohin would finally occur. And then he asked his colleague that with Kim Jian's agent. He replied that it was decided to join the team as soon as possible. He replied that it was wonderful and everything goes according to the plan. Park And-hoon asked if he was in mind the planning of Kuhin's capture. The dream of the Jin said that so and everything else would do the Lotus, but they have to prepare everything. 3 days later, the official press conference of Guild Lotus and Yu Sunin was asked by Jaehan whether he was worried. He replied that he just doesn't like being in places where there is a large cluster of people, but there is one small business. Yaekun feels as if the academy is in his leash, and moreover they united with the Raider Management Center. Therefore, there should be no problems in the future. Moreover, if you work with the Raider Management Center. Yu Sunin said that it was time to come because the conference began and tried to support it. After that, they came inside and Yaekun immediately noticed a large number of people and reporters who wanted to fall asleep. Yu Sunin began her speech. She greeted and thanked that they had come to the press. Jisa's dream also introduced himself and said he was the head of the Raider Management Center. Yekin also named his name. Journalists took pictures of them. Some hoped that he had a chance to write an article about the one who signed a contract with Guild Lotus. Another reporter thought Yekin could use the skills of rank A or S, and it would be a sensation. And also the hearing that Sonin personally taught him. Everyone wants to find a confirmation of this. Yekin realizes that they all came here for him. After that article, they have a lot of questions. Yu Sunin said they were ready to answer their questions. If they want to ask something, then let them raise their hand and listen to Pak Soja. The journalist asked whether it was true that former director Quinn deliberately destroyed the students, but sued everything as if it were an accident. Yu Sinin replied that this was true, and moreover, they gathered all the necessary evidence to prove his guilt. They managed to get evidence that the director had taken bribes through the instructor of the ESU, which was washed. Therefore, having such evidence, no one will be able to stop them, and they will be able to finish the matter. Yu Sonin added that it was not the only crime. Before that incident, he did a similar dozens of times. Every year, the Academy of Mills receives astronomical funding. There may be other reasons, but this is not yet proven. The reporter asked who was still involved in this corruption scandal. Yu Sonin replied that at the moment the investigation is doing, and now they are ready to answer questions about the incident. The journalist asked whether she was a master of Guild Lotus Yu Sinin and really teaches Ming Jaken. Jaken replied that this is true, and because of this, he can stand where it is now standing. Journalists ask why there is still no article about him. And is it true that he deliberately hides his skills? He replied that he just didn't want to be the center of attention. The reporter asked when it was he who signed a contract with Guild Lotus. Yekin said that a few months have passed, and he thinks he was incredibly lucky. Everyone began to ask how he trains and what his relationship with his family, and whether he has a personal relationship. Such a number of questions began to be a little embarrassed, but he realizes that now it is impossible to lose self-control. He will now be drawn even more attention from the media. Yu Sonin noticed that Ming Jono is experiencing a difficult period in her life, so she asks them not to ask them too many questions. A few days later, the academy was to take place in the inauguration ceremony of temporarily acting director. Yu-jan said that during this time how much happened. Ina noted that it was safe. After all, if the young was wounded, she would be a lot of angry. Jekin decided to say just in case that it was all at the end and asked if they were aware of it. After all, Jane could not seem so easily. The Yuan said that he needed to become even stronger, and even the Lotus Guild and the Raider Management Center spoke to him. An Han said that he also wants to improve his skills. After all, in the experience of the guild, he understood so weak. So Ina said that it should also become stronger. Yekin understands that he may not now be able to make up for the loss, but he does not lose. It would be great if his comrades became stronger with him, but he does not want to draw them into the incidents that will happen in the future, because this is what only he should answer for. Therefore, in order to fight the ACA, it should become even stronger. The Yoon saw Kim Jian's instructor and asked why she was standing there. Yechen replied that she was. After that, the Yoon asked what he was in mind, and he said that Kim Jen's instructor was the new director of the Melee Academy. The Yoon could not believe it because she is so young and already a director. Annie Han asked who she was at all. Yekin replied that she is a new magic instructor and a spy from the Writer Management Center. Before that, there was a conversation between Yu Sunin and the Dream of the Genes, and she asked whom he was thinking of named for the position of director. The Dream of the Genes answered not to worry about it because he had already considered everything well, and then he invited her to enter. Jekin and Yu Sonin was waiting for a new director. Yekin was very surprised when Kim Jin's instructor came into the office. If Lotus took the management of the academy, it would have caused a negative reaction from many. Therefore, it is always better to use someone's help than to get dirty yourself. Many students have struck this decision. But the Han was especially impressed. He said that they are not even 30 years old, and it is quite impressive. Other instructors can be replaced, and it is the only one that was not dealing with Queen. In addition, she is a member of the center, and this is already confident. Kim Jian greeted all the students and said that she was the director of the academy miles from this time, so she is glad to greet them all. Yekin and his friends went to karaoke. He hoped that he would rest and did not understand how they got to such. A few hours earlier, the Yujin knocked on his door and said that he opened faster. Yekin asked to wait for him to dress. Opening the door, he saw Yujin, Inu, and Hoyeon. Yujin noted that after the exams they gathered in karaoke, and she asked if he forgot about it. He confessed that he really forgot about it or just wanted to forget. Han said that they were able to book the best room in the best karaoke bar, so they should go. So Jaehyun simply had no choice and he had to go with him. After that, they all went to karaoke together. That's how Kim Yujin was dragged here. He does not understand why he scored so many points because he tried so hard. And then he took the microphone and said the Yuzon that if they already have to show what they were capable. He started singing, but he did not work well. Even from the hall, people began to shout to them that the entrance should be forbidden. So Ina said that Yekin was also a man. Honi replied that there were no perfect people and the world is still worth it to love it. His friends finally waited for he to sing to the end and thought that he no longer needs to offer a microphone. The Yoon decided that she would no longer ask him to sing. Yekin asked who wanted to be the next, and CO Ina said she was. He gave her a microphone, but she was so agitated because he had touched her that he had missed him. But Yekin caught him and asked what she was trembling with her, and then he handed her a microphone directly into her hand. She was ashamed and blushed, and he asked what she was hurting with her. But Ina replied that everything was well, and thanked that he caught the microphone. So Ina immediately warned friends that they would not expect too much from her. After all, she does not know if she will work out. The Yuzon reassured her because after Jaehyun she would definitely sing as Beyonce. Jaehyun asked if she was not exaggerating, and he did not sing so badly. She asked if he had no shyness at all, and then they just waited for Ina to sing. Jaehyun is curious to know what a voice in her, even if the bad one still needs to praise it. Ina began to sing, and he was surprised why she was so good. She has a really incredible voice. Heimdall walked the city, but noticed that someone was watching him, so he asked how she dared to follow him and said she would appear. Hela asked what kind of persecution and why he would rude her, because she came to greet him and asked if he was enjoying a walk. He said that they have done a little interesting. Hela asked that only one in Asa could. Heimdall said in Hell, there is still a futile hope that an opponent of evil from the prophecy will appear and free them. Hela replied that he could not know it, and Heimdall laughed and asked which of the people was able to overcome the aces. And then he approached her and said that he would depart and did not interfere with him. But she noted that she couldn't just let him go. Moreover, if he is going to meet with an opponent of evil, he asked if she decided to say goodbye to life. Hela said he would still not be able to use his strength in Midgard and she has the advantage. He said that if she wants to destroy him, let him be ready to pay for this life. Hela replied that she would not have to prepare for it. After all, her role now is to win time for a break, and it is quite good. So Ina finished singing and asking them. The Yoon asked why she had not said before that she sings so cool, and Anahan asked why she hid it, and Yekin also became interesting if she took singing lessons, so she replied that no. The Yoon was surprised that she did not take any lessons, but so well pulled the notes and said that this is what true talent means. So Ina asked whether it was really good, and they all answered that of course, and then they asked her to sing. The Yoon suggested singing her favorite song. Anhan also wanted her to sing what he would offer. So Ina thanked them for the warm words and support and confessed that she sings for the second time in public. Yekin felt that he was so calm now and thought that sometimes it is useful to even relax and spend time with his friends. A few days later, he decided to make a gift to his mother. She asked him for what reason, and when she opened, she saw that she was a bank book. Yekin replied that he had managed to accumulate something. His mother thought that her son grew up and she was proud of him. After all, at his age, children should have fun. And he thought about her. Seeing all the accounts, she asked if he really earned it all. He replied that all this money for her? Yekin thought that he would finally say everything. He so wanted to hug her with the words that it turned out. He used to be engaged to take care of her, but he changed very much after regression. Now he thinks only how to protect his family and friends. His next goal is to destroy Odina. He will not allow him to take away his life again. Yekin told her mother that she could now live in comfort and not worry about financial stability. The mother approached him and hugged her son by saying that he probably was very difficult for him to achieve everything. He barely restrained tears and said that. The mother told him what she knows everything and supported her son. Someone knocked on the door and Yekin wiped tears and then said that he would look at who it was. He opened the door and saw that there was an inn. Yekin does not understand where she knows where he lives. But here the Yoon appeared and asked what he thought. Jaehyun wondered what she came up with this time. She said that her family suffered a picnic with a barbecue, so she came to call him. Yehin forgot about it and asked if her parents returned today. Yujeon replied that so her mother invites him, especially if it always helps them. Yekin replied that she said that she was still that rock. The Yoon replied that she hears from the rolling pin. They began to argue again and the other simply stood and watched it all. Yekin wondered that the same time of the year came. It took 2 months after they joined the academy and happened. The Yoon asked if he would come to her because he wanted to see her parents, so he agreed. Yujeon said that it was wonderful and she waited for 6. He said goodbye to them and had already had to go to the apartment, but CO Ina asked if he was crying. Yekin replied that no. And then he explained that just as long as we are in the dishes, then all the soak. She said that she understood and said goodbye to him. Yechen again paid attention to the fact that the So was very careful, and then he went to go to the guests of the Yujeon because he could not offend her parents. After a while, he came to Kim Yujeon and thought she was rich enough, and then he saw So Inu and asked what she was doing here. He is curious whether the Yun deliberately tightened her here, but she said that she had nowhere to go. So he apologized for his words, and then he remembered that she had no family. Then the Yujin approached them. She shouted to her father to carry the meat. Yakin thought that's why the Yun called her to himself. After all, it can be care when needed. The father of the Yun approached them and said they had not seen them for a long time. Her mother was also very pleased to see him. He greeted them. In his past life, they were very good to him after he lost his mother. My father grabbed him and said Yakin looked at himself and asked when he had time to grow up so. Yasin laughed and thought whether they were family cruelty. His father asked him whether he got him as before. After all, as a child, she constantly climbed to him and then he came to him and told everything. Yakin laughed and said how long it was. The Yun came to his father and said that he would help his mother, so he agreed. And then he asked how she should look for a guy with this character. And then he asked Jaehan whether he wanted to be a volunteer. This question was very surprised and everyone was paying attention to him. The Yun is of course stubborn, but at the same time, very intelligent good, but he would not want to take on the role of her boyfriend. She became angry with her father and said that it is enough to speak nonsense and let her help her mother in the kitchen. She then noted that Yakin also applies. Her father said that it was even a little creepy and her character was really something, and Jakin laughed. They covered it on the table and Jetchen noted that the father of the Yun was simply incredible. He replied that he was just a chef. The Yun said it would be very good if Han and Jessen were here with them, and Jaehan's mom is gone too. Yekin replied that they were just busy and they would meet them some other time. My father Yujin said that he was very impressed with him, and he thanked the Yujin's help in the exams. Jetchen replied that there was nothing to thank. After all, there is nothing like that. Moreover, it was all the production for him, even a little ashamed. The mother of Yujin said that she was very pleased that he finally got better. To be honest, she was surprised because he decided to go to the magic class. She thought it was because he just wanted to stay with Yujun, but Jetchen replied that the reason was not in that, but thanked it. The mother said that every day he was getting older and more courageous, she would very much like the Jeline to bring home the same good guy as he. The Yun was angry that she was again for her. She does not like that they and their father came up with something there. The same said that they were eating and then the food would cool down. Yashin noticed that Sum was upset and asked what happened to her and whether all was well. She replied that nothing happened, but judging by her expression, she is definitely unhappy. Or maybe he just thought. Meanwhile, Anna Hoyan's father asked if he realized what he had done and why he had to save the poor students. After all, if he was a little late, then he would be in one chamber with Queen. And all this because of his only son. His father, Soku's father, said that he should be the best raider of South Korea, and everyone should bow his heads. So he told him to surpass this Ming Jeno, but An Han replied that it was enough. How many times did he say it all without a sense? The father always made him step through others and climb the stairs higher and higher. Remembering his friends, An said that he no longer wants to live the life that he imposes him, because it is only his life. An Academy of Sciences asked if he understands what he was saying and grabbing him, but the Koyan dropped him away and asked him to leave him. And then he just turned and left. The father shouted that he was back now and he did not listen to him. An Han does not want to bypass Yekin's deception and must win an honest victory, so he needs to become better. Jakin said Yujeon that her parents still have a good relationship. After all, they go to the movies as a date. The Yuan said that they married as if they were 100 years ago and behave as if they had a honeymoon. Jakin said that he had to go and the Yun asked why. He answered in what sense why almost at midnight. She asked which time it is worried about, and then she asked him to be a little more. Jakin said that her father would get angry if he remains. She asked why, and he replied that she would not think that they would be comforted by the fact of his stay here so late until they were not at home. So he can also get reprimanded from her father. The Yuan said that he simply did nothing wrong and asked in her opinion. Yakin replied that in this case he would go exactly at midnight. The Yuan said that he was a real lollipop and there is still Ina. Ina said she was somewhat interesting and whether they could ask them. Yujeon replied that let him ask. So after deciding, they asked if they were meeting too, and such a question shocked both of them. Jakin took his head and said that she didn't even know why she thought so. The Yuan replied that of course they did not meet. Ina said they seem very close to her and their parents are also friends. Yujeon replied that they were definitely not enemies with Yakin, but not more than just friends here and everything. Therefore, Ina immediately apologized for such a question. Yakin looked at a time and said that at midnight he had to go, so he decided to say goodbye to them and said what else would see, and then he added that the Yuan wrote to him if anything. She answered that he finally disappeared. After that he left. Returning, he met Hella and asked or not too late. She replied that he was not surprised to be surprised and asked if Gina knew that she would appear. Yakin replied that last time he felt a great magical energy and notorious energy, so Hella said they had to decide everything quickly. He must take the second test immediately and can no longer be delayed because Odin has already started to act. Odin said that it was very annoyed and asked if there was no news from Heimdall. Thor replied that he was too worried about him. Prophecy can be true, but he is just a person, and what a common ant can do to the gods. The other god agreed with him and said that Although they could not fully use their forces in Midgard, but man against God is nothing, and this is really so for the one who is now deprived of freedom. But Odin noted that prophecy was never mistaken. The goddess asked whether he really thinks that people can harm him because he is the head of the gods, so he was afraid of some people. She noticed that he thinks too much, but Odin said that people could grow infinitely and develop at least he saw. Sometimes knowledge receives the weakest, so now they cannot destroy the enemy of evil because the power of the prophecy will protect him for 10 years. But they should not turn a blind eye to the fact that it can become insurmountable during this time. God asked whether he sent Hamdall there. The task of crippling a person should not select a lot of divine power, and it will stop him. The goddess said it true, and the power of the prophecy is weakening rapidly. Therefore, the protection of the enemy of evil gradually disappears and may not have to wait 10 years. There is a chance that they will deal with him earlier. Odin believes that all his plans should be fulfilled, and fate has never denied them, so everything will happen exactly as it is designed. Jegin asked Hela or the power that protects him from the evil power of the prophecy is weak, and whether she wants to say. She said that Jegin asked why. In his past life, when he turned 27, Hugin came to him. And to be more precise, this is the ability to deal with him on the order of Hugin. So Jihin is curious why the power that protects is weak. Hela replied that the reason is very simple. Most of the power of prophecy is involved when traveling in time, but it is impossible to go against the reaches of time, even to the gods. It is even strange that the force remained with him and did not disappear until the end, and it is interesting who paid for it. Then Jekon heard some strange sounds. He said that his time is coming to the end, and in order to become stronger, he needs to take a second trial. Hela said that he grasps on the move, so if he understands everything, whether it would be better for them to go elsewhere. They have to talk about the future task as well as the enemy he will meet on his way while completing this task. Jekon was surprised when Hela told him about the white god Himdall, who sees the future and has a great horn. Hela wondered where he knew about it, and he replied that he studied because not like Odin his enemy, so he should know who will deal with. Jekon asked that if he was already here or the time left. Hela replied that this is not necessary to worry about it. She won them time. Hela closed him in the darkness for a while, and he thinks how she dared to do so, because he is a great Heimdall. She told Jehen that she had to spend a lot of strength. He asked where the test would take place. Hela replied here, and it began in the news. The news tells that it is difficult to recognize, but the 11th raid on the big ruins was a failure. The Walla from the European Association, having joined the raid, gave them hope, but he failed to pass the test of qualification. Therefore, the association expressed uncertainty about the following attempts. After all, only the one who has been qualified can come into the ruins. Hela said it was happening in Iceland. The focus of mythology is a place where the secret of large ruins is hidden. The great ruins were created for Jehen. That he becomes Odin again? He asked what means again. Hela thought it was strange what she said. Yetchen replied what to know from him. She considers it that he would not have been able to join the qualification. Therefore, he is the only one who can accomplish this task. It will open the path to the great ruins for him. Wallach was embarrassed because he had not tested for qualification proof. He does not understand what the ruins are in which it is impossible to get. He called Camilla and asked if she was sure that the magicians were doing everything that could. She answered what she told him before, that it was enough to underestimate others. And then she asked him not to be nervous. These are the only big ruins around the world, and it also wants to clean them. Wallach asked how he should prove what really wants to get there, how to do this in general. Camilla replied that she does not know, and maybe there is some key. He became angry and looked at her, and she replied that he was a joke and don't look at her. A few days later, he had to find a way to warn everyone about his absence to Iceland. He asked Kim Jian's new director of the academy to come up with a reason for his friends because he does not want them to worry about him. His preparation was hasty. Initially, he used stone mana to improve all artifacts, and then increased his level to only the 30th. So, a little prepared, he was ready to try, and then paid attention to the screen and heard what they were saying in the news. The European Raiders Association will do everything to clean the Great Ruins of Iceland, and they will not allow intervention outside. Yekun realized that the Great Ruins under Valak's protection. So for the first time in his life, he will have to compete with S rank, and that means that with a real sword conqueror of dragons Balmung, Hela thought that she would now be able to watch the opponent of evil. So it will show her whether the right choice made Loki. The ruins are mysterious mounds that suddenly appear in different corners of the world. They began to explore raiders and became known that artifacts were hidden inside. Through high rank, competition among raiders has increased. Therefore, the mounds are now under control. This is for the safety of raiders, so they do not let anyone. Hela said Mr. Bracelet was hidden on his wrist, so she hopes whether he does not consider it a simple accident, and also the fact that in the process of studying the ruins, Mrs. Sultane got into his hands. He thought that she means that strange light. If you think carefully about it, everything began. Hela asked why he would squeeze her gaze, but he replied that nothing. And then asked whether the ruins created a giant. Hela said that it was true of them by the leader of the giants and the Terra opponent. His name is a Soil. He built them 10,000 years ago, the pre-fabric of the prophecy who created ruins for people so that they can compete with Odin's army. Jekun realized where so many puzzles came from. In myths, giants are described as wise beings. They did not give up even before the gods of the Ace. But the result was not the best. Yekin said they would soon fly and he is in anticipation, so I decided to book the hotel more expensive, the best place from which the ruins will be visible. But Hella screamed that it was impossible to relax because it was his second test. He replied that he did not relax and prepared everything he could, checked whether the system translation function is working properly, and received a very useful thing. Before departure, he received a shadow stone that improves shadow equipment. It can be used to strengthen the shadow armor. He received this tool after defeating his first boss, Notshide. I had to try very well to find this thing, but it helped him improve the shadow armor to S. Hella's rank that he still waved. He asked if she was in mind the key and then explained that they were not in the position to choose now. They have no time. After a few hours, they finally got the right place, but first they came to the hotel. Only Awakened is able to stop in it. But despite such rules, one night here costs 50 million won. But no one wants to live in the hotel, which is located near the ruins. The exception is considered only by archaeologists and participants of the European Union, performing raids on large ruins. Jaehyun on the way to his room flew out with Valak and Camilla. He didn't think he would meet him so quickly. But then Wallach asked who he was. Wallach is the true owner of Balmung and the leader of the European Union of Raiders. Jaehyun asked him what was the matter. Wallach approached him and asked how old he was and to what organization he belongs. But Camilla covered him and said that he was holding himself on human. And then she asked that he staged a circus here. Camilla said Jihan to forgive him and can go. And then she explained that this uncle had a very difficult character, and even his wife spread with him. Wallace told her to stop talking to nonsense, but she once again apologized to Jikan for him and said goodbye to him. Camilla noted that she asked to be careful, because then he will take all the responsibility if the reputation of the Union will suffer. She understands that he is on the nerves through a failed raid, but that does not mean that it is possible to drive evil on others. But he said that it wasn't about it. Walking past that guy, Wallach felt that he did not make any sound when walking, and this means that he is able to deliberately hide his presence. Kim Jian called Yechin's friends to tell that he was abroad. The Yoon was angry because of the case in the entertainment park, and now he fled abroad in general. Anhan said that Jaehyun had a master to get into trouble, and this time the same thing happened. The Yoon said that a person could not simply attract trouble, he seems to be constantly looking for trouble. Having prepared, Yekin came to the ruins, and the guard asked why he was here, and then warned that the ruins were protected by the European Union of Raiders. Jekin asked, which means that they would not let him go, and said that in this case they gave him more trouble. So he decided to use the washing of the towns and said that he apologizes because he feels like some tuber. But it is his ruins and he has the right to go there, even if not in the easiest and most honest way. Before that, Hella said that the first thing to get into the big ruins should be corresponded to the system of Nornir. Yekin asked if there is first and second, and maybe the third. She asked not to interrupt and said that the conditions are 2. Secondly, its strength and agility should be higher than 150, and to put it simply, it should be a Raider S rank. So she asked him whether he had achieved it. Yekin replied that he is not S rank. She said it was impossible because she saw him overcame a part of Cert. Yekin asked it to be the third participant in that thematic dungeon she was. Hella answered it does not matter. They need to think how to fulfill the second condition. Yekin answered as a way. He got the key to performing a mission in the house. Yekin said that he had a key from the Flandir mansion and he didn't have to use it. This is the Loki key that can open any door or chest. Hella surprised how this key could get to him at all, so she agreed to such an adventure. Going to the gate, Yekin said that it was strange because someone seemed to have prepared for him all the burst, knowing that it would happen. Using the key, he opened the gate. It worked, and the entrance to the ruins was open to him. He got an empty card and said that it would look like a look. Accelerated thinking Soken Radar Kvan allied skills, but he feels a lot if he uses a map on them, and if they continue to copy other people's skills, others may suspect something. Yekin said that if they give him an empty card, they should give and skill to copy. They went inside and saw the giant who asked Jehen whether he was an opponent of evil, and then he said that his name is Smir Grungerson. He protects the great ruins of the command of his father, Greyugnir. Hella appeared before him and he asked if she Hel, and she said that she was her clone. Hella replied that she was true and called him her name, and said that he should have an opponent of evil after 5 trials. The power of the prophecy that protects the enemy of evil weakens. They need to prepare that the enemy of evil is able to start a second test as soon as possible. But Smir told them no. Hella asked why. He replied that she should know. The enemy of evil opened this door by deception. With his true training, he will not pass the second test. But here is his generosity. Let him get stronger and then come back here again. Hella replied that they had no time. As soon as the power of the prophecy disappears, the gods of Asa will again take up their own. But Smir answered that the rules are the rules. He is not sure because Hatunheim, which he wanted to protect himself, already covered with ashes. The giants have no room that could be called home. It's too late, so what is the difference if they try again? Hella said Smir that he saw that he was in despair. Yekin asked that that means all and whether they laugh at him. Smir asked how he dared to talk to him so. Yekin said he listened to him carefully. He is not a charity and it is so easy to use and just not get rid of it. The reason for which he gives him control over his actions that with his help, he wins more. So he said that he just needed to go further and no one can stop him. Wallach asked the guards that they wanted to say that no one had gone into the ruins. The guard replied that no one crossed that point. But he considers it impossible, and there is definitely someone there. He wants to check because the mystical power and mana he felt when the ruins opened. He was never there, so he will not allow everyone to go there until he examines everything. If the gate is open, he is sure that he will also let in. But the gates did not let him because he was not qualified. He decided to call Camille. She asked why he was calling so late, and he said that someone broke into the ruins, so Camilla said that he would soon be in place. Hela asked Jehen what he was doing, but he really decided to make a force with a giant to get what he wants. Smear said how he dared to challenge him because he is an ordinary man. But Yekin is determined. He asked him the phrases ended. He was tired of listening to it. Yekin may seem to be tested and die at Heimdall's hands, or finish everything here and he sees no difference. The choice of it is also small. In any case, an unpleasant finale awaits him. He must do everything that in his power because he does not want to kill himself as a regression. The giant called him a counterpart and said that his compassion ends with him, and then attacked him. But Jens instantly reflected the attack and decided to strike. Smear noticed that he was targeted directly into the heart, so he thought Yekin was really going to overcome him to go. And then he asked if he knew what he would have to face in the future. And he asked what he made him go on. Now Yekin feels a depressing feeling. She looks like he felt when he fought with Hugin. Yekin knows that he will not be able to overcome his opponent now, but he does not want to lower his hands so much. Therefore, he activated the skill of Frozen Earth, and Smur was surprised that he owned a secret weapon of Dark Elves. And he said that she did not know him, but it was not enough to go further and overcome him. Yechen called him naive and said that he dances right under his tune, and then he applied a fire stroke against him. After that, he decided to take advantage of the hiding skill, and Smear asked if he really thinks that his tactics would work. The giant noticed that he disappeared at all and could not understand where he went, but Yekin decided to attack him by surprise. At the same time, a conversation with Jihen was discussed in the office of Yusunin about her student Ming Jino. Yusunin answered the question whether he was her student that she probably saw in an interview. Jihen's Peck confessed that she wanted to pick him up, to which Sonin replied that she said that there should be wit in trade. Therefore, it is unlikely that it makes sense to repeat this dialogue. Jihen's Peck answered that it is not necessary to show claws and she would pay the right price. But Sonin replied that her student was not a thing. So Jihen offered her an artifact called Iklo Nidega. Yusonin heard that the curator had taken possession of the subject and did not expect that she would offer it to her. And she asked whether she wanted to get it so much that she was ready to give the item S-class. Sonin realized that she was serious. Jihen's Peck replied that they did not joke with customers. Therefore, Sonin said that if she answered the refusal, they would try to intercept Jeshahen. After that, Jihen noted that she could immediately trade with her because she understands everything. Yusunin answered that she would go to Jeno immediately and not to her. She said that she wanted to solve their problem in the traditional way and hoped that they would make the right solution. Jihen's Peck gave her a hand to say goodbye, but Sonin ignored her gesture, so she went explaining that she had many things. Sonin does not like what she decided to take Jeshahen in her own hands because it is her student, so she is not going to give it just. Yakin continued to fight the giant, but he is not sure that he will be able to win him. His level is too low for this. Smear said here how he decided to act and reminded that Odin was strong as the gods of ASA. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried to guarantee that his efforts would pay off. And then Smear asked if he still believed that he would handle. Yekin replied that at least it was better than sitting in place. He created the sword with the help of his unique ability and raised the class of the subject. Smear said that he did not understand anything. After all his actions make no sense. But Yekin replied that he was only deciding whether he had any meaning in his actions. These words touched the giant, and he remembered how his father told him the same thing. He decides whether there was meaning in his actions. Smear asked if he was ready to take responsibility for his words. Yekin wanted to attack him and realized that he could not move. Then Smear asked him once again whether he was ready for his words. Yekin tried to come up with how to overcome this monster, and then he felt that there was no pressure. Smear said that he believes that he gives his actions meaning, but so only those who have power can say. So he wants to give him a chance to prove that his words are not just an empty sound. Only in this way will he allow him to go on. Yekin said that in this case he had a proposal. He wants to try to withstand a blow to which all the power of his opponent is invested. And then he asked Smear what he would say. But Hela tried to stop him and asked if he was in his mind. After all, his rival has a sacred force and he will not be able to withstand it. But Smear agreed to his proposal and said that let's check such a substantiated statement and whether he can resist the great fate. Hela asked them to stop immediately because he was their last hope, but no one listened to her. Smear said to take a blow and took advantage of the entire force to attack him, but Yekin didn't even think to evade. He is curious to know if he will withstand. Yekin stood a blow and asked if it went down for proof. To do this, he activated the passive skill of shadow assimilation. Smear was paper and said that he could go on now. Everything has already been prepared for him. Yekin asked if he was confident and said that he had a smiled luck. Smear replied that the accident did not repeat twice, and even more than 3 times. It is not so easy. And then he told him to go inside and take a test. He went on and Hela thought Yekin and really did not get friends with his head. Smear said he was waiting for 3 wisdom tests. Yekin said that he understood everything. Smear asked him whether he was scared and he replied that's scary. The giant said he as well. In this, his role was completed and everything else depends only on the opponent of evil. They came inside and Hela asked what he did. Yekin said that this is a good question and answered that he was not sure. Hela saw with her own eyes that Smear retreated, and she did not understand why. Yekin somehow changed him. They reached the right place where Norn was waiting for them. These are the goalkeepers of the first test of the mind, and they finally waited for him. Hela has warned that probably from that moment, he would no longer be able to help him, so he should act carefully. Of course, he is sorry, but you will not do anything because it is his second test, so he just has to understand what to do next. Norn began to say that one of them is an angel and someone demon. The first tells the truth and the other always deceives. Some doors will bring it to paradise and others to hell. Hela asked that she looked like he was disappointed. Yekin replied that he just didn't expect it. Norn said that any of the door would lead it to the next purpose, but if he chooses the wrong way, he will expect a crowd of the undead. He has only one chance, so he has to use it for a reason and find the right answer. He can only ask one question. Yekin thought what a go theme was to find the right way by asking just one question, so he wondered what to do next. Judging by their words to the next point, it will be drawn any door from these two. He thought it was a little funny and said that he was ready. Norn noticed that he should not rush to think, but Yekin replied that there was no need for it. So she asked which of the two of them he wanted to ask a question. He asked which of the door leading where she came from. Norn got up and came to the door that she was. Yekin is known that this puzzle is called an angel and a demon, but she has other names and the answer is also known to everyone. If you ask an angel, he honestly points the path to paradise. But the demon will also point the path to paradise because it is a lie. Norn asked if he was choosing this door. Yehin replied that he did not want to go into other door and asked if they would open them. This decision was surprised by Hela. Going inside, she asked whether everyone at home and why he complicated his life at all. Yekin replied that labor improves a person. He chose this door consciously. According to Norn, he will be waiting for lifeless bodies. Hela said he just didn't speak, but she never managed to express her opinion to the end because from the ground began to come out of lifeless bodies. Yekin activated the victim skill and the system automatically recorded all creatures, so he struck and his level increased several times. And then he said, and the points of experience, and that is how he understands paradise. Hela thought he was a guy with brains, but she is not sure who is the demon. Norn said that he made the most unreasonable and at the same time the wise choice. All as it predicted Mimir. They passed through the portal and Yekin said that it was very sorry that everything ended because he had such a chance to raise the level. Hela noted that he would focus because nothing would end. Then they felt something strange. Yekin drew attention to the fact that the room has a spell of activation and is also quite complicated. He thought that this time it was necessary to fulfill some conditions. And then he heard someone he told him that this is the way the counterpart. Yekin asked if he was the next guard. He replied that he did not like all these formalities very much, but we can say that it is. Heli seemed familiar to this voice, and then she understood who he asked what he was doing here and wanted to name his name. But he interrupted her and noting that he will introduce better himself. And then he said that his name is Mimir, and he is the creator of the Nornir system, and he is the creator of Jen's fate. He remembered the same day when he moved into the past and how his system failed. Jekin asked in what sense, and Mimir answered the straight line. One day, Loki visited him and asked for advice on how to get rid of Odin's power. He also asked how to create a counterpart that would become their last hope for salvation. I was answering nothing but a normal system. Yekin asked that if he created this system, why didn't explain everything from the beginning? He replied that because of the agreement with the gods of the axe, he could not even approach him at first, and he was disturbed by the Escher system that he used earlier, and which is used by absolutely all awakened. Hela said that for the first time he heard he was responsible for the second test. He replied that she knew such a difficult situation, and if they accidentally shorten the onset of the apocalypse, it is very bad. Hela answered what Yehen's life would be threatened with then. Yehen noticed how calmly they dispose of someone else's life. Mimir said that one way or another, but the reason for his intervention is simple, this confirmation of strength. He should prove that it is worth considering a counterpart from the prophecy. Yekin asked why he was said only now. Mimir replied that there were so many eyes around. In fact, their dialogue is possible only because they are inside the large ruins. Yekin thought Mimir is relatively free from the gods of the Aces because this place was abandoned. Mimir noted that he was a really smart guy. Yekin said he had a question. If the fate of the counterpart is solved, then his will is not important. So why they were indifferent to his opinion at the most desperate moment before his death? At this time, the Yuan thought about what Gina was doing abroad, that she did not even take a tube. It was very upset. And Anahon replied that Yechen would come back when the time came because they know him. So Akin asked why he flew abroad. Yujan replied that without the notion because he did not tell them a word. And Anahon noted that it was time to discuss further plans. He would like to be in the same team. So Ina agreed with his opinion. And so Akin said that he was about. Now she understands why Jessen remembered some bribe in the form of a potion. And she asked if they were because of Jehin's privileges. The Yoon answered who she accepts them, and then said that she just wanted to be together. The Yoon was nurturing that she almost exposed herself, and added that it was all because of his character because who would not accept such a inhuman? So Akin replied that she was right. And Anahon noticed that it would be nice to find himself with Yachain in one team since they are all friends. If you look at the other side, there are many advantages. For example, good financial assistance and free use of a large training room. Yujeon asked So Ashen where she knows so much, because she has not yet studied at the academy. She noticed that he would also be studying here soon. Therefore, she deliberately learned about all the coupling to prepare. An Han asked what if she did not give out the introductory. Seeing the frightened reaction, Akin Yujeon called Hoyon Arbuzezer. That comes from the word abuzer. It is a person who executes psychological or physical pressure. So Ina said that he would return. The Yoon agreed with her and said she was right. Mimir answered Yechen's questions and said that he wanted to trust Mir's fate to whom he was not able to get back on his feet. He just gave him the choice and Yechen himself decided to change his fate. So now is here. Yechen replied that this was a good reason. He just wanted to deal with his hated father. Mimir said that if such his goal, they would support her. Not all goals are filled with high meaning. Yechen said that he would like to ask a lot about, but he understands that Mimir would not answer all these questions. Mimir replied that it is a great pity to make him an exception. If his trial passes, he will help him get closer to the truth. Yechen agreed and said that it was well, and then asked to explain what was the essence of the second test. Mimir asked if he saw objects around him. Yechen replied that so, and what was not here. The task is that he has to put something on the altar. But you need to remember two things. The first is that his actions are related to wisdom. And the second is that he has only one chance and there will be no more opportunity. Yechen thought he would need to look at everything here. Mimir replied that this was the expected reaction. Yechen noted that it is quite unpleasant when someone reads his thoughts. He apologized and said that he would give him 2 useful tips instead. First, he already knows the wisdom that altar is endowed. Secondly, he got here 2 days earlier than planned and today Monday. Mimir said that everything asked him to show all his wisdom. And then he recalled that if he has a failure, then he would meet his death here. Yechen said specifically about whether he was in his mind. Mimir laughed and said what a non-culture of human words. He gave him everything for all an hour, and during this time he has to find the right answer. He gave him the tips that he eagerly awaits the answer. Yechen tried to deal with the prompts. The wisdom that he already has, and another hint, is Wednesday, but he does not understand how it is related to the test. He tried to calm down and return to the very beginning, and then asked himself the question of what should lie on the altar. Then he tried a few more options by using the mana with a detector, but no subject was suitable. Therefore, he realized that this method did not work, but he cannot just surrender and should take his hands, and thought again that his wisdom was already about the word Wednesday. Yechen thought that it could mean and thought that all that is awaiting him. He took the spear that lay on the altars and thought that the sacrifice was him. So the answer became clear to him. Yechen confirmed in the system Nornir's response, and said that he should lie on the altar, and saw as a spell that was applied to the floor began to disappear. Mimir told him that this is the right answer. The first hint is already known wisdom. Under this word is hidden the lost eye of Odina. In other words, it can be called knowledge of runes. And the second hint is Wednesday. It was she who became decisive. The word went on behalf of Wotan and is considered a variation of Odin name. According to legend, Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge of the earthly and unearthly world. Since this legend is associated with Altham, the answer can be only one it. Mimir said it was incredible. In front of him a guy with a great fate, but does he know the meaning of what is hidden in his choice? Yechen replied that Odin was pierced with a 9-night and 9 days. In order to get what you want, Odin was ready to leave himself his own life, so Yechen realized what he should do the same. Hela tried to stop him and asked that he was about to do. He replied that Mimir wanted to check. Will he be able to sacrifice with the purpose of resisting before death? The following test will be much more complicated and painful. So he said that he did not want to pull the cat for the tail and did what Mimir was waiting for him. After all, he has to accelerate a little. Using his skill, he made another spear. Hela tried to stop him again and said that it was enough. He did not listen to her and continued further, and then said that it was enough and noted that he had changed very much, and he did not need his advice. Yechen noticed his wounds on his body disappeared. Mimir said that the test was completed and Yechen was higher than his expectations. Now his turn has been promised. Yechen replied that he was waiting for it. Finally, he had a chance to get closer to the truth of the gods hidden. Mimir said there are 3 words. If you collect them in one sentence, they will show the way to the truth. Yechen said Mimir that well and the puzzles in him. He replied that it was not to get caught by the gods of Azam. And then turning to Hela Murma said that even she was unknown. She was surprised what it could be. Mimir said that because the truth was deeply hidden and called the words Raider Eye and Brightly. Yechen believes that the information is not enough and does not understand what it means. Therefore, Mimir decided to give teaching and asked to treat the system with suspicion. And he said that he believes that Jano is sure to know the truth. On the farewell, Mimir said that they would wait for their next meeting, and Heli also wished good luck. Yechen thought that if you look on the other side, all these 3 words belong to him. The Raider, his profession, is the lost eye of Odina. The last word means that his true shines brighter than the past, much brighter than when it was in full misunderstanding. Then he finished his life as a living shield, but he was interested in why Mimir gave him the word brighter and why he questioned the system. Hela suggested that Yechen think about the meaning of the words Mimir said together. But now they have to go to the next test. They went and Smir was waiting for them, that he said that almost all the trials came and the last. Yechen asked if this mirror was leading to him. Smir answered the mirror of Urda's first of the 3 Nortons of fate. It is considered a source of karmic memory. In it, he will see the memories of Jotun. He must then return and offer his answer. The test will then be completed. Yakin asked if this task was correct. Smear replied that no. Whatever the answer is, a judge here. He has to find his own answer. This is the last task of the giant. So if it is ready to apply a palm to the mirror, this mirror should show him the past. Yakin put his palm and saw Urdo. She said that he was here. She was looking forward to him and then asked to name her name again. Yakin said Urdo and she replied that he was right. Urdo noted that this meeting is fateful and reunion is inevitable. She spent a long time keeping for him in the heart of a broken past. These fragments of the former are sent by an ancient creature for posterity, so she asked for permission to show him the first debris. Yakin came inside the mirror and asked where they were. Hela replied that Itunheimi, on the ground giants, and then she asked if he had seen Urdo. He replied that he was not sure. Urdo said that the past they look at the head, not in front of him, and Yakin has to see that. But something will not work, because the story has already met its end. And this is just the echo of the past were transmitted by the great Jotun grunter. He needs to hear his story. The groundworker asked the son of Smera, in his opinion, the real ruler should have. He replied that it would not be able to protect the people, in other words. He said that the power is important, but a good ruler who knows how to take care of others and recognize the shortcomings. He would like Smear to become such a Jotun. Smear replied that he was weak and frightening, as well as afraid of the hammer. So what a lot is from him. He does not think that it can be like that. The father replied that he could never give up, only he determines his value. After these words, Hela realized why Smear opened Jakin and gave him a chance to test. But then the soil was announced that the Thor was attacked with Valkyria. The giant said, no one panic. After all, he will protect them anything that would not cost him. Urdo noticed that a sad scene will begin now. But this is not over. Urdo said that he should now show him the next fragment. They found themselves in the same world, but everything was burning around. Jahin saw only the body and fire. This is the so-called Ragnarok day of the last battle, the moment before the contract is drawn up. Hela said that man in front of the lightning god Thor. It can be recognized by the gross and trembling of the sky with the earth, and on the famous hammer in your hand. Yakin said that he was strong, and he could not overcome such an opponent, even having a rank S. So he asked what he should do to become the same strong. Hela replied that he should take all 5 trials. They will direct him to the right path. Thor said that he likes the giants, and he is surprised that they did not see him. So he decided that honorary warriors should be respected. Therefore, he suggested that the king compete with him one-on-one and then no one will die. And then he asked how such an offer was. The soil asked if he would let go of all other if he sacrifices himself. Thor said that he swept his name. The king agreed to the proposal. Due to the whim of the Torah, he had to sacrifice himself. The battle between Jotunheim and Asgard ended with the victory of the latter. Urda said that the last fragment remained and carried Yakin to show him this memory. The soil was preparing for the battle with Tor, but Smear asked him not to go because it was a trap. The father answered him what he knew. But he has to do it. Smear asked why all this is. Because of all his loved ones he left. Hela said they are now in Asgard. In the world where Asya lives, Gina should destroy with Odin. The groundworker asks Smear or remembers the words he spoke to him, and then he said that he did not worry because he would handle it without him. He said that one day he would meet the anti-prophet. He will release all races given their ACS. Therefore, the precipitate asked his son Smear to keep his burial place, but Smear continued to ask his father not to go. Yekin realized how ruins were created. They were made to raise the fallen giants and plans for the future. But then Yekin heard the groundworker calling him a counterpart. He said that he sees these memories, so he asked to help his son. Urdo said that he prepared for his death for his son, who would remain an orphan, and for the sake of the last hope that will appear in the future. It's for Jehen's sake. The soil was approached to the Torah for the battle. Thor said that from the beginning he wanted to challenge him. The soil asked if he was satisfied now, and he replied that he was not. This will not happen until it will finally deal with it. After these words, he attacked a giant. The soil asked the Torah what he achieved. He asked what he implies. Therefore, the Premier said why he takes the life of the innocent every time. Thor was surprised that he was in mind. And then he replied that the will of his father, the great Mr. Odin, said, therefore the true reason is even unknown to him. But he does not care. After all, if he has the opportunity to compete with a strong opponent, he will not miss her. And then Thor said that he also wanted to ask something. Thor asked why he accepted the call, knowing that he would still die at the end. The soil said that he had what he wants to protect. His rival wondered, except for him, because most of his race turned into ashes. To this, the precipitator replied that their souls are still alive and once Asgard would necessarily fall. Thor asked whether he also believed in the prediction of 3 sisters. He said it was boring and suggested to finish empty chats and go to business. It's time to send him to everyone else. The soil again turned to the anti-counterpart and said that if he hears him, let him remember that he should only go on his way. And not to go out of the course, and then asked him to convey Smur that his whimsical father apologized. Yakin decided to use an empty card to copy Thor's skill. Hela realized what he conceived. And Jekin said that he would calm down only when the Torah would be revenged. And then he asked Hela whether she agreed with him. Yakin copied the Torah skill, and before going to the battle of his opponent, he did something. He planned the attack at the cost of his own life, and Thor appreciated it, but he said that it was not enough to destroy him. After these words, he struck a decisive blow to the soil. But then he felt something strange. This is exactly what his purpose was, to leave a trucker that would restrain his strength. He took his words back and said that there was something interesting in him. Smear thought that it was impossible to say with confidence that the counter would appear, and he does not even know who he is. He has some doubts, and he thinks that if his father's victim is in vain, then he does not know what to do. Yakin registered the passive skill of the lightning god in the empty map. Hela asked in 100 rupees as possible. The empty card can be applied to the hero of memories. She replied that if it was a normal vision, it would be impossible. But from the very beginning, she said that the wreckage of the past was preserved specifically for posterity. And this means that the precipitate sacrifice was not in vain. Although Yakin has received a new skill, but he cannot use it because his level is low. Hela asked if he was sure because she was afraid that he would not be able to cope with such force. Yakin asked her what was the problem here, and then he said that he would try more and plus it will help him. Urda said that unfortunately their time was over and this is not their first separation, but it is still difficult for it. Yakin asked her whether he forgot about something. She answered it no matter and he should go forward. The task of the counterpart to cross through the sad past, and to live with everyone who is a real drawing a new future. Urda said she would pray for him. Most likely there is no place in his fate, but she wants to always accompany him with happiness. Jens turned back and Smear was waiting for him. He asked if he watched his memories. Touching his palm to the mirror, Yakin replied that he saw everything. Smear said that the last test remains. He should ask him the last question and asked whether Gino was ready to answer him. Smear asked the counter whether he would be able to retain his steady if he had to get rid of something very expensive. Yakin remembered his mother and all his friends and replied that he was not. After all, he knows that he will be feeling. And then he said that at first he would grieve and fight in torment, as it was with him. But then he will still have to take himself, because you will need to go on. Smear said that greet the counterpart, he proved that he had all the necessary qualities. On the screen, Yokin saw that his test had been passed. His level increased and he received a gift from the groundworks. Smear asked Yakin whether he was already going on what he answered that, so because his affairs were over here. But then he remembered something. Smear asked what he was referring to, and Yakin replied that his father asked to convey that he was very sorry. And then he added that now he was definitely going to go. So together with Hela, they went to the exit. Thinking about his father, Smear said that he never merged with him, and finally he felt a relief of his suffering. Jekin and Hela approached the gate and saw that they had a problem. After all, many people gathered at the entrance. Hela said they have abilities and will not work without trouble. Yekin thought that it would be offensively because they would take him as a robbery. But this is the fate of the truth, and the position of the Union is clear. They put a lot of money raid. Yekin is unsure that he will overcome two people S rank. So Jekin asked Hela to cover him and he would try to take his time, and she agreed and then said that she would signal. And she told him to find the right moment to distract enemies. So after that, he left the big ruins. He was waiting for people including the gate guards as well as a cable with Camilla. One of the guards told him to stand still. But Wallach told him to get off the road and went to Jehen and asked if he cleaned the dungeon. He asked what if so. Vlak felt that inside the ruins no longer felt the previous mana, so he realizes that this guy tells the truth. But everything he was interested in how he coped. Yekin saw his sword Balmung. This is not a replica but a true S-class. Yakin said that only he could clean this dungeon, and no matter how many times they have tried them. Wallach asked if he wanted to say that the power of the Union was not enough. Jehen answered who they knew because they could not even go into the dungeon. And all this because the conditions were not satisfied. Wallach was angry and said that he first wanted to take him to the team, but changed his mind. And he added that he would not take his life, because he wants to learn a lot about the dungeons and more. Yakin cannot believe that he has taken such a cheap provocation, so it turns out that he is considered aggressive in vain. Therefore, Yekin answered him that he could try if something would work out. Wallach replied that his tricks would not pass with him. Wallach attacked him, but Yakin managed to get the sword in time exactly the same as the opponent. It is never said that two Balmung cannot be at once. They continued the battle, but Wallach could not understand where he came from the same sword. Yekin activated the skill of the gutting step to make it easier to evade the opponent's attacks, and then said Valak that he was slower than he thought. But these words were angry even more. Among the few raiders S rank, few people are able to evade his sword. So he became very interested in who this guy was. Camilla decided to join the battle and warned Valak to be more careful, because it's an unusual sword. He is not just visually similar to him. The power of his opponent's sword is almost the same as the force of Balmung. Hearing this, Valak had even more questions to his opponent. So he said that he would not take his life, but his hands and legs will be superfluous. Yekin said to wait a little because he injured him in his own words. Wallach asked what that means. To this, Yekin replied that he came to him for a very long time, and then hinted that he was telling him to stop talking. He read an article about his divorce, so he is interested in knowing the reason why it happened. Camilla turned to Jehen, calling him a boyfriend in black clothes, and said that she seems to be talking too much. And she added that the reason for Wallach's divorce is that he is disgusting and boring. Wallach asked her on whose side. And then he said that enough conversations and they would continue in the negotiation room. Hela warned Yekin that everything was ready. So it is time to round. But Yekin apologized and asked her to wait a little more. She thought for he was going to fight the Rose. This desire shook her, but he explained that the chance to cross the sword with the Raider S Raider falls infrequently. Therefore, he does not want to miss this opportunity. Yekin used the temporary strengthening of skills, but after the object, it will not be able to use magic for a while. Camilla felt incredible magical power and asked Valak to retreat for a short time, but he did not listen to it. She said that he was unreasonable and it was because of his unbearable character with him and his wife dispersed, but Yekin stopped him using the skill of the forceful mana. Seeing this, Camilla thought about how possible it all. Thor from the memories of the precipitate was incredibly strong. Probably Heimdall will be the same. The only opportunity for Yekin to become more forceful in the short term is to constantly put himself in danger and to be able to get himself. Repeat and repeat the difficulty. Yekin struck a strong blow and was defeated. Camilla could not believe how possible, as an unknown guy was able to do so with the leader of the European Union. They cannot give such a monster calmly to this world. So Camilla decided to attack him. Using her magic, she asked if he really thinks she would just let him go. Jaehyun evaded the attack, but its use of magic is suspended due to the deprivation of the skills of the overwrite skills that improves all the characteristics. He said it was bad, but Hela entered the game and said that it was enough to escape. Camilla saw that magic disappeared before the attack at all, caused her opponent at least some harm. She noticed that he escaped and thought that it was necessary to go to look for him in hot traces and to deal with him finally. But Wallach told her to rest, but she does not understand why this guy had just hurt him. He asked her to listen and said that he was too dangerous. Therefore, they have to return to the headquarters. Camilla asked why he hated this place so unexpectedly and he asked for so strong. Wallach replied that yes. And then she noticed that he behaved somehow very strange and asked what happened and whether his wife wanted to come together again. Wallach replied that he intentionally did not destroy him, and if you send other people, it will give them even more problems and losses. Camilla replied that she would contact the headquarters. Wallach thanked her and said that he needed to rest. He thought that no matter what, the guy would come when he competes again and the next time he does not lose. Hela said everything as usual. Yekin replied that their mission was over, so he suggested returning home. On Nastina, he returned home and announced his friends. At first, I wanted to call everyone, but did not understand what was happening. During the conversation, they asked what he was thinking about entering a circle. He replied that he did not think that the time is right now, because past almost a month. The circle is one of the main middle of raider academies throughout the country. To put it simply, it is a circle of interest for raiders. Usually, sophomores and third-year students create similar circles to receive leadership over those who have just joined. But basically, they decide in requests of government agencies. In this case, the academy receives a mediator, and the manager raises his awareness and little profit. Before entering the guild, it is a set of experience through training, and this is a good experience. But success can only be done if you enter a prestigious circle that has at least some name. Otherwise, everyone goes to the downsides. Before the regression, Yegan was in a low-class circle and sweat there until his death. Through the rule, one person is one circle. He has no good memories. He was pushed there against freedom. From the very beginning, he wanted to get into one circle with his friends. But if it is so easy to arrange, then he will be bored. Therefore, he replied that he did not think about it, and first needed to know where to work. Ina said that they are all sitting here now, and think about it. And she asked if he did not want to join them. He replied that he would find a circle himself better, and then he thought that probably such an answer was too much. But then the Yujon shouted into the phone with a claim that he was going to find a circle on his own and leave them. He replied that she was just misunderstood. After all, they did not even agree that they would be in one circle, but the Yuon noticed that not so honest. And if you have already collected the team, then it has to go with it to the end. Jekin replied that if they want to be the first in their class, let them say so. The Yoon asked what it would suddenly say and then said that Honi wanted to talk to him and handed him a tube. Hona said as if he would be able to convince him. Jekin said Hyeon that it is not so difficult to trim everyone into one team, and he thought that the character of Hoyeon is perfect for manipulation, and at least his crooks did not deceive. Jekin said that he had a condition, but friends denied that it was impossible, and he replied that if not. Hona said that it was fair. Friendship and the conditions should be fair. Jekin replied that that is why he behaved like that. Yekin told them that he would later state the condition because he now needs to be in the portal. So he said goodbye to his friends. If everyone has already talked about the circle, then it is approaching. A training camp that will be held on time with a circle and other activities. And this time, everything will happen in a closed tag zone. The Mile Academy is only part of the closed zone, and everything that is still overwhelmed by a variety of monsters. Miles cleans external territories every year. Yekin said that he was not so long here and the feeling of eternity did not appear. Hela replied that this was an explanation, because he has passed a lot. And then she asked about a gift from a preference, but he did not respond to her words because Hela asked if he remembered her, at least once they had enough time. Jekin replied that if so, good. Hela noted that she was worried because Himdall had released, therefore you should hurry. He got out of the darkness in which she sent him, so soon will be here, and he is very angry. Heimdall cannot believe that he was humiliated, so he did not like it. He looked around and saw some ruins and thought that they wanted to keep him away from people. He does not like the fact that they dared to deliver such problems. Suddenly he wanted to attack the monster, and he said that here it was the idea. Hela felt what he conceived and worried it. She said it was strange and that Hemdall forgot in this place. Yekin asked where he was going. Hela replied that the academy miles into the closed area, and then she said that he knew something from his face. Yekin replied that there would be a training camp for newcomers of the academy and it scared it. She replied that he knew he thought. Heimdall can see the near future, so she thinks that Yehen has already seen the future. Yekin said that not only he could catch him, but his friends. But this is a completely expected situation, so he decided that it should be fully tuned to face the enemy face to face. He said it would be good if the soil was prepared a good gift for him. As a gift, he received the blood of a giant that preserves wisdom and power. When used, wisdom and strength will increase. But he will not be able to use it if he does not reach the strength and wisdom of more than 150 units. Yaken thought that it was because of this item that he had to have a rank S to pass the test. After all, it is impossible to have strength on both indicators above 105E, but do not have S rank. He also gained a new skill of the anger of the preference with the rank of Iya. When used, the harm that is caused by the gods of Asa and Valkyria doubles. Hela asked how it was and said that is why she said that the second trial should be passed as soon as possible. He replied that he was true and thanked her and then stroked. Hela said it was enough to do it. And then she bounced to the side and asked what he was doing. But then she accepted her true likeness and said that she would not worry. She has one way to help him. Therefore, they have to put it in reality as soon as possible. The next day, Jagan was waiting for difficult trials. He agreed that it was quite difficult, and Hela replied that it was obvious. The force that cannot even be compared to the rank of S or other high levels right now in his hands. This is a mythical level. If he does not get control of this force, his body simply will not stand it and collapses. He got the skill of mythical level in large ruins. It is the power of the lightning god. Therefore, it has to reach a new rank as soon as possible and has one idea. He knows how to increase rank. Before that, Yaken got a quest to destroy the head of crows. He managed to deal with only one. But there are very little time, even meaningless methods. It can solve the problem of constant harm to the body with the help of victims. But the problem will not save him. Yaken asked Hela whether there was another way. She said that she was thinking about it and then warned that they had guests. Yaken replied that he did not know the guest or not, so you have to know yourself. At this time, he watched Sonya, who took advantage of the skill of hiding. Guildmaster Curator Jihen. Curator Jiken told Jaehan what an unexpected meeting, and for her it is a great fortune to meet him in such a place. Yaken recognized this girl. He knows that he is the chairman of the guild curator. She told him that he had signed a contract with Lotus, and she asked if he was not offended there. Yaken immediately realized what she was leading. He said that he was glad to meet her. She asked if he was not too busy so that you accidentally meet someone right on the street. So if it is not ordinary luck, then it may be a fate itself. Yaken was surprised in such words and thought that this word he hated the most, and then asked if she followed him. Hela thought that it looks like a personal, so decided not to interfere and go. She said that in any case she has a place to go, so saying goodbye to Yahen, she disappeared. Sonya decided to warn Yu Sonnen and called her to tell her that guild curator had come into contact with Ming Yano, and it seems that Yaken felt his presence, so Songeti made it a little nervous. Jaken agreed to talk to Jihen's FECs and asked if she could find out what she wanted to offer him. She replied that she liked what he decided to go right to the case, so she said that they wanted Yaken to become part of their guild. Yaken replied that it was now in another guild and is sure that she was known about it. Jihen's Pek said that they would give him a Nidhega for joining them. Yaken thought she was talking about the same Fang. He is surprised that she just wants to give him an artifact S-class of astronomical value. Meanwhile, Hela decided to visit her mistress. Hel said that she came to her, and she asked if she would not regret it. Hela asked her to give her strength. Hel replied that she knows that to some extent she is part of her. Hel said that there is a significant difference between their forces, and even if she gives her a little bit of her. Hela replied that it is likely that she would not be able to use it properly and die. And even if he survives, he will not be able to think about the future, because in her usual body there will be an incredible amount of force. Hel then asked why it was her, to which she replied that it was her mission from the beginning. She and who should hold the opposition through 5 trials and what has become a compass that shows the path. Hela said that from the very beginning she sought to become a support for him. Hel answered her that this was not a reason to sacrifice herself, to which she told her that it really was only part of the whole story. She was just curious or remembered by Gino with constant motion forward, but he does not stop trying even in the face of despair. Hel asked that even if it would not be at the end of this story. Hel said that she had already made a decision, and she agreed to give her a little strength, and then she said that she would not decide to make it happy. After these words, Hel endowed her with force. Sonya said that he saw the head of the guild of FECs, Jihen Jekahen, as he saw Jihen in person, but he is convinced that Yaken will not agree to it. But she could offer him something more than just money. Yusonin said that it means that she appreciated his potential. Sonya asked if she would just leave it. Maybe it will sound on his side, but Yaken is a star in the world of raiders at the moment. Therefore, they have to keep it at any price. Yusanin laughed and noted that he changed a lot and asked if she was taken away at least once what she wanted. At this time, Yaken continued to talk to the head of the guild of Hell, Jiken. She hopes that they get well and asked for him or not. Yaken replied that this was only their first meeting and whether it is too early for the future. She replied that it seems little known about how people agree. The fact that he sits here already means the beginning of negotiations. If they both hear, it means that they wish the same. Yaken asked it at once and said that it was good and he liked. Jiken's Peck asked her assistant to bring an artifact, so she executed her instruction and brought a fang to show Jaehan. Seeing the artifact, he was very happy. Nitega's fang in his past life was an indispensable dagger and was evaluated in the raider market as the second after Balmung, so it became clear to him that the curator has such strong and valuable artifacts. He said that this thing is quite expensive, why they want to give it to him. Jihen noted that she hates when the boys keep a lot of secrets. And from that moment, she suggested to be honest for Jeno, and then he asked what's the matter. He decided to use the skill of washing the towns to know the truth. Jihen did not understand what magic at all, but she turned that the main thing is not to be afraid. Yekin said that they seemed not very used to talking with raiders, or that's wrong. If you summarize, they want to see him in a guild, and for that he gets an artifact. Jihen's Peck replied that everything is true, because I do not think that somewhere they are the same. He replied that, of course, because another guild would make such a bet on a 17-year-old boy. But Yekin said that this is surprisingly so, knowing they rarely take combat raiders. So he understands that politics has changed. She replied that if there are no changes, they can be eliminated. Jihen noticed that he did not think that the only problem was. After that, she decided to confess to him and said that they would be advantaged if they publish a participant from a Lotus. And given that he can directly contact the Raider Management Center, his price is the Fang of Nidega. Jihen's Peck told that he seems to her who immediately break from the leash, she should only make one mistake. Jekin asked what a leash was not a dog. Jihen's Hell said that if the leash is an artifact S rank, then this can be for the better. In addition, in the contract, the profit ratio is almost completely on its side. They only look at the opportunities. Yekin replied that then let it be like that, but in front of him, weapons will eventually use it. Therefore, Yekin asked to allow him to at least touch this artifact. After that, nothing will happen. Jaikin's Peck replied that this artifact was worth it and he deserved it, so she allowed him to touch him. But he has his own personal plan and said that this is Nidega's Foing. He wanted to copy his formula. Yekin took him in his hand and took advantage of his skill. And in a moment he said that it was not quite his style and thanked for the good offer. And then he explained that he had to give up. Jihen's Peck was surprised and asked him not to taste such an artifact. He answered what could be said so, but it was angry with Jihen. She asked who at all took over the artifacts of the rank S, and she wondered if he knew what a chance was. After all, he will not find this artifact for any money. Yekin replied that he had nothing to say and asked if he could go. Such a response of FEC's Jihen was surprised even more. She was upset by his decision, and her subordinate asked if she was all well with, to which she answered what teacher and student. But she can't just accept his refusal, so she said that he would still regret it. Returning to the hostel, Yekin recreated the same artifact. He could not even think that he would get it in this way. Nidhegg is the name of a great dangerous monster from ancient myths. He is deeply in Niflheim. It is said that during the winter solstice in Vergelmir, it bites the depth of Yggdrasil. Yekin did not expect it to allow him to touch the Fang, just as he did not think that he would once be able to copy weapons, but now everything is different, and you need to be much more careful. He is interested in so strong his rival Heimdall, and he also does not know whether he is equal in strength to the Toro. Thinking about the battle with God, sometimes he seems to him that he just went crazy because of all this madness. But he wants to know more and wants to know how much he still has to fight with them. But the fate of Erdo showed him in the mirror. Will he change it? Meanwhile, the Academy of Miles gathered in the conference room of the leaders of all circles and the strongest participants of the Academy. They are all incredibly strong, so much that you cannot look when you find out that each of them is already a veteran raider. But they all gathered here for the sake of one person. The head of the circle is dry that Ming Jinoen will join his team. So he noted that others could only dream of it. Another girl answered that he would go to her in Sonnen. The freshman of talents and so lost. Jensei will not work so. As magic and martial arts say, they do not interfere with each other's affairs. If this rule is not outdated, Jaken will go to them. Their circle was created in honor of Yusanin and became a support for raiders of magicians in the guidance of Kan Jian. The leader of another circle said she carries nonsense. It is ridiculous to think that Yekin will get to them because she is not interested in news. The student who took pictures of them recognized him. This is Kan Juheb, who lifted his circle of Karames in the second place at the expense of force. She believes that they are incredible. The Soho leader said they could only dream of it and Yekin would be them. Kana Juheb believes that it is a beacon, and he will definitely get to his team. Kan Jin suggested that the solution still remains for Ming Jeno. In this case, he will not go where he will be offered more. Kan Juhep asked if she really thinks that everything would be so simple, and calling her, asked if she forgot why they all gathered here. Kan Jian was angry that he called her and replied that it was telling her a guy who had only muscle instead of the knees. The girl noticed that the atmosphere is quite tense and none of them are going to yield, but without paying attention to her, they continued to argue. The reason was clear to her. Min Yoken is a big fish and everyone wants to get it. Circles in the academy are important groups. They are observed by a large number of guilds. The most active and best students then go into a good guild. Therefore, the leaders of the circles secretly and closely follow each other. But Ming Yoken is dangerous, so one of the executives offered a good idea. Everyone has to make him his offer. If at least he gives a positive answer, this circle will collect everyone and report it. In exchange for this, other circles will not touch the circle that Mines Gino will receive. And the circle is maintained from at least 2 academy events. This girl is the head of the circle Third Eye Chejian. It is currently the least known circle, but it grows rapidly at the expense of the personal qualities of its leader. Kan Zhep believes that this is a good idea. The circle that will receive Yekin will incur some losses in favor of a common balance. So he agreed. Kan Jian also agreed. The girl who photographed them paid attention to the fact that Kan Juhep changed the course of the whole conversation in a second, as it is just incredible for her. So the girl is sure that she will be able to write a wonderful article for the academy. So Ina dared to call Jahohan and invite him somewhere. He was surprised by such an unexpected call, and also surprised that she wanted to go with him. So Ina suggested that he go to the Raiders Festival together, but he asked her to repeat it again as he did not feel. So Ina said there would be a lot of interesting things there, and if he is an active raider, they say that in this case it is worth going there. She heard about it from Yujin. Yekin said it was like her, Yujin to taste such measures, at least he thinks so. He wondered if they would go with other friends, but Seo Ina said that they all had no time. Yekin replied that then they just go down together. He remembered that it was through the festival that the size of the black market grew, if you remember the time to regression. So he believes that it would be nice to go there at least once. Maybe he will find something that will help to overcome Heimdall. He asked an inn when they would go. She replied that after the day on the 25th of April at 9 o'clock, they would meet at the entrance to the festival. Ina tried to say everything as soon as possible, and then she thought that it was not good at least this time. Yekin replied that it was well about 9th. He has not rested for a long time, so it's time to relax a little, and I am sure that it will be fun. So Ina agreed with him, but then Yekin said that he had forgotten something in the campus. So it's time to go. He said goodbye to her and said they would call later, saying goodbye to Yekin. So Ina hoped that they would spend a good time together. Yekin took his belongings and returned to the hostel, saw Kim Yoo-jan who was waiting for him. He asked what she was doing here. It is a male floor and she constantly jokes over him, and she forgot here at all. The Yoon first wanted to put him to be buzzing, but then gathered with thoughts and said that she just wanted to ask something and came. Yekin was surprised that she decided to ask him something, and thought that the case would not be about studying. The Yugon said that many events have been held recently, and the more the International Festival of Raiders will be held very soon. The day of the meeting with Yekin and came to the entrance, she thought she had come very early. But then she saw Yekin. He approached and asked her whether she was here for a long time. He said that for some reason he woke up so decided to take a walk earlier, and then she saw that she was already here. So she told her that it was time to go, so he suggested going inside. So Ina was ashamed but then tried to take her hands. The people around Yensei recognized and watched him. They discussed him and said that he was looking even better in life. People also recognize people, but she was scared and shamed by this pressure of people from the side. She does not like when she is paying attention. Yekin noticed her uncertainty and, taking her hand, offered to accelerate, so they escaped. He said they were not fortunate enough to meet such a crowd of people, so Ina decided that she should apologize for her behavior. Ina explained that so far it was not used to so many people. It still causes her not the most pleasant feelings. Yekin asked if she had had time to have breakfast because she was here in the morning. Therefore, he suggested having a breakdown. There are many cafes here, and there is also her favorite with toast. Ina was surprised that he remembered what she liked. He thought that Sayan intentionally said that no one else would go to the festival. After all, the Yuan came to him and suggested the same. After all, she believes that he probably stays at home. And moreover, it would probably be able to cheer him up. But Yekin apologized and replied that he was already busy and offered to go some other time. Yekin, along with CO, continued the walk. Talking looked around different objects. Then they decided to have a snack. They managed to have a great time together, but the rain began unexpectedly. So Ina hid from the rain and waited for Yehen, and he found an umbrella and approached it that he did not trust the weather forecast. They paid attention to one place, and Yekin offered to go there and take pictures. But this proposal knocked out the pantry. Yekin replied that it would be interesting. After all, they usually say that on walks go to such photo studios and take photos in memory. But if Ine does not want to take a photo, they can pass the photo studio. Ina inadvertently touched Jehen and was ashamed, and then she apologized for it and agreed to go to take pictures together. She went inside the photo studio and there was a man waiting for them. He told them that they are a very beautiful couple. He seemed Asian, and then he said that they would like to take pictures. So Ina thought whether they really looked like a couple. The man suggested to choose everything they like and wished them to have a great time. The photo studio has many details with which you can take interesting photos. So Ina chose the hair ears. Yukun hopes that she doesn't want to try it all on him, and then asked why she too requisites. They took some photos and Jakin still agreed to try something on himself. The man gave them their photos. But he said that the last photo was bad, so he apologized for it and warned that he could not give them. He explained that he said the technique to deal with the problem and he forgot. So the man apologized again and said that these photos would be free for them. Yekin replied that this is not a problem and he could pay. The man said just to look like a photo for their common future. So Ina thought about the future, but she was interested in whether Yekin would be in her life, and he thought it was very optimistic. He himself does not know what he awaits in the future and whether it will be. And then the man added that the photo will be for the future if he can protect the real. They came out of the photo studio, but these words seemed strange. He wondered that something was possible here. His man aroused suspicion, but he did not feel his mana. So Ina walked behind him and then called him and wanted to say something. She confessed that she had lied to him because she did not ask her friends, or they would go with them to the festival. Shaken asked her again and pretended to be very surprised by such an act. So Ina replied that she treated with greed by the time they could spend with him alone. So she did not want to call anyone anymore. He remembered all the events of his life and realized that he could not let her closer to himself. And then he said that she was very glad that she managed to have a great time. But then she decided to confess to him where but they saw the explosion. Therefore, the CIA never had time to agree. All visitors to the International Raiders Festival were asked to leave this place to warn that it was not a training anxiety and attacked them. Therefore, all people were asked to get to a safe place, and the raiders have to understand what really happened. The frightened people began to flee from there. Yakin thought that such a mana level is not exactly the dungeon, and in addition, a disgusting smell of blood flies in the air. One of the men said that it is dangerous here, and people themselves realize that they need to leave here, so he asked them very much. So Ina said that something very bad happened, and they need to go from here as soon as possible. But Yakin replied that they could not go now and used mana with a detector. He said that one way or another the chances of their deaths are very high. And all this because of that man. He laughed and said that he would be a lot of fun, and noted that Yekin was even more attentive than he thought. And then he asked if he was not because he was a prodigon from the prophecy. Yekin said "Co Ini, that is dangerous here. Therefore, she should leave here immediately. But that man approached her and wanted to strike. She was very scared and did not know what to do. Yekin had time to grab him and asked what he needed. The man replied that for the enemy of the great aces, he represents nothing special. Then Yekin again asked him what he needed. He replied that Acam belongs and is one of Odin's 5 crows. And let him not be named after him, but if he brings an opponent of the ace, he will reward him with his name. Remembering Hugin Yeshin said he was the same as he was, so did not understand what was happening and did not know what to do. Yekin said that a similar escape would be difficult and asked her to follow him. Raven said that this girl similar to him is very expensive. He replied that if so, that of that, and Raven told him that he would make him try despair. The Raven threatened that he would deal with him and he will no longer even be able to stand up. Yekin replied that he was still the monster, but how he was going to do it. After all, only he will receive here. Then Yekin decided to use Balmung's sword and attacked the opponent. Raven replied that this would not be enough to destroy it. Ina did not understand what is happening at all. She was interested in who this man was, but even more embarrassed by the words he said to Yekin, calling him a counterpart from the prophecy. As in her opinion, he somehow turned to Yehen, but now he is distracted for a while and needs to help. Competing his opponent, Yekin asked how he was associated with Hugin. The crow replied that life, and then he asked why he was so interested in it. If he wants, he will tell him everything now. Hugin, along with Munin, is the most powerful crows of Odin. With their power, they are inferior only to the gods of the ace. Yekin said that it was funny because the mighty man was sent to follow the insect as he was, so he is interested in what it would be. Raven replied that it was the prophecy of the gods, an indisputable and irreversible prophecy. Yekin replied that he would save him from this information. After all, they allowed themselves to do this only because of a guess about the future. Raven said that the prophecies who were appointed Acam have always come true. Ina noticed that this person and she does not know the person or not, and he is strong enough. She understands that Yekin cannot help now, given her level of strength, but she can still do something. So Ina threw him the crystal of magic and he caught it. It is an object that can transmit magical power to whoever gets this stone. He thanked her and then tried to come together, because he should not worry now because his opponent is just waiting. So he needs to think now as always calmly and prudently. Jehen wondered where his weak place. He must come up with how to get out of this situation. And then he used the supersonic chains to repel the opponent's attack. Yekin noticed that he was using chains and drew, although his magical power was not so great. But he cannot move away from In, because in case he needs to protect her. If he is a little weakened, something bad may happen. His rival was able to harm him. Jehen healed himself with the skill of sacrificing. He was not able to follow him even despite the activation of the skill. Juhen was still difficult to predict his movements. Raven said that there was a lot of interesting things here, but reality exceeded his expectations. And it all happened exactly as Mr. Hamdall said to him, and then the crow noticed that he prevents him from rule. Yekin replied that he would take it as a compliment, but the crow noticed that he would die at this place. But Yekin realizes that he bluffs, because he knows that Asa gods cannot harm him now. After all, the power of the prophecy protects it, and it simply cannot use it now. Raven said that he wanted to be the victim of his blades, and the speed of his sword to laughter. After these words, Yekin attacked him. And then he noticed that he was not so cool. Raven became angry and asked how he dared to say that if he is all a person. Jekin said that he did not reach him, and then decided to use Nitega's fang, and noticed that he did not want to start with him. Seeing this blade, Raven realized that he had never heard about him. It was just incredible energy from him. Yekin drew attention to his reaction, and it was noticeable that the use of this subject was embarrassed, and even so that he showed his weaknesses. Continuing the struggle, Yekin realized that everything was much easier than he thought, and that's what a real S rank means. Raven does not understand where he has how much power. He doubted that he would be able to win. Yekin said that a similar poison of the blade prevents him from moving. So now everything is the opposite, but Raven said that he was not going to give up, and he should serve the gods of Assam. Yekin replied that he would still not be able to destroy him, but the crow noticed that he did not say that he would deal with him, and then he rushed to the So. So Ina used the protective barrier, but it did not help. The crow broke him and approached her. Yekin shouted that she was cautious and launched a blade right into the crow. That's the battle ended. He felt strong weakness and said that it seemed to use too much mana, so Ina ran to him. So Ina was concerned because, again, as much as last time, she could not do anything, and it was very upset. A few hours earlier, the Yujan worried because of the courage to invite Jagan, and he pretended to be busy. She became angry with him because of it and thought that it was necessary to go with Sai and not to invite him. Sometimes Yekin seemed to her just unbearable. So she decided to invite Seo to the festival, but she replied that she was busy and could not go with her. The Yoon was thinking about what INA could be busy, because it usually sits at home all day, but she reassured herself that sometimes people are busy. She agreed to meet her the next day, but she did not leave her thought that they were both busy and refused her. After all, Yekin and Ina are rarely chosen somewhere, and now it is that they are both busy. She had the idea that they went to the festival together, and then she remembered all their views on each other. The Yuan believes that it simply cannot be. At least she hopes that she just seemed to her. So was the fact that when Yekin was in danger on the exam in the dungeon, she could not help him. He tried to save her, and she could not do anything this time. But fortunately this time he is not injured. Still, she is worried about who was his rival, and it looks like Yekin knows him. The magic of that rival was the same as last time, so Ina thought that maybe these two events were somehow interconnected. After that, Yekin came to his senses. Yekin thanked Kanini for taking care of him. She answered what had to do so. And then she was ashamed and sat away from him. Yekin told her what she wanted to tell him. He said that it can all be surprising, but if she cannot take it to heart, and just asked her to listen. And then he told that he had one mission, but CO Ina stopped him, and then asked if they could no longer lift the topic. Yekin just apologized to her. She explained that I was still not ready to hear these words. That he did not answer her, she asked to leave these words for later. And then she added what she would wait until he finished what they should, so they would talk about this topic then, and asked if he agreed. Yekin decided to reassure her but said nothing more. He did not want to hurt her, but he could not promise anything too. After that, Yekin continued his workout and thought about why he could not reply in her words. After all, he knows that she is in love with him. But why he did nothing? Yekin understands how difficult it is to suffer when there is almost no hope. During the training, the Norner system announced that it feels the wall that hindered progress, and he did not quite understand what exactly had to mean. Hella said that everything is true, that he did not understand what is being discussed, but very soon he learns everything. She is sure that he will cope. Yekin was surprised and asked her for the unexpected words of support, as if she say goodbye, and then he said that he would not allow it. Hella thought that she believed that he would probably need less and less help in the future. After workout, Yeonhan came from the third year. He is the head of the Circle Dry. Jense heard about him. This is the best range of martial arts at the academy. Being with them is a great honor, but compared to others, they are quite weak. Jonan said they had a suggestion for him, but their conversation was interrupted by another girl from another circle. She rushed to them and asked who made a business offer in the middle of the street, and then she said that Gino had to go to them in the circle of Sonin. Then another leader of the circle approached them. They all began to argue with each other. The guy said Ming Geno will be with them in Garam, but Jekin asked them to behave a little more decent, because everyone looks at them. And then he wanted to say something more, but another girl came up with a proposal. She said that her name is a Jijun, and she is the leader of the Circle Third Eye, but Yekin is unknown about her. Others were raiders before regression, and he heard about them. Chujian said that she did not come to recruit him, but just to get acquainted. He replied that it was worth coming before it was quiet here. She replied that in this case, it would be dangerous. The leaders of other circles continued to argue for whom Mina Geno would go to the team. But he apologized and said that he should turn to all of them at once, and then he reported that he did not plan to enter into whose circle. They wonder what he plans to do. As it is known, he is a part of the guild, but the raider without tied to a circle is waiting for difficulty because of a low rating. Yekin said that he did not say that he would not be in the circle. Kanju-hep got angry and grabbed him, asked what he was talking at all. Does he understand nothing at all? Yekin replied that he advised him not to make ill-advised mistakes. Kanaju-hep released him, and Jaehin said that he would create a circle himself. No one expected such an answer. After that, the leaders of the circles gathered to discuss everything. Kana Juhep said that he did not understand anything at all. As a first-year student could say that he would create his circle. Kanjin told him that these conversations were enough. Jonan also does not understand how the freshman is about to create his own circle, but this is not prohibited by the academy's rules. But this desire is very close to being impossible. Creating a circle needs a complete understanding of the course of things. Kan Jian said that it would be very difficult for him without the help of senior associates and professional. John Han agreed with her, but the biggest problem is that he said they did not know whether it is possible to create a freshman at all. Kan Ju-hep screamed that they had recently said that it was impossible. John Han asked what is the most important thing for creating a circle. Kan Jian replied that first of all the authorities and the importance in the academy. Some son or daughter of rich parents will be able to create a circle. And also do not forget about skills. John Han suggested mentioning Jigen's colleagues. This is a beautifully famous master An Hon. In addition, he has a guy who is very well versed in potions, and also a girl who perfectly controls the magic of fire. In addition, he even has a magician. Jonan said that from the very beginning it was clear that they did not need them. Kan Ju-hep was angry because of all this and said that he would go crazy now. Jonan suggested that everyone focus. He believes that Yekin is the guy who can break the balance of the academy only by bringing friends with him, so they have to find a way to survive, and if he needs to give him support. Kana Ju-hep noted that because of a little boy, everyone was ready to go for that. He is not delighted with such an idea. Jonan asked him whether he was sure that he would be able to win Ming Geno, but Kan Ju-hep did not answer him, and Jonan went to say that he would be in touch and asked them not to stay with the decision. He thought about how not to wake this monster, and it was for him the second time when he meets someone like this after the Jejun. When he met with friends in Jess and Jegan's workshop, he suggested that they create their own circle. Kim Yujin surprised such a proposal, but Jegan replied that it is not necessary to worry about how others would react to it. An Hoyeon said that the matter is completely different because they are just freshmen. Therefore, if others decide to test them, it will be very difficult. The others also confuse a little. Jessen confessed that he was scared to compete with the boys from the second circles. The Kavan Soviet said that everything thought they were so unexpectedly summoned, and then she asked what the benefit of it. Yekin replied that if the other circle causes them to battle, they should be stronger, at least to just survive. The Kavan Soviet noted that she did not like such an answer, so he decided to say more confidently that it would happen in any case. It would be much better for him to collect a team from his friends because no one will follow him. So Ina replied that everything suits her. Jessen also agreed that if Yekin is sure he was not mined. The Kavan allied once again asked him which of this benefit, because if there are no points, they will say goodbye to their lives through hunger. Points are charged to the best students in the class, and if you take into account the bonuses from the Lotus and several others, they consist in everything properly. So Jekin said that they have about 10 million points. The Kwan Southall called him a madman, and Kim Yujin asked if he was really so rich, but they buy nothing delicious. Soken came to them and said that a party today? Yekin asked what she was doing here. She asked why they got it right away, and even more so next year, she also wants to enter the Academy of Miles. And then she noticed that she had nowhere else to go because of the abilities that Gina left her. So she said that if all the members of the detachment could be controlled, she decided that it would be nice to join them. Hearing it all got lost. Jessen never thought she really thought. Soken became ashamed of his words. So Ina said that it is not good to speak that older. Yensei did not answer anything and just smiled. And then he noted that the situation was not so bad in them, and they and senior students are confident in their abilities. But if they still have time to gain strength, then they will be able to bypass all the restrictions that stand in them. Anhan said it would swear to serve faith and truth. And so Ina thought that the next time she had to save Jensei herself. And it cannot be different. So she joined Hoyeon's opinion and said she would swear. The Yuan noticed that something was wrong here. The allied said she had a frost on her skin from Jehen's smile. He asked them that they would whisper there and then said that he would have to make a lot of effort in order to become stronger. And it is quite natural, so they have nothing to worry about. And then he asked if they would join his circle. There is a fitness center on the academy. It is a place with many different simulators and artifacts. All this is freely available for the top of the academy, and at best, only the heads of circles. So Yekin decided that everyone had to try very hard to gain strength. The Yuzon is tired of training. S.O. Akin also refused to go to the party. Jason said that he brought them a restorative potion. And Anahan also said that he had all the muscles and maybe enough for today. Yekin replied that if they soar, so they grow. Then he approached Jason and took a restorative potion. And then he said that everyone would fly. The soul called Jason a traitor. He replied that he did not hurt them and apologized. Yekin asked why they attacked him and told 2 more approaches. This place is similar to a regular fitness center, but it has a feature. The force of gravity is increased here. Due to this, students' basic physical strength training is much more efficient. The gravity here is much greater than in other gyms. Therefore, doing in this hall, there is more chance that the Gensi team is more likely to gain strength. Yekin looked at the so-called and mentioned the latest events. He believes that such again can happen at any time. There is only one way to prevent it. His friends should gain strength very quickly. In the worst case, they need to be able to retreat quickly. And this is the most important thing that depends on their safety. Therefore, they have time to train. Guild Lotus came to talk to his teacher Yu Sonen. Yu Sonen thought he wanted to spill into another guild, so she asked directly. Yekin asked what she was in mind. She replied that she knew that he received an invitation from the curator, and she also knows that for joining the guild, they promised him to give Nadega. Yekin realized that she caught him and asked that if he was going to another guild or let him go. Yusinen replied that of course not to the curators. Therefore, Yekin asked what all this conversation was about. She approached him and said that she would not allow them to take it from her. It is not so naive to give your student a competitor. Moreover, he has no reason to give up what he now has. Yekin asked that even if it was an artifact S-class. She replied that of course, he only needs to ask for something. If he needs something, she will immediately fulfill his request without thinking that they will get worse. Jekin replied that of course, but he did not even think to leave the Lotus because he was without it. Yu Sonen asked and where only they were taught to flatter. And she said that she almost believed to him, to which Yekin replied that he was very sorry for almost. Yekin knows that Heimdall plans to attack him in a training camp, therefore he must think about the little things. The day of the training camp has come, so all the teams had to go to the task. Yekin, along with his team, got on the bus to get to the right place. He wished everyone good luck and said that in the West, they all had to tell that they created their circle. Anhan said they would try out of their best, and the Soviet Union asked Jason to stop trembling. Jessen said there is one problem. If this is the final stop, then he is very scared. Yekin replied that they would have to meet with real demons. He heard that some raiders were in the closed area and competed with the monsters. But this does not mean that the camp is completely safe. The Jung asked whether they support their comrades, and looking at Jasana said that at least now they would not think about the difficulties they expect for them. Jessen replied that he would try not to think about the bad and gather with thoughts to get distracted. So Ina said to Jekin that she wanted to ask something. She is wondering why he decided to call them a Circle 9. The Yuan said that she was also interesting in what the meaning of this number is. So Ina said that he probably made magic some kind of magic, or just he likes this number. Jaehyun surprised the idea that he likes this number, and he answered that he could not tolerate him. In the mythology of Southern Europe, the number of 9 is of particular importance. For example, there is such a belief about the Torah. Thor, which was poisoned by Jormungand poison, could not take 9 steps. If someone is often 9, then there is certainly some connection between events. So Jaehyun said that he just hated a 9 ago and chose her. Everyone was surprised by his answer. Looking at the Inu, Jaehyun realized that he quickly loses his grip near them, and he should not do so much. They got to the entrance to the city of Tag. This is a closed city where all competitions and tests take place. Jaehyun said that a light life ends here. Therefore, he advised them to hold on to all of them, all obliged to survive. They reached the depths of the closed place in a deserted terrain. Heimdall was already waiting for them there and watched everything. Hugin came to inform him that another crow fell. Heimdall answered what an interesting enemy he had. The Tag is a city where the gate was first opened. At that moment, the cries of people were heard everywhere, and the monsters continued to be ruthlessly destroyed. Tens of thousands of inhabitants were destroyed, and some managed to escape. The first step towards recovery was the establishment of a mile training camp. The instructor announced that the training camp is an event that continues for 1 week. Every student should move along with the participants of their circle. Each circle will only be issued 1 set for survival. To survive, they must use the knowledge gained in the academy and destroy all monsters. During the week, they have to complete 2 tasks for the first time to stay alive, though it is not an epicenter. But for newcomers such as Tag is a dangerous city. If they can survive, they will prove that they have everything they need to become worthy raiders. And secondly, they can combine efforts to destroy as many monsters as possible during the time allocated for them and to collect tokens. The instructor repeated that primarily safety, and if there are no more questions, then the instruction is complete. Finally, he wished them luck. Jaehyun approached his team and said that they should now act on the deepening plan. They found a good place to stop there. In the meantime, another team came to them to deal with them. But Jaehyun took advantage of his skills, and then he became an Anhyon in front of him to increase his protection. The other team was angry because none of them worked. They think that just can't be. The ally told the main team that he himself said that she could not know anything but intelligence. After that, she grabbed him. The student thought that exactly had to happen. Others were interested in whether it was a sense to attack the Lotus follower, because despite the fact that they recently founded their circle were quite strong. So Ina asked Jaehyun whether she could deal with them, and he answered her. After that, Ina activated her skill. Jaehyun said that even if they attack them all together, they will not be able to defeat any of them. Meanwhile, Valak also happened. Walla is sure that even if they attack the unknown guy together with Camilla, they will not defeat him. Therefore, he decided to warn all the Japan states, but all of them should be careful until it encroaches on their failure. Walla is sure that everyone should be on the guard because it will definitely appear again. Choji-kun asked an unknown man when he plans to start acting. After all, they need his strength. This man replied that he was not sure whether he should take the stage, but when Heimdall has already done his move, if he has to do it. Leading TV channel of the Problem of the World Raiders the council to greet all viewers. She reported that 2 guests visited her today. They want to talk about a mysterious incident that happened a few days ago in the ruins of Iceland. So the woman told the audience to greet writer S-Raid, as well as a representative of the Union of Europe Valak, and the world's first magician Maga raider of the Union of Europe called Camilla. The presenter noted that she is very pleased to meet them. Camilla replied that they were also very pleased. Camilla said Valak that they were here as representatives from the Union of Europe, so he should be a little more friendly. He replied that she only looked at their eyes. Is these views of people who respect their association? Of course not. After all, everything is the opposite. Camilla asked if he had doubts about it, and she noticed what she understands. But he warned that he was well aware that it is not a good idea in the same spirit. Wallach replied that they suspected them of stealing the ruins, but this is not surprising, because at the time of the incident, the ruins were under the control of the Union of Europe. But despite their close supervision of the ruins, someone was able to get. The presenter said that today they would like to discuss with them nothing but a recent incident with the roof rose. After this situation, a lot of controversy arose. It is interesting to all why 2 raiders S rank failed to protect the ruins, and why the Union of Europe, which is considered the strongest, could not be the first to clean the same ruins. These 2 questions are interested in their viewers most, so the presenter asked what they think about it. Camilla apologized and noticed that their strength was not enough to clean and protect the ruins. It's all that she can say. The presenter replied that even in the countries of the United States and Japan, the number of those who criticize the Union of Europe has increased. Having received the right to own the ruins in them boast all their success, but why everything happened? Wallach replied that everyone had already heard about the invaders of the ruins. The presenter replied that it was definitely a person who appeared in ruins. She also stated that the proof of the qualification with which Europe had difficulty had successfully passed. Then this man won the ruins and disappeared. He was nicknamed the Black Mantia. In the Union of Europe, they reported that the ruins were unexpectedly attacked by a man in a black mantle. But the presenter noted that the society needs facts and not unclear answers. Wallach asked if she was hinting now that he was talking about. Camilla tried to reassure him, but it was useless. He came closer to the camera and said that everyone took into account that the black mantle was very strong. This man is so good that they could not attack him together with Camilla. But they do not spare anything and warn all countries to be careful and beware of this person until he had time to take advantage of their failures. After all, it will definitely appear again. Before going to the training camp, the instructor has warned that they should not leave more than 50 kilometers from the headquarters. The one who does not follow this rule will be immediately disqualified. They have 2 tasks during the week. First of all, survive. This is not an epicenter, but for beginners, it is a dangerous place. If they survive, they prove that they have everything they need to become raiders. Secondly, they have to combine efforts to destroy more monsters and collect tokens. The higher the monster level, the more additional points will receive. But they must be careful. One of the students asked what to do in an emergency. The instructor answered not to worry about it. The radius is their instructors. Therefore, if there is some emergency situation, immediately you need to report it to them. The instructor repeated again that they should take care of their safety first. If there are no more questions, then their instruction is complete. He wished everyone good luck and students got a sign of unity. Jahen could not believe that he had managed to get such an item. Yekin believes that he is just lucky. After all, this subject will be the key to the training camp. He told his team that they should act on the plan. At this time, Hugin watched them and said that it finally began. Yekin and the team found a good place to make their camp in this place. He told his team that it was good that they got a good base. Jessen replied that at this stage, they would be able to prevent collision with high wart-winged monsters, as it was not bad. The Kavan Nutuni said that different beetles and worms will appear instead of those monsters, and it is very disgusting. Therefore, she does not like the whole atmosphere. Jessen replied that it was not necessary to dislike insects. The Sovereigns were angry and asked him to be silent because she considers insects that is evil. After that, Jessen was hiding behind Jegan, and he said that they end up with their jokes, and from that moment, they get better. The Yoon said that despite the fact that they have a roof over their heads, is still a closed city. Yakin remembered how in this city it all started. Humanity separated this locality that has become a real ruins due to the invasion of monsters. In the case of South Korea, the province of Kensan-Pukto was closed, given the city of Tag, as well as most of the southern islands. Those who study at the academy visit similar cities in the field of outbound training and learn to survive as real raiders. So, Ina said that everything is saying Jaichin. From that moment on, they have no other choice because such reality. The Yoon hopes that this time they will earn a lot of points, and will be able to buy a lot of ice cream and visit restaurants that have not yet been. And then she noticed that she heard in the southern part of the academy, many establishments were opened, so she suggested going there after training. But Yekin did not answer it. He believes that for others it is a place, and this event is not particularly difficult. But they are the best of the freshmen, so they do not come to the existing circles. But the most dangerous opponent in a training camp is Heimdall. And they cannot be forgotten. Sooner or later he will get to them. So Ina noticed that Jeno thought about something. She asked him, or all with him. Yekin answered her that there was no problem, and Anahon also drew attention to the fact that he was not something, and asked what he had found on him and whether something had happened. Yekin replied that all was well and asked what he took it. Anhan said he looked like a man who had just fought with someone, so he asked if something happened on the weekend. So Aine immediately mentioned the situation at the Raiders Festival. The Kavan allied noticed that someone was approaching and warning everyone. Yekin said that these are unknown guests who hate them, and then said the allied that they were somehow related to her. She replied that it was true. And she reminded that he told her that it was his responsibility, so let them take them. These words were surprised by So Inu and Kim Yugon, because they do not understand what is the matter and what is still responsible. Yekin told everyone to prepare for the battle. After that, a team from another circle approached them. These guys belong to the Circle of Sid. Yesin told them that they finally appeared. Before that, Yegan and the Union had a conversation. Previously, she belonged to the Circle of Sid, but Yekin suggested that she leave the circle and join the Nine. But the idea to join the Circle of Freshmen seemed strange to her, but Yekin said that they seemed to understand each other very well. At first she denied it, but then recognized that he was her person. But he should take into account her position. After all, he may not know it. She is quite satisfied with his stay in her circle. There are many people here, and compared to other circles, you can earn enough points. Yekin said that she knows one but lowers the other. She asked what he was in mind. Yekin replied that the participants of the circle did not consider her their colleague. The Soviet Union replied that most of all they consider her business partner, but Yekin said that he didn't think so. He got the device on which he recorded their conversation. She heard that the participants of the circle believed that she was needed only for intelligence. She cannot fight and the raider is no, but the other participant said that she helps him look better on the background of others. And her face is pretty, so he has plans for her. The student asked the other how to do him better, but he replied that he also had plans for her, so let him not approach her. The fact that the Kwan allied heard a lot of angry, so she agreed to the offer and asked what he would offer her. Yekin answered her that he saw everything. The head of the circle asked Yekin whether he thought that the enthusiasm of the participants of his circle would go from his hands. Earlier, the Kwana Soviet was part of SID, but these are the people who wanted to use it. Yekin answered the main thing that he had already forgotten how he was beaten to hunt freshmen. He replied that he just lost his vigilance and asked if he really thought he would handle them alone. Yekin apologized and said he was never alone and asked him to let him clarify something. The participants of the SID circle realized that it looked even stronger. Yekin said that even if they attack all together, they would not be able to win. The Southern is a talent among those who have intelligence skills. Yekin told her to put on his side, Someone with a unique skill is too risky. And then he said that of course it was not too much, because he is confident in his strength. He asked another team from this. Shin Jun-sun thought he probably seemed to him and is sure that he would not be strong, but still remains a freshman. So he ordered his team to deal with Jeno, but an Anahan activated the diamond body skill, and asked how they dreamed of raising their hand on one of their team. Anhan increased protection with a shield. Kim Yujan said that in general, she was also here and activated the air shield. The whole team is protected so no one can do them. Their attacks do not work against the protective barrier. Yekin said that it was wonderful, as he expected them to just close them. Who would have thought that the Yujan possesses protective magic? In addition, it is a protective magic of a wide range of action. Yekin is proud that his team progresses at such a rapid pace. The participants of the SID thought that they did not take them at all. Shin Junsun believes that it is simply impossible and he guessed what would happen. So he wondered whether it made sense to attack the follower of Lotus Guild, despite anything they recently founded their circle. So Ina asked if she could deal with them, and Yekin answered her. She used Alfheim's sword skill and attacked them. They could not do anything and somehow repel the attack. Shin Junsun escaped the first, substituting the participants of his circle on the attack. But then he got into something sticky and did not understand what it was. He could not move because he was trapped. Jessen said that it did it from mucus and paralyzing mushrooms, so the effect should be great. Shin Junsun called him Zyka, and Jekken noted that he needed to follow in his own words. After that, Junsun asked why he could not move because he spent how much he spent. Yekin asked if he knew that his death could be much more painful than he could imagine. And then he told other participants of Circle that they do not need them, and can leave it and already go. Because he was the initiator of this. Shin Junsun asked to wait and not believe him, but listen to him. They asked if he went crazy and why would they wait for him. Shin Junsun guessed that everything would work out. His team participants asked if he understands the difference between participating in the event and missing a training camp, and said that you need to know the measure. Yekin asked the allied Kavan how to do them properly. He is convinced that they will be eliminated from participation in a training camp. Shin Junsun asked her to listen to him. It was here because of her, but she said that he stopped talking to nonsense. Moreover, he said that she could nothing else but intelligence. After that, she attacked him. The instructor came to them and saw that the freshmen figured out with them. It is known that the Circle of Sid is not at the top, but they have quite many times in a row above the average. But it is incredible that such a small group of newcomers coped with them. Jakin said he could check, and so far they breathe. They are bad guys back and got into this situation. The instructor thought he was a real monster and said they could go, and he hopes that there would be no dispute with older students. Yekin asked Lee Sukek why he helped them. He replied that the participants of the circle target them, to which Yekin said that he was aware of it and they did very stupid. Lee Sukek said that in this case, let them forget about this situation, and then he was surprised why he suddenly stood on the side of Ming Jeno. Yekin asked where he gathered. If he is going to act outside the circle, he can immediately give up a training camp. Lee Suhek replied that he would go after a while. Yekin replied that he helped nothing special. And then he said that he just got into a fight. Lee Suhek said he hears everything. Then Yechen asked his name. Yujun whispered Seo Ini and the Kwan allied that his name is Lee Sukek. The allied asked who it was at all. Lee Sukek did not like that they still couldn't remember his name, but he hopes that they will finally remember him. Sometime before, there was a conversation between the participants of the SID, but Lee Sukek did not like their plan. He asked what he was in mind and really thinks that they could overcome Mina Yechen. Shin Junsun wondered if he would not be able to. Sukek replied that the senior Suv left the circle. Therefore, they have no reason to create trouble just because it has received the best offer. Shin Junsun asked, if it matters. He wants to say that he likes younger companions who can obey. Sukeke asked from what time the Academy Mills became a political arena. It is unreasonable to deal with someone only because they don't like them. After that, Lee Suhek came out realizing that he could no longer stay in such a place. Sukek said Yeshin that he just changed his mind and will not go into other people's affairs and is sure that they have something to discuss. Yekin answered him as he wished. Sukek said that at the next meeting he would return the debt, so let him be ready for it. After that, Yekin remembered their dispute and that Suhek wanted to compete with him. Yekin thought about how Lee Sukek was able to reach, but then he decided that it was worth gathering with thoughts. And told the team that it was time and they work a little. The Sov noted that they put the tent before, and then they fought with the participants of the Circle Sid, and now they also have to work. To which Yashin answered her that with great money came a lot of responsibility, and then he asked if she knew something about such an expression. So the allied asked how much he could offer her. The Academy Miles not just chose the place of the event lying in the ruins of the tag, first of all due to the restoration of areas of the closed city. Because it was here that the gate opened for the first time in the world and monsters appeared. It was also the first region to be zoning after the emergence of Yggdrasil. The first step on the way to the restoration of the city was the training camp of the Academy of Mila. Jaehyun heard that the catastrophe in the city of Tag was called the worst of all known. His mom was there too. It is known by statistics to survive less than 3% of the population of this city. If it were not for Juvan, the first raid to be awake, it would be unknown. Yekin completely plunged into his thoughts, but so Ina returned to his senses and said that the dinner was ready. He answered her that it would work now, so Ina said that he looks somehow strange. This may be due to the unique skill he spoke. Jekin answered her that something is like that, and then he remembered Hella's words. She said that he did not overcome Himdall to her present. unless he overcomes the wall and awaken a unique skill. After all, they eventually come to feel the will of the owner. Therefore, he should think very well about what he really wants and why he needs strength. Yekin said how something could be understood with such an incomprehensible explanation. So Ina answered him that she did not know, but she is sure that he would succeed. Yekin agreed with her and said that she helped him because she raised the topic. Therefore, he should try to do his best. So Ina fully agreed with his words. When competing with the big worms, An said that this case is quite troublesome because you never know where they would come from. The Soviets noted that it seems to her that it is much more difficult to fight with Harpias, because those monsters are the worst with the wings. The Yuan said that in any case, the atmosphere here is different from what was at the Mile Academy. So Ina agreed with her and said that the concentration of mana in the atmosphere was just enormous. Here it is even larger than the 10th level of the room. As they say in the occupied areas, everything is different. This phenomenon in which the monsters who destroyed the gates are occupied and studied. In this case, clots of dark energy enter the territory and more dangerous monsters begin to appear there. The Kavan allied asked what occupation was. Jason replied that she did not look friends with the textbooks. She became angry with him and asked if he was tired of living. Yekin decided to explain her easier, and said that the earth was so drunk with magic that it became unusable. For raiders, this does not carry any risks, but even a slight action of magic can be dangerous for others. So he said that in any case, they should all be careful, because anything can happen here. The Kavan allied asked Jehen whether he was really going to destroy that monster. He replied that, of course. And then he asked her to take care of the intelligence because such a condition of their agreement, and whether it really asked. The Union asked him to promise her to escape in the event of an unpredictable situation because he does not want to die young, and then she asked if he understood her. He did not answer her and just smiled. The Allied asked everyone whether they can move faster. Han was surprised to be such a question and answered the so. So Ina replied that now they are going, and the Yun did not like that she was still adjusting them. The Soul began to be nervous, and Yekin said that a large sum and such a danger price. If they do not work what they thought, they will have to find everything even if it takes a while. The Allied asked if he doubted her abilities and called it a boss. Yujan said that it was amazing that this land was well restored, and whether it was the merit of that man. So Ina asked whom she mean. After that, the Allied told her that she was just as far from studying, and suggested becoming friends. Anhan asked if it was a man who called Juvon. This is the first awakened. Yujan replied that they were talking about Juvon. Ina said that she heard about him. They said that he was just incredible. Jesan noticed that in the opinion of his father, it was simply impossible to win. Jekin remembered him. In the tag that was destroyed by one of the first did not stop the cries of people, but the demonic monsters continued to destroy them. As a result, tens of thousands of inhabitants were injured or considered dead, but fortunately, some managed to escape. And when humanity was on the verge of despair, a person with unusual force appeared. He turned out to be Juvon. This is the first raider awakened in South Korea. It is known all over the world. But now he has disappeared from sight. Yujan said Yeyen that he chose this path through him. Therefore, it is not surprising that this situation is so worried. He disappeared suddenly that even the hearing went as if his monsters were destroyed. Yekin wondered that he was the first person to use the power of the Eshik system, but now there are doubts about this. So he was interested in who he really was. How Juvon managed to use this force first? It cannot be a common coincidence. But then Jekin said that now it's time to think about it. And Anahan noted that this is true because they need to concentrate on survival first. Whatever cool, this place is dangerous despite the fact that the instructors are nearby. And Anahan, together with Jesan and the Allied, put a tent. The Soviet Union told Jesan to keep it stronger from this side, and he apologized. So Jekin explored the territory and returning said that there were worms and goblins near Harpia. Yekin said that everything was said by the senior Soviet. As expected, she worked clearly. She replied that it was like if she was wrong, he would throw her away. Yekin asked how she learned about it. The Sovarek was angry because of such a response, and Yekin asked unless she did not need money. So she asked if there would be a task. Anhan said that he would not even be able to make money for money, and his skill really impresses. Jessen said she was such a first meeting, but the Allied approached him and grabbed him. And then she noticed that the boss is only the one who gives money, and it is definitely not them. And Jessen asked her was clear to him. He replied that so, and then Yekin asked where Kim Yujan went, because she was not near them. Anhan said that she didn't know, but she said she needed to cook something. Yekin said that it is strange because she is not one of those who prefer to do nothing. Kim Yujan approached them and said that she was. Jekin asked what she did there. And then she saw that she had prepared something and not only surprised it. Other members of the team saw it were also very surprised and even frightened. The Yuan said that they were also breaking on her for her care, if it was not for them to do. Yekin asked if it was edible at all. She replied that, of course. The Yun added their special sauce to the worms they caught earlier. Yekin asked if she really wanted to feed them. She replied that of course she tried very hard when she was cooking. He thought it would probably be easier to destroy Heimdall if you just feed him. Juvon said that he may be too worried. Chejian asked him when he was going to make his move. He replied that anyone knows and probably has come to restore their activities. The enemy of evil has already gone into the active phase. Choyen said that he was still too young, but already proves that the prophecy is true. And then she added that they needed his strength. He replied that he did not know whether he should take the stage when Heimdall had already made his move. But if you have to intervene, he will do so. The news tells where the hope of humanity is the first raider Juvan. Everyone is interested in where he went, and if he was alive, then he could help in conquering high wound gates that have become more and more recently. Juvan was interested in an opponent of evil, and he believes that he would soon be even more fun. Yekin said that if they do not want to die, let them not play with food. The Yoon replied that she was not looking so bad and asked if she was talking about. Jessen replied that in this matter it is better to agree with Yechen. Anahan said that it is not surprising, but he is not hungry. The Yoon asked how the one who always orders a double serving may not be hungry. He said that sometimes it happens. She replied that it was too. The Sauve decided to support it and asked them not cruel and as she believes. Taking advantage of the situation, the Yuzon asked her whether she could try what she had prepared. The Soviet Union replied that of course it was prepared from the fact that it was suitable for nutrition, and it is surprised by such a reaction of others. So she decided to try what could happen, but after a while she was deprived. Jaehyun told her that the sound that it was like a cry of a monster and noticed that she had to listen to them. The Allied answered how she could refuse her after such words. Yekin told her that she was quite soft. After that, he gave her a potion that will help her restore her strength. She drank it immediately. And then she asked what was happening between him and Inu. This question was surprised by Yekin. The Allied asked if he really thought she would not notice. After all, their behavior is different from what was usually, so she does not know what happened between them, but asked him not to be too harsh to everyone. Yekin agreed with her and said that she adhered to the same thought. But he is a little unusual to hear that from her. And he said that now it was clear to him why she said that he would save everyone. She was surprised by his words. Yekin said that it was too late and it was time to come back and asked if she had not forgotten anything. He means that they decided to catch that person. She answered what she remembered and asked if they could go after her stomach came to normal. Yekin thought that it could really be checked on the monsters what Kim Yoo-jeon prepared. And then said that a similar recovery would take a while, because the Allied is still nauseous. Yekin heard some sound and said he was just like the one who was published by the senior Soy. They ran to warn all the monsters appeared in the rank of Harpy, so everyone should prepare. He said to Jesse to prepare a paralyzing trap that glows. Ankahan in the forefront of a Kim Yugon in support, so Ina asked that she needed to make it a strong blow. Yekin replied that it was true, and then they said that they should move faster to protect their territory. After the battle, An said that he was unexpected to fly so many monsters in rank. After all, they do not attack such large flocks. The Yoon replied that they usually move 4, so that means something strange happens. Jessen asked what she wanted to say. Yekin replied that everything is about a monster with a predominant magical power. There is a high probability that God is nearby and all other monsters fulfill his orders. So this means that Queen Harpias is somewhere near them. The ally didn't think she was so close. Yekin replied that they were going to destroy it, so he thinks that they will understand her a little faster than they planned before. He told everyone first to deal with the monsters outside and then keep positions before arriving. The Southern has a unique skill. Therefore, there should be no problems with intelligence. She is also able to cope with the monsters on his own, so you should not worry about it. And Anahan asked if it would not be better to go together. After all, everything can happen there. Yekin said that they can suffer if they go up and will also make him worry even more. The point is not that he does not believe in them. They just need it here, despite the fact that the instructors have no guarantees, because they will not be able to overcome all the monsters at once. So Ina said they would do, as he would say. The Yoon replied that although she doesn't like it, but she does not want to be a burden. Jessen gave Juin a variety of potions and said he had to bring it all with him. They went and asked them to take care of everything. Han said that he could rely on them. Yujin said in case of danger to contact them through the badge. Yekin asked why it suddenly became so caring. The Allied noticed that the monsters were approaching. After that, Yekin said that he should not be worried and then activated the skill of the supersonic chain and attacked the monsters. And he added that if the chance for success is less than 100%, he will not take the case. The Allies thought that it knew that the jokes were bad. They went and the novice said that his friends are just incredible, and now she understands why they were fighting for the first place, even when in such harsh conditions the Miles Academy. But they do not give up. Han said during the battle with the monsters that would be ahead, and Yujin and Ina should focus on spells. Han is good in martial arts and also has a celestial sword. It accurately reached the level of and rank, but others do not come to him. The speed of use of spells Kim Yoo-jeon increased, so she has already reached rank N or even higher. And finally, CO. This is a real monster. She was born for that. Its fighting power cannot be explained differently. But of course, Yekin is still in the first place. The Allied asked if he knew that sometimes he was annoying. It is because of this that people dislike him. Yekin said that nothing could do with it. And if something does not suit them, then let them want to take the first place. The Allied said that in any case they were geniuses. Yekin did not think that he would hear such a word. He remembered how he was offered to be a live shield, and then as the magicians ordered the avant-garde to keep their shields firmly. Yekin said that if it weren't, but she did well and they almost came. But it was not even interesting, and he was eating it that Kim Yoo-jeon prepared. The Allied asked her directly. Yekin noted that even consciousness did not lose consciousness, and then asked how she feels. And he warned that from that moment she should be careful even with breathing, because it can die from one blow. The Allied asked that if he could not win, they would have to run away. She is too young to say goodbye to life. Yekin replied that he was younger for a year and told her to use his skills. The allied asked why he did not respect the elders. He replied that he addressed her daily as a senior. The Soyo asked him to be silent and said that they had to understand somehow. She is convinced that Mingzhen is not one of those who retreat just because it is dangerous here. The Norner system announced Jahan that they collided with the boss of the first zone of the closed city by Queen Harpius. It's a boss rank and plus, but if they destroy it, they will finally get that artifact. So Yekin seems to be too easy to do. The allied asked if he went crazy. Jekin decided to use the Fang of Nidega. Seeing this, the allied remembered that this item was recently auctioned for huge money. Queen Harpius attacked them, and the allied could not dodge the attack. Yekin said that he asked her to stand still, and not to make any sounds. The allied said that he was finally falling behind her. Yekin thought that if we assess the situation, his rival is weaker than him, but still dangerous. One of the reasons for her danger is that she can fly, but the main problem is not in this. And because she became stronger than his regression, so Jens decided to check whether it was true. He attacked her, and she turned out to be stronger than in his memoirs. Before the regression of the rank monster, A+ were not so strong, so this means that some are personally involved in this incident to prevent him. Yekin attacked the Queen Harpius and said Hamdall that it is enough to hide and let him appear. Watching the Battle of Hugin said that his assumption was true. This means that something has to happen soon. But it is interesting, or can Heimdall be able to do everything right? But in the end, it is not his business. Jekin defeated Queen Harpius and finally received the Wings of the Storm as a reward. And then he looked at the Soy and asked what she thought there. She replied that the Yoon was right. When she said that he really goes crazy sometimes. Yekin first looked at her and then said that he finally found it. It is the wings of the brown rank S, which give the skill of air jump and enhance agility and strength. Yekin said that it was wonderful, that the skill is that the characteristics are quite good. The skill, of course, is much more valuable, but it is still satisfied. Prior to his regression, the raider who received these wings quickly raised his level, but this time it will be difficult for him because of him. The allied saw something and asked what it was. Yekin paid attention and was surprised that gloves were lying there. These are the gloves first? The Nornir system immediately updated information about the first awakened one. After the fight against the monsters, the Yuzon said that they looked here with everyone. Hona noted that it was almost a record time. And they seem a little stronger. The Yun replied that of course, and even more so they went together, so it was expected. Jekin realizes that when it comes to the first awakened, it can be only one person in the world. This Juvan was the first to awaken in the world and the hero of South Korea. But why the Nornir system updated information about it? Yekin and the allied returned to everyone. He thought it was possible between the first awakened and the system. Yujon asked what he said there, and then she screamed that he would not touch her hair. Jekin decided to make a little joke with her, but he was not abandoned why Juvan's gloves were in that place, and he wants to find out. Because it has some bad anticipation. Then he paid attention to the So. When he approached her, he apologized. Because they are already tired, and he still made them protect the base. Ina replied that he should not worry about it. After all, if they can help something, they must do everything in their power. Because he also has his own business. The Yuan interrupted their conversation and said that she lost her enchanted pendulum, and it was very bad. Jetchen gave her suspension. The Yun asked how he learned that she had left her somewhere, and from that she was terribly to the ants. He replied that she was not losing her things for the first time in her life, and her mother asked her to take care of her. The Yuan apologized for her mother, and she said she does not trust her daughter. Yekin replied that she really did not trust her, and the Yun was angry with him for these words. Everyone started laughing at her, and she also didn't like it. Yekin noted that in any case, she should already grow up, and she should stop forgetting her things. The Yun answered him that he would stop grunting. And Hona, looking at their dispute, decided to ask something, and asked to answer honestly about their questions. Yekin replied that no Kim Yujun asked if he had tired of living. Then Co Ina came to an Academy of Sciences, and she said that they answered that it was possible to ask them enough questions. Valgala is a huge palace owned by Acam. It is also called a large house of warriors or a house of joy. All the gods gathered at the table and Thor said how well to him. After all, the preparation for the battle is in full swing. And Heimdall also decided to deal with the opponent of evil from the prophecy. Although he is unbearable, but to destroy one person for him will not be a problem. Therefore, he is convinced that this time they will become the owners of 9 worlds. The great and mighty Odin, the All-Out, will also be very satisfied. One of the gods called the Torah irresponsible. Who would have thought that he would suit the real time in the absence of Odin? He asked for a trifle for him. Thor asked what he was, and calling him Tyr, he noticed that he was not in that position to say that, especially after Fernr left his hands. Tyr replied that it was funny enough and whether his stone on his forehead is not a gift of a damned giant. Who would have thought that the owner of the Melnra would not behave as it should? If he was in his place, he would have long been given life with his weapons. Thor replied that if he so wants, they can decide now who is stronger, but Valkyria stopped them, and she asked if they both wanted to be punished, one way or another, but the number of troops has decreased greatly. The goddess said that a similar soul gathering is a bad thing. The fact is that during the last Ragnarok, they collected too much. This was Odin's mistake. The goddess asked how she dared to offend the owner of Asgard, but she replied that there was no intention to indulge Odin ambitions. He may also be strong, but for her only a piece of garbage. The goddess asked her what was the boldness on her part. She replied that Frigg only did not say that she had forgotten what he did with her. And then she said that she would like to take advantage of the opportunity and make a statement that preparation for the second apocalypse was completed. Einherjar, whom they call the souls of the fallen in the battle, are ready to fight for Asgard. Jegen thought that Heimdall's involvement in a recent incident indicates that he would soon appear. Therefore, he can no longer delay the awakening of his unique skills. He remembered how Sonin told him that he was very greedy. He is still strong now, but he also wants him to possess his own unique skill. Jeken noted that when she came to Guild Curator, she only had a unique skill. Yusunin replied that her case is unlikely to help him, because her skill woke up accidentally. Jeken asked how it was possible, and she said that she still clearly remembers that moment. It happened on the day of the tragedy when the gate appeared in the middle of the road and many innocent people were killed. In the middle of this chaos, she saw one girl who tried to escape. This girl fell and she was attacked by a monster, and she couldn't do anything with it. Yu Sonin could not save anyone, and even when awakened was still too weak. But in the end, their world is a strange thing. After the death of the girl, she had a new skill. It was very strange and unexpected for her. This skill is called Victim, but those who died did not return to life. Yusonin noted that she said earlier that the healers remember those who did not manage to save much longer than the rescued ones. She pointed out that Yetchen wanted to gain a unique skill as soon as possible. Yusonin said that he could not tell him the right way but can give advice. And she said that he should not rush too much. She does not want him to awaken his unique talent by losing something valuable. Jeken thought that if Sonin said that he did not know the way, then everything could be different. So he decided to ask about it Inu. He said that she would learn something and should ask how she got her unique skill. Jeken wanted to learn about it before he loses something valuable. Ina replied that she woke up after losing her family. And to be more accurate, it left them to die and still thinks that her family has died with dignity. Her parents died when she was only 5 years old. Then she was still too young. So she did not understand much, but she knew one thing: she could never see her mother and Pope again. After that, she remained alone. Then her grandmother took her to her aunt's house. Although her parents did not become, but she did not feel alone. But the aunt often quarreled her. But she had a grandmother who was her real family. This is the only person he could rely on, but her happiness was short-lived. Her grandmother has very little time. Grandma asked Aunt Ina to take care of her. After Ina learned about it, her life quickly turned into a true horror. Although Ina was a baby but felt that her grandmother, her last loved one, would also leave her soon. From that moment, it has become silent. Without the desire to speak with someone, she closed her heart and then began to stand at the people. This was the case before the 3rd grade of high school, but then Aunt began to say that now raiders make a lot. She was called by the teacher in high school. The aunt said who would have thought that such a worthless man could be good. The teacher said that she has abilities. Aunt asked if she knew how much money was invested in education, and she hopes that INA would pay off her. And then she asked if she understood everything. So if she is not given her studies to make a living, she should become a raider. Ina understood how disgusting. Initially, the aunt stole the insurance money after the death of her parents, and now trying to use it. Her aunt behaved with all as a burden, with her parents who have long died and her still a living grandmother. But the most disgusting in this was that Ina was not able to say anything in response. Because of this, she considered herself disgusting. After that, she filed an application to the Raider Academy because she learned from the teacher that she had a high tendency to awaken. The teacher asked her whether she was sure that everything would be good because she does not have a tendency and are so good at raiders. After all, the world of magic is not so simple, and it would not like to do something dangerous because it can lose its life. But Ina answered the teacher that everything would be fine. She believed that there were things horrifying than death, and she was well aware of it. Grandma asked her whether she really wants to make it a raider or what it is called there. Ina thought that the grandmother would also leave her, also why she couldn't help but hate her. If my grandmother had not given her aunts money, maybe her life would be a little different. Ina tried to reassure herself. After all, what should happen must happen, and that is what they call fate. So she should stop doubt and accept reality, because she has no other choice. Ina told her grandmother that all is well and she was really fine. Grandma hugged her and said that she did not have to do it if she didn't want to, because she does not want to see her granddaughter harm. After she decided to embark on Rider's path, her life has changed. Its cold character has great benefit in the management of magical power-destroyed monsters and survival in emergency situations. When she was a little used to such a life came a trouble that could not be prevented. Her grandmothers did not even have time to say goodbye to her. If she received a good treatment, she could have survived. These words of the doctor just shocked her. This meant that the grandmother was not intentionally treated. She was interested in her grandmother, just gave up her life. But for Ina, it meant that she just left her. But it was no longer possible to find out. There are only facts that someone died and someone continues to live. Ina was very sad for her grandmother and was difficult for her. She did not understand why everyone left her, and because she was not able to study. So Ina believed that she had to take her with her. After a while, the aunt called and told her that the sponsorship contract was already drawn up. The training guild is ready to take it under her wing, and she only needs to sign the papers. Ina was angry. It seemed to her that the last part of her life disappeared from that moment. Then she first called on her aunt. Ina asked what she took what she could decide everything for her because her life. Aunt called her arrogant and said that she should be grateful for not having sold it. After that, Ina decided to leave home. She waited for dawn and returned home for things. But the next picture opened before her eyes. She saw that the aunt's house was burning and monsters climbed from the gate opened. Aunt told her that she immediately had to help her because she was awake and can do it. At that moment, only one thought came to her mind: why it would suddenly save her. After all, this aunt took everything from her. Therefore, she was not going to do it. Yekin said that if she is too difficult to mention, it is not worth talking. Throwing into the heavy memories of the eyes of the Sai, the tears were filled. She did not even know that Yehen. Yujin waited for Jeshin and Soenu and thought that they returned asked why for so long. But then she saw that it was not Jen. The Yoon felt a very strong Manu, the same as that of demonic monsters. Feeling something incomprehensible to her, joined the other team members. They do not know who before him and what he needs from them. Heimdall asked if they were associates of enemy evil. Yujon asked what he was in mind. After that, Heimdall attacked them and said that they should only answer the questions asked. The Sov decided to warn Yekin. She said that he returned right now because they had a rival very much like a person. But his mana is like a real monster. Heimdall approached her and said, "What a cheap trick," and then grabbed her and said that today they would die and they have to blame this opponent of evil. Yekin quickly came to the rescue and said that not being. And then he used the skill of absolute calculation, and he asked Heimdall whether he really thinks he would stay away.